But yeah, they're still working hard to build that lead at the moment. As you can see, just how that little sprint to just latch onto the back wheel. 2 lines, classic formation of a break of this size.
Yeah. A little way to go until we get to the foot of the first substantial climb of the day. Just over 10 kilometres before they start climbing the Madonna del Ghisallo. At the moment, on the flat, they're rotating, as you say, these 2 lines and going about their business in a very orderly fashion. Be interested to see how they're able to maintain their numbers and their cohesion on this climb to come, because it's a decent test, even if it is the more forgiving ascent of the climb. 8.8 kilometres it is at an average of 3.9%.
Yeah, I think I mean, given it just kicks up at the top, doesn't it? It's the last 2k as well. The last kilometre's flat, but it's the hardest part of the climb are kilometres 6 and 7, where it goes up to 6-7%. Just kicks up. I think they should, and they will ride as a team, and I think anybody who's weakening a little bit might just sit on, but I think they should stay as a complete unit over the top of that one. And then we have another long stretch of road, don't we, before we hit the next series of climbs. So over the top of the Ghisallo, the bottom just bang on 50 k's into the race, and then we have the best part of 20 k's flat before a little climb that takes us up to the Roncola climb, and then there's not a lot of gap in between the climbs remaining in the race. So after this one, another long section alongside the lake. So scenic. Look at that, still is a mill pond, isn't it, out there?
That's fabulous, isn't it? Alone with his thoughts, with his inflatable, and with his fishing rod. I wonder if he's caught anything yet.
There might even be a solar-powered outboard motor.
When he set off for the day with his thermos and his packed sandwiches, he probably didn't imagine he'd end up on television.
But his family at home are watching and thinking, blimey.
Yeah, I thought he just popped down the shops.
I know.
Well, look at that. You mentioned it earlier. That is right on brand, isn't it? That was the moment that the flag dropped and Quinn Simmons was the first rider to attack through the brown falling leaves of Lombardia. Beautiful.
Yeah, that is quite lovely, really, isn't it?
The evergreen Michael Matthews, though. Also, there are 3 strong riders in this group for this particular role, aren't they? Quinn Simmons, Filippo Ganna and Michael Matthews, all of whom are huge assets to the other riders in the breakaway.
Oh, definitely.
I mean, it's packed with strong riders, but you know, those are riders who won't really be expected to be involved in the final. They're going to invest heavily in the opening quarter of this race, and Filippo Ganna is... well, he was going very well the other day in Gran Piemonte, right with a group of favourites on the penultimate climb, as they continue to make their way north up the Triangolo Lariano, which is this triangular-shaped peninsula that sticks up into Lake Como and separates the 2, if you like, legs of the lake at the bottom. They go right to the tip of the triangle, but they have to get to Bellagio up and over the Ghisallo climb. They're giving up now. That's it. They tried, but in vain. I think the momentum in that front group, they're not going to ease up any, really, are they? There's too many good riders, they're too committed, and as a result, they've just got the massive numerical advantage. So that's it for Demarchi, Leknesund and Tamiano.
Yeah, I mean, it's not quite as crucial for Jayco Lud. It would have been nice, of course, to have another rider of the class of Demarchi in the move, but they've also got 2 riders up there, so they won't be too disappointed. But for Leknesund, I think he'll be a little bit cheesed off that they've missed that one, as we see...
it's the Lotto man counter-attacking, yep.
Yeah, Tamiano going on the right. Big acceleration, but again, that group's just too big. Had it been 6 or 7 riders, I think they might have persisted, but there's just too much firepower in that front group. Those short, sharp turns on the front, then a lock opportunity to rest means that group is just moving too quickly, and it's too costly in terms of energy to try and get across. And a sustained period of... And it would possibly take another 20 minutes or so of just really hard effort, as we see a couple of other teams riding. That is quite interesting. Yeah, Red Bull.
That's not the expected picture that we had imagined. We would have thought all the other teams would have said, over to you, UAE, we're not going to do a turn. But Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe are riding on the fronts.
Yep, very interesting. Looks like it's Sobrero actually riding on the front at the moment. Yeah, they've got a decent team. They've got Roglic, Aliotti, Jai Hindley.
And he's
Pellizzari
tucked in on the with it's Alexander Vlasov, isn't it, on the wheel of Jan Tratnik. So they've got some big riders at the front.
Yeah, I just didn't. I don't know why they. Again, the thing is, we always assume it's just going to be UAE that take things up. But also, when it's just one team, there's low level. We're dominating this. It sends out maybe the wrong sort of message. And I think a reminder is for the team management to say we're equally as part of this race as anybody else.
Yep.
We've got riders. Massively decorated, respected riders who want to get in the mix. So we're going to put someone on the front. It sends out a message, and it's a reminder to the likes of Roglic, you're here to try and win this race.
He's riding hard here, Sobrero. Just look at his body language. And look at the riders on his wheel as well. And the power. The raw data tells a story. But hands over to Novak.
And Jai there in third wheel as well. A bit of a nod there, having a bit of a conversation. I know Novak speaks a pretty decent Italian. So, yeah, Novak knows he's got a big role to play. I think he'll be more than happy as well to get a little bit of assistance with the pacemaking. And then pretty much the entire flotilla of Decathlon AG2Rs up in the mix as well. Again,
500 watts.
Yeah. Again, that's over the top of a climb as well. This is, they're not hanging around at all here. And you can just see by the shape of the bunch, it's a long line. You know, it's not easy. And there's our first real glimpse of Tadej Pogačar, about 15th back.
And that in itself tells a story, isn't it, about the fact that they are riding hard in this bunch. Otherwise, Pogačar, if it had been completely pacified, the pace, he would have been content just to noodle around much further back down the line. But he's sitting there around about 20th place in the pace line.
Yep, looking good. Rafa Majka 2 places in front of him.
Sobrero goes back with Novak to his place at the front of the bunch. Who we discovered the other day, talking to our Italian colleagues here, is known as Il Gatto. He's the cat, isn't he?
Indeed.
As we were trying to tick off all the Italian riders over dinner that we could think of who have nicknames taken from the animal world.
Indeed.
And there are plenty.
There are. There's quite a few. We're not going to list them. Yeah.
Well, we've got 213 kilometres to list them.
Well, there's the Shark, isn't there?
Shark of
Twice a
Messina.
winner of Il Lombardia. I think we need to start with riders who've done well in Il Lombardia. The Shark of Messina.
The Bull.
Who was?
Jonathan Milan.
But also, there's a Belgian, the Bull, as well. Arnaud Delis is known as the Bull.
Yeah, I didn't realise that until you told me that. Yeah.
So, who else have we got? Throwing it straight back to you.
Giacomo Nizzolo, who is the
Bulldog.
The Bulldog.
The Bulldog.
Exactly. Yeah, he's retiring.
Is Ganna an animal? No, he's just top Ganna, isn't he?
No, it's there was Mario Cipollini, the Lion King.
The Lion King, of course. Il Gatto, the Lion, the Shark.
There were others, weren't there?
The Panther. Thank you, Jess.
The Puma.
The Puma. Who are they, though?
Alessandro Covi.
The Puma. Yeah. Met his fan club the other day, didn't we?
Yeah, in Aquiterme.
It was very nice. They called me Max, and I said, my name's Matt, and they called me Max again. That was great fun. Lovely bunch of folks, actually. Really lovely. Big flag with Alessandro Covi on. I was not riding in this race, though.
So the time gap is now the biggest it's been since the break got away, but it's only 1 minute 50 seconds. And bearing in mind the race distance still to go, that is a pretty miserly advantage. So get Pello Bilbao, who you thought of the riders up the road is the most dangerous. He's not got a sparkling record in Lombardia. It's only his third participation, surprisingly, in the race for a career of his length. And his best finish to date was actually a long time ago in 2017, and even that was a relatively lowly 29th place. Which surprised me. I thought Bilbao would have had a slightly better record in Lombardia.
Yeah, just looking at his monument record that you've got up there, it's top 10 in the Liège, Bastogne Liège, but he's performed better in stage races or stages of stage races, hasn't he? But he's up the road today, certainly in with a fighting chance, but they're not being given too much of a lead. It's only, it's not too bad, it's 1 minute 50 seconds, but they're having to work hard for that, and still a whopping 211 kilometres to go. The country's got a bit to do to make up for the Italian wins. 69 to 12. That's going to take a best part of 2 centuries.
Someone's got to rack up a 57-year winning streak to overhaul Italy.
Welcome to the 300th edition of Il Lombardia. And there we go.
Well, Tadej Pogačar's doing his bit for the Slovenian tally, isn't he?
He certainly is.
Just an extraordinary and totally unique record, you know. I was looking back, you know, the comparison with Eddie Merckx, that is totally valid and fascinating, even though we're comparing totally different eras of different pelotons. What Pogačar is doing year by year, race by race, obliges us to compare his record with the great Eddie Merckx. And he's obviously a long, long way back down still on Eddie Merckx's tally of one-day race wins and indeed Grand Tour victories. But he's closing the gap. It is still a cavernous gap, but he is closing that gap. If he wins today, he will win his 10th monument. There we go, there's a comparison between Eddie Merckx. Directly for 2025. Could only become the second athlete to win 3 monuments in a single season, and only Merckx has done that before. However, he's done it quite often. 69, 71, 72 and 75.
Yeah.
But if Pogačar wins this monument today, and he is the red-hot favourite, it'll be his 10th monument victory. And Eddie Merckx picked up in his career with a different distribution completely, but he won 19. So Pogačar would have gone past the halfway point of Merckx's tallies in one-day races.
It's just what he made. The results that Tadej Pogačar has picked up, he's 20, I thought he's 26, he's actually 27, he turned 27 in September. It's just been so dense. So, and again, talking of monument wins, just his victories in stages in the Tour de France, 21 stages of the Tour de France. He, speaking to Mark Cavendish, he's like, well, the only rider I'm worried about really is Tadej Pogačar. And he's not a sprinter, but you can see that happening. But yeah, I think the comparisons to Eddie Merckx are justified. I really, really do. I think there's a danger in comparing eras, but just on sheer results, we are looking at the only rider to come anywhere near what Merckx has achieved. But still got a bit to do, but he's more than on track, I think it's fair to say.
I was having this exact discussion just a couple of weeks ago with former world champion Lizzie Deignan, and we were talking about the Merckx-Pogačar comparison, and I put it to her that actually the most telling change and the biggest, most fascinating statistic our colleague Daniel Friebe came up with during the Tour de France this year, where, and I can't remember the exact figure, but he was comparing the numbers of nationalities represented in the peloton in the Merckx era compared to now. And back in the 70s when Merckx was winning, it was a handful. It was 4 or 5 nationalities in the Tour de France peloton. Nowadays it's, 25? 26. Yeah. So the globalisation of the sport suggests that Pogačar is dominating. Here he is in a completely different era in terms of the global competitiveness and the overall standard, which gives definitively the edge in the head-to-head comparison to Pogačar. He's riding away from a better peloton, was the suggestion, and I thought that was quite a clinching statistic.
Yeah, no, I think so. I'm sure that Merckx would counter that. But when you look at the riders that Merckx and the way that teams were structured was very different as well. There were only a handful of riders given opportunity to win races. Yep. So there was a chosen few that were winning.
But then, sorry, just to complete thought, but then Lizzie made the incredibly good and compelling counter-argument. She said, yeah, but it is unfair to compare the eras for this reason. What would Eddie Merckx have done in a UAE Team Emirates jersey? Racing in 2025. And that's a very good point, isn't it?
Totally.
If you put Merckx in this peloton, in this team, he probably races like Eddie Merckx and wins an awful lot of bike races. So, you will never know, basically. I will
never know. But do you know what? It's a good chat, isn't it? Whatever way you come at it, it's a good chat. But I think as each season passes, it becomes difficult to sort of argue between them. And maybe ultimately we'll just have to say they were the best 2 riders we've ever seen on the men's side of things. But yeah, extraordinary what Tadej Pogačar has achieved. And extraordinary what his team has achieved this year as well. Absolutely amazing with the way Del Toro the other day secured his 15th win of the year.
Yeah.
And making it 91 or 92, isn't it, for UAE Team Emirates? Absolutely amazing results across the board for that squad, because looking at all the riders that they've fielded today, apart from Domen Novak. No, Domen Novak's won. Every single rider that they've fielded today has won a race this year. At least one race this year.
10 riders from UAE Team Emirates have won general classifications this year. 10 different riders.
And there's a real goat. Yes, thank you. Many goats and some donkeys. It's a mix of donkeys and goats.
I've never seen a donkey with a cowbell on before. It wouldn't be a cowbell, though. It'd be a donkey bell.
Yeah. Different sort of bell, different tone. 207.
I think the other, just short, won't be the last time we mentioned Merckx's name in this commentary today, but the only other point I'd say about why it is that we're fascinated by the comparison is up until 5 years ago, when Pogačar started to win at the very highest level, we just never thought we'd see another Merckx. We never thought we'd be having this discussion. And I think that's the point, is that it was just off the table. There was Peter Sagan, who in many ways broke the mould, but, you know, we kind of thought he's an all-rounder, he does things, but, you know, Pogacar's taken it to such a high level that I think that's the point. We just didn't think it would ever be a conversation we'd have.
And I think after this season as well, that second Tour of Flanders win, but importantly, I think the key result this year that has brought this argument into more focus is his second place in Paris-Roubaix. And also, I think what I like, rather than the results, which are amazing, what I like about Tadej Pogacar is his willingness to try new things and take risks. Everybody thought it was a massively risky strategy. You're trying to win the Tour de France again. Why on earth are you riding a Classics campaign? And there he is. He crashed okay. He was outclassed by Mathieu van der Poel on that occasion. But the fact that we've got one of the best climber in the world tackling the cobbles of Paris-Roubaix, I think it's just magnificent. I think it's just wonderful. So it's his attitude as well. He cares about the results he cultivates. He knows he's got this ability to do it. So why not? If you've got this ability, why not try and collect as much as you can while you can? And although there has been some criticism, which I do understand, he's so dominant. But if you had the ability of Tadej Pogacar, you wouldn't just gift races left, right and centre, because you don't know when this career is going to end. We know how fragile life is. We know how dangerous cycling can be. So when you've got that sort of shape, why on earth would you give anything away? If you could dominate the sport, well, just go and dominate away. There's no gifts. So I think I understand the argument a bit, but if you were Tadej, what would you do? I'd just go and win races and try and collect all the monuments and win as many bike races and break as many records as I could before I grew weary of it, really, and then retired.
All of which chat takes us on to the first major climb of the day, the Madonna del Ghisallo climb. That's where they are already. There's Andreas Leknesund back in the folds, alongside Ben O'Connor, who's got two teammates up the road in the breakaway. Being held at just over 2 minutes now. That's the biggest time gap that they've had so far. Get a glimpse of the sanctuary of the Madonna del Ghisallo with its shrine to the sport of cycling, where earlier on in the summer, on July the 16th, there was a memorial service held on the, what would it have been now, the 30th anniversary of the death of Fabio Casartelli at the Tour de France. Is that right? 30 years have passed? I think that's right, yeah. 1995.
It was 1995.
Yeah.
Yeah, he won the Olympic Games that I rode. So, yeah, awful.
All strung out at the front of the bunch. With two teams setting the pace and a cluster of blue jerseys of Decathlon AG2R moving almost their entire team up towards the front.
Yeah, they're already a fair way up this climb. It's just quick. So they've already swept by the opening a couple of kilometres of this ascent. And for the next 4 or 5 kilometres, it's the same gradient as you can see now. So it's quite even, bouncing between 2, 3 and 4%. And then it's just the final couple of Ks where it gets a little bit steeper, but nothing too bad at all. But it will take them up to 755 metres before plunging back down the other side. They actually come down, and they're a lot lower, right parallel with the lake, aren't they? And it's the longest, well, after this climb, it's the longest flat section that we have of the race. The best part of 30 kilometres are pretty much pan flat.
Yeah. Pan flat and almost due south, hugging the banks of the lake. We'll get some beautiful shots of the lakeside there before they reach the southernmost extremity of the easterly tributary or bifurcation of the Lake Como, from which the River Addo flows, which is the big river in this region, just passing by Bergamo to the west, that empties into the River Po eventually, near Cremona. So just look at those names represented at the front. There are those two purple jerseys of Helmoser, not Skelmoser, but Helmoser, the Danish rider from Jeko Alula, and Michael Matthews, Björn Kut of Picnic Postenel. So a lot of teams with representation here, but the numerical advantage goes to Ineos Grenadiers, who've got their Monegasson rider, Victor Langalotti, plus Filippo Ganna. And who's the other one they've got in the breakaway? It's
Hamilton.
Thank you, Lucas Hamilton, Australian.
Yep. Yeah, first year with the squad this year. And as we look at the power of Ganna, a casual 430 watts. Because of his...
Not even getting going, is he?
Yeah, not even get just... that would have put a lot of people in the box. They'd have to go and have a lie down. But yeah, casually cruising at 250 watts. But again, because of his size and because of the gradient, it's having to work disproportionately harder in terms of power. But because he is bigger, he's able to to pedal and to push those sort of watts on a climb like this. But that just gives you anybody who understands about power, and there's a lot of you out there that do, gives you an indication just of the sheer ridiculous level of fitness that these riders have, and that the fact we've still got over 200 kilometres to go, yet this is the tempo you need to ride at to be at the sharp end of a World Tour race. It's just ridiculous.
I mean, Filippo Ganna has a 20-kilo disadvantage over some of these riders.
Oh, exactly.
Which is,
So we have to
for anyone
ride
who's ever
disproportionately
taken an
harder.
aeroplane, that's your baggage allowance, isn't it? That's the thing. That's the big suitcase that you lump onto the self-check-in these days. That's how much extra weight he
Can
is
hardly
taking
lift
up
him.
this climb.
Yeah, 83 kg. So there'll be riders in this breaks on the lighter climbers.
Literally
60
20.
Yeah, literally. Yeah.
You put it like that, it's extraordinary, isn't it?
Yeah, blimey. But on the flat, it does give him a lot of heft, hence him being one of the best time trial riders of his generation and the current world hour record holder.
What a performance it was from Filippo Ganna back in the spring at Milan-San Remo.
That's a great ride, wasn't it? What a race that was as well.
Yeah. I'm already looking forward to... I mean, the race I'm looking forward to for 2026 more than any other is Milan-San Remo. Given what we saw this year, that battle between Van der Poel, Ganna and Pogacar was, I thought, one of the most fascinating contests of the entire racing season.
Absolute cut and thrust, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was just brilliant. We were wondering whether... There was a rumour going around, wasn't there, that you would open things up on the Cipressa, and it certainly happened. But what a battle it was. It was absolutely magnificent. One of the most thrilling, exciting races I've ever had the privilege to go commentate on. It really was absolutely riveting, wasn't it?
It was the fact that for years and years we've been speculating that someone might try and go long on the Cipressa, and it's never happened.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, yeah, it happened. And because it happened, and because Pogacar came so close to cracking Van der Poel and Ganna, he's kind of duty-bound to do it again, except even more expansively.
Yeah, I think... Here we are, still 200 k's to go at the final monument, and we're talking about Milan-San Remo. Two races that are so different, but I think he knows now that it's not enough to wait until the last kilometre of the Poggio on that little steep section that's 200 metres. So go long, that seems to be the way to do it. But yeah, March will soon come around, won't it? But back to this race, they haven't given the breakaway too much, and I didn't expect it to go much over 3 or 4 minutes, and in fact it's holding at around 2 minutes and 20 seconds here, and Novak doing a lot of work. And again, that shape has not changed. This is hard riding. That's exactly what the purpose of a break this big is to put pressure on UAE.
So the super team, look at them all. Tadej Pogacar, Isaac Del Toro, both of whom this week have won one-day races in Italy. Rafa Majka in his last ever race. Domen Novak doing the work on the front right now. Pavel Sivakov, who was instrumental to Del Toro's success 2 days ago in Gran Piemonte. Jay Vine, who had a very successful Vuelta. And Adam Yates, who casually picked up a win the other day, didn't he?
He did. Yep, one solo.
As UAE continue to stamp their authority all over, all fronts, all over the 2025 season. And they've done it without a sprinter.
That's mad, isn't it? Well, they've got Milano, but he's not an out-and-out sprint, just somebody who sprints.
Has he won?
Yeah. I think Milano's won, yeah.
Has he?
Yeah.
Right.
I'll double-check that.
Yeah.
But yeah, Yatesy won the Coppa Agostoni after getting a top 10 in Emilia. Had a good back end of the year, 5th in Montreal as Adam, and had signed a new contract extension about 2 or 3 weeks ago, actually, to take him through to the back end of 2028. So he's found a happy home here after several years with Ineos and then Orica as well.
There we go. There's a 92nd victory is at Del Toro for Team Emirates XRG. An absolute record for this century. Excuse me. And a 10% improvement on last year.
Yeah,
the Merckx-Pogacar comparison can wait, but no team in the history of the sport has been as good as this current iteration of UAE Team Emirates. They're the greatest team ever.
Molano has won. He won the Classic Bruges de Panna, a World Tour race earlier in the year, and stays the Tour of Hungary, so 2 wins.
There we go
for the Colombian sprinter. Nudging up now to 2.5 minutes. This is more than fine. I don't think there'll be any panic whatsoever. So this will be the rhythm of the race for the best part of the next hour or so, maybe the next couple of hours, in fact. This is the part of the race where you've got to remind yourself to keep eating and drinking, because it has settled. And we just saw immediately that when we saw Leknes and Demarque caught, first thing they were doing was eating, stuffing their faces full of food. That 15 minutes on the front would have been energy intensive. As look at Asbjørn Helmo's having a conversation,
enjoying himself, isn't he?
Yeah,
off the front in Lombardia, and why not?
Looking very sprightly. Vervaeke looking good as well. Yeah, this group working nicely, and as you can see, it's that sort of climb where you can roll through, and there's a benefit of sitting in the wheel. A little bit steeper here, maybe 4 or 5%.
Yeah, Louis Vervaeke's just renewed his contract, hasn't he? Extended his contract with Soudal Quickstep right the way through. Been offered a 3-year deal through to the end of 2028. That's very much more common than it used to be, isn't it now? The multi-year deals that are on the table.
Yeah, a lot more 3, 4, 5-year deals. Still a lot of 2-year deals, but as you say, a lot more 3-year deals. It used to be just 1 or 2-year contracts, didn't it?
Yeah.
And now we're seeing these super contracts, and even moving into realms of life contracts.
Yeah.
So I think Mads Pedersen has one with Trek, and Wout van Aert has one with Visma Lease Bike. He's just going to race here for the rest of your career, basically.
As does Marianne Vos.
Exactly. Yep.
She's got a life contract.
So one would imagine that means working in or around the team or the sponsors in some capacity post-cycling career as well, post-racing career, should I say.
Yeah.
There's the man whose favourite vegetable is potatoes, Tom Scoins, just at the back. I was joking around with him earlier in the year about his love for potatoes, because Latvian's famed for its potatoes. I said, I bet you're like an ambassador for potatoes, aren't you? And he said, yes, I am.
Oh, he really
and he's
is.
Spoken at the World Potato Convention via Zoom link. Honestly, Ned. So, because I was just joking. So he's a potato ambassador.
Good grief.
Yeah.
So he's passionate about it.
Absolutely passionate about it, and they're a great source of carbohydrate and very tasty with cheese. But, yep. Talking of confidence, this man on our screen just there was, well, not Adam Buru, but Izagirre was 4th last year. Easy to forget, just off the podium. So a great ride by Izagirre. Again, illustrative of the type of race this is, how difficult it gets at the back end. Although it can be a race that rewards the patience as well. It's a race that comes to you. If you take on this race, you will pay the consequences. But quite often you need to ride at that, feather that point of aggression and tactics, try and be on the front foot if you can, but over this sort of distance, with this sort of elevation, the race will come to you. Just by riding this sort of distance and these sorts of climbs, you've got to be very careful about your energy management, and it does suit the rider that can just take that repeated punishment. Mature riders come to the fore, riders with experience, the likes of Mollema, who are just used to riding long distance through difficult terrain, just generally just float to the top. So obviously you need that dynamic range to ultimately try and score a win here, but it does favour those riders who prefer attritional races and just natural selections happening in a very old school way towards the back end, and the way that this race is weighted with the climbs, or most of the climbing is packed within the last 2/3.
Well, very nearly at the top of the climb. They go over the top officially at 199.8 kilometres to go, where the big crowds are gathered and the bells are ringing at the top of the sanctuary. one of the most iconic spots in all of world cycling, in this wonderful sport of ours that is replete with these special points on the map, which come to the fore at different points in the calendar as well. In the spring, of course, it's the Poggio, and in the autumn, this climb in particular is always a feature of Il Lombardia.
That's a great shot, that, isn't it? As the bells toll, Quinn Simmons takes a swig, wipes his brow, and they drop it. The descent starts and it kicks up again, so they descend for only about 600 metres. The road then climbs again for about a K, and then we start the descent. We drop off the top. And the bunch hovering around 2.5 minutes, but yeah, warm day out there. It's only going to get warmer. And there's the Cycling Museum. Have you ever popped in there, Ned?
I haven't had a chance to do it, no.
It's worth a look if you can. I haven't either, but I've only heard good things.
So a bit of a changed shape at the front of the bunch with the descent in mind. You can see that Tudor Pro Cycling have got Alaphilippe and Stora up towards the front, Q36.5. You'd have thought, well, with Tom Pidcock in mind. And Aulard has moved to the front as well, with Julien Bernard of Little Trek on his wheel.
Yeah, that's Asparin at the front there, just making sure that Tom Pidcock is in position as well. Cool, that bloke had his shoulder out. Tom Pidcock about 20th back, but as you say, yeah, this is just positioning. This is just discipline, making sure that the leaders are in a decent position over the top of this climb, because it is a fast descent. We've got that little drop off before a small kick, and then we commence the descent, which is far steeper than the ascent. It's one the riders would know well, but it's one that could be tricky. Thankfully, conditions are dry, as Matteo Catania just moves up on our right-hand side. They're left with Remco Evenepoel on his wheel, doing exactly what we said, all about discipline, getting all this first section of the race ticked off without any problems. Sivakov also moving through to the front there on the right-hand side.
Just that little injection of pace has cost the breakaway the best part of 30 seconds.
Yeah, definitely. It's just that positioning plate.
Yep. Jan Tratnik on the front, though, from Red Bull Bordeaux-Hansgrohe. He was off the front in Gran Piemonte in the breakaway just the other day, looking very strong.
He was looking good, wasn't he? He's not had the greatest of seasons, is it, by his own admissions. Had a little bit of illness injury, but certainly, you know, a formidable rider at his best. You know, a race winner, a proven race winner, but massively important as a deluxe domestique as well. There we go, over the top. This beautiful autumn sunshine.
Well, it was Pius the 12th, the Pope, in 1949, who proclaimed that this church should be dedicated to the patron saint of cyclists.
A lovely statue there as well.
That's the highs and lows of the race, isn't it, as well? Victory and defeat.
It does look like, I think that's, I don't want to predict, it does look like the face of Coppi, but I'm not overly sure. There we go. This is how tricky this descent is. There's a few hairpins you could definitely get wrong. That looks like it's
Nilsen Paulus, isn't it?
Is he look like he's shaking his hand there? It looks like he might have come down. Again, he was just shaking his hand out there, Ned, as if he might have had a little bit of difficulty. But again, you can see why the GC rids.
Here we go. Let's just have a little spot of that pink jersey. Can we see it? Pidcock, we understand, is down. I'm quite sure where that happened, but
it's just on the outside of that bend. Yep. Just see it's slightly blurred, but they've picked them. Yeah, there we go. Pidcock is, he's up.
He's got a teammate with him who's might have gone down as well, or hard to see. That was Milan Vardar.
It looked like Vardar had gone down as well. He's just checking himself out. Bit of a systems check there. Not good at all. Again, just shows you, Ned, doesn't it? Yeah. How easy it is. I mean, this is a very steep descent. Just look at the how steep those slopes were. Very easy to get it wrong. A bit of a surprise, unless somebody slammed on in front of Tom Pidcock.
It was very congested around that corner, wasn't it? They're all bunched up, taking it very easy, but just, yeah.
That's the last thing. I just hope he's okay. It's the last thing he wants. He's following this race, all things being equal, it's part of his plan to go to the World Gravel Championship tomorrow.
I know, that's insane, isn't it?
I would say that is insane. It's a big order, but, well, let's hope he's okay. But again, we were talking about the discipline at the front of the peloton, all of the leaders moving through to the front to make sure they're safe. There's an illustration why.
So we've seen a couple of big name riders hit the deck in different situations, but Sepp Kuss has been down already. Tom Pidcock on this descent, and Tadej Pogacar just has a little word to his team on the radio there. But yeah, very disciplined positioning from UAE Team Emirates and Tadej Pogacar up towards the front.
Yeah, Michael Storer, Julien Alaphilippe there as well.
Alaphilippe got his winning streak underway for Tudor Pro Cycling. Here's this view of Pidcock again. It's very hard to pick out what's happened.
He's down already.
He's already down there. You can just see him in the shade.
Yeah.
Reaching down to his chain.
Oh, hold on. Yeah, yeah. Just hidden by the trees there, but you're down already with his teammate picking himself up. Yeah, big surprise there.
And it did look like, just before we saw that replay of Pidcock, it did look like Neilson Powless might possibly have gone down as well. So,
yeah, the way he was shaking his hand did certainly suggest that was the case.
What we need to do is find that chap there with the camera phone standing by his motorbike. He knows exactly what's happened.
He's just shaking his leg. I wonder if this is it. No, this is another.
It's Pogacar on the radio.
Yeah, just. Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, eventful already this race, and as you were saying, 2:11, and now Jan Tratnik hits the front. Tiesj Benoot just behind him.
Remco Evenepoel's being moved up on the left-hand side there by his teammate. I think it's Catania once more.
Yeah.
Just trying to get Remco Evenepoel a little bit closer to the front.
Well, the road starts to drop properly. That little descent that we just saw Pidcock crash on, that was the first part of the descent. They had that little pickup, and now the leaders, who are be the best part, 2Ks in front now, at these sorts of speeds, are properly on the descent. So this is where we lose all that elevation in a relatively short period of time. So we've got 8-9% descent in terms of gradients here. A lot more tricky, as you can see, in a regular descent. No real rhythm to this one. On a pretty decent main road, but as you can see, some of these hairpins tighten up dramatically. It's very easy to get it wrong, even in these dry conditions. As we see the picture-in-picture of Tom Pidcock just on the bumper of a team car there. Still off the back, but pedalling. Won't really get a proper sense of how he is until we see him on a flat bit of road. But certainly looks to be holding his form okay. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that one, Ned. Not ideal whatsoever for the Brit.
In the meantime, Jan Tratnik, who's piloting the peloton down this descent, is not hanging around. So they've actually taken a bit, which is unusual, they've taken a bit of time on the descent, whereas normally the breakaway is inclined to take a few more risks and actually take the opportunity of a descent to gain a bit of time, and the peloton would be normally a little bit more conservative, but the opposite is happening right now, or rather Tratnik's just doing a very good job, and they're all on his wheel at 2 minutes and 9 seconds. You can just see the fringe of that big pre-alpine ridge shrouded in clouds on this misty day.
A bit mysterious, don't they? They're pretty high up, aren't they? 2,500 metres.
Yeah, I remember you and I this time last year, the day before Lombardia, which was held in the opposite race route, we drove to the top of the Simona climb, didn't we? And I think
it was lovely.
We were both quite startled by just how big these mountains are. I mean, they are the pre-Alps, but when you get to the top of one of these ridges, it feels like an Alp.
Yeah,
like they're proper mountains. Yeah.
Yeah, we parked up and had a little walk around, and it's just absolutely stunning. There you go, another one of the hairpin there, very steep hairpin, super steep in there on the apex there, almost like a drop-off, like a step, and then the warning signs here on the right-hand side giving you an indication of the severe gradients. And not with these stone walls either side as well, no margin for error whatsoever. So you've got to pick your way down nice and carefully. And also be aware that at this time of year, some of the sides of these climbs will be in shade all day long, so you could even on a dry day get damp patches. So you've got to be just a little bit cautious, a little bit careful.
Well, they're heading into the outskirts of the little town of Bellagio, which is at the very end of this triangular peninsula.
Oh, look at that.
That sticks out into the southern end of Lake Como. Some of the most expensive housing in all of Italy here, these villas. Industrialists, minor aristocrats, and
Hollywood stars
and footballers from both AC and Inter Milan tend to buy property up here.
Any World Feed commentators, Ned, that you know of?
It's not quite in our compass, I don't think.
I was going to ask you where your gaff was, mate. But, I mean, that's absolutely stunning, isn't it? I know we've been privileged enough to commentate on this race year after year, but I'm never tired of these stunning views.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful part of the world.
I think when you see races like this, and we celebrate Lombardia as the closing last big European appointment to race in the cycling calendar, it just rams home my belief that as much as it's a bit of a financial basket case, no one should tamper with the rhythm of the cycling calendar as it drifts from the one-day cobbled classics of Belgium, Milan-San Remo in its own particular place in the Ligurian coast. Well, through the 3 Grand Tours where they are, and then ending with this, it just feels right, doesn't it?
I mean, arguably, you could mix around Liège, Flanders and Roubaix slightly, but the race with the falling leaves and La Primavera, you can't, can you?
No.
They are fixed, autumn
yep.
and the opening one. So I think it's fair to say that Milano Sanremo and in Lombardia should be where they are, but maybe you could move the others around and nobody would really notice too much. And we have seen Flanders and Roubaix flick around a couple of times. But there we go, Tom Pidcock back on.
He's back. In the company of Nielsen Paulus as well, rider 65, who's just at the back there with Andreas Leknesund, who's trying to counter-attack. Testing his bike.
Yeah, trying to have a close look and see if he's got any scrapes to his shorts or anything. And it wouldn't have been a particularly high-speed crash, but he's almost got in that mountain biking technique on the hoods, out of the saddle, and there is something wrong with his bike. So it looks like he's just drifting off, or is he? He's just having a look down.
Yeah, something's bothering him.
Yep. He should be fine. It's the early... I mean, the reason he was just, like, jumping his bike there is basically when you do that, it tests for rattles. So when you bang your bike, you can actually feel if anything has come loose. And if you're just riding and pedaling quite often, you can't actually feel that until it's too late and something catastrophic happens or something fails on the bike. So the reason he was out the saddle thumping his front wheel was to cause a jarring effect, and then you can actually hear and feel any bolts that have become loose or anything like that. So that's what he was doing there, just testing out a system check of his bike. I think he looks physically okay, to be perfectly honest with you. The way he's holding himself on the bike, there's no real indication of any injury. He might have got a scrape to his knee and maybe his elbow. But
just reaching down to his left shoe, wasn't he? Just to check that ratchet hadn't been affected by the fall. So that would imply that he fell on his left side a little bit. Look at that. The hazy sunshine above and his terracotta roofs of these villas nestled into the gentle side of the banks of Lake Como. They are...
a helipad just there, Ned, blimey.
Is there?
Yeah, there's a little cheeky helipad.
Well, they've got to commute to work in the San Siro somehow,
Of course they have.
Yeah, they're through Bellagio now and effectively going through a 180-degree hairpin, and they'll start to head in a southerly direction along the banks of the lake. In towards the sun now, as we pass midday here in Italy. This long bike race, not the longest of the one-day classics, but in terms of the amount of elevation climbed, it's the second hardest one-day race of the entire year. The hardest this year being the Rwanda World Championships, which is over 7,000 metres of climbing. But this is the second hardest, 4,639 metres.
Yeah, that's pretty hilly. There we go, stunning views on the left. Not too much time for the riders to take a gander. It's this road just carved into the rock face, and it twists and turns. They're certainly out of sight, definitely not out of mind at the moment, but relaying really well. And this is this very long, flatter section that we're talking about now. Even with that climb, 45k an hour average speed, that's going to pick up again. Probably going to hit the next climb with an average of about 47k's an hour, I'd imagine, 46k's an hour. So
that's fast, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's fast.
A big chunk of distance already dealt with now.
They'll be racing for another hour or so, perhaps a little bit less than an hour before they get to the next climb, though.
Yep.
It's 40 kilometres up the road when they start to climb the Roncola Alta, which is a sterner test by far than the one they've just been over.
Yeah, it's 9.4 kilometres long, so a long climb, 6.6% average gradient. But the last K and a half and the opening kilometre are very shallow. Here's Tom Pidcock. So
he's being offered a shoe.
Yeah, he's broken his, as you said, because it was that left-hand bend, you pointed out it would have fallen on his left-hand side, testing his ratchet. So yeah, something's happened with the fixing system.
So he's going to change his shoe. This is one of the skills you just have to learn, isn't it?
Yep.
I wonder how many times in a rider's career they actually have to do this in a race. Did you ever do this?
I have. I've changed shoes once.
In a race?
I broke the cleat on the bottom of the shoe. I was involved in a crash and the cleat just sheared off. So I had no way of tethering my foot to the pedal, so I got a spare shoe out. But every single rider will have a wet bag. It's called a wet bag because primarily it has wet weather clothing in it, but also there's a pair of shoes. So he'll have a pair of shoes in Team Car 1, he'll have a pair of shoes in Team Car 2, set up for moments like this. It is quite rare. It's certainly not often you get a rider that changes shoes, but it does happen every now and again. And although the system, the closure system on the shoe is actually a little bit vulnerable. Well, there we go.
Yeah, just a little nod to British racing history. The only British rider ever to win Lombardia is Tom Simpson, and it's the 60th anniversary of his victory today, which is a fact I didn't realise. Yeah, Tom Pidcock made that look absurdly straightforward. I think most people, if they tried to do that, would have been sat by the side of the road.
Fiddling around, faffing about for ages.
It was very efficient there from Q36.5. And Pidcock, who seems, as you say, he seems to be fine, doesn't he?
Yeah. I think the last most famous shoe incident had to be Mathieu van der Poel in Glasgow. When he laid it down, the ratchet came off, actually broke, but there was no time then with 15k's to go for him to get a spare pair of shoes. He had to basically race with his foot loose. So basically he said he had to lock his foot into position and adopt a different pedalling style with his right leg, raking the pedals round, so he didn't pull his foot out of his shoe.
That's incredible, isn't it?
Yep. Got a couple. Is that
a counter-attack?
It looks like it is a counter-attack. Yeah. Split. Yep. That probably happened on the descent.
This is the back end of the peloton on the descent. Yeah, that's not so much a counter-attack coming off the front, but a split in the bunch. Yep. So the front end of the peloton a little bit further up the road. There they are. You just pick them out ahead.
It's quite a big split, that, Ned, isn't it? That's a not inconsiderable split. We
noted, just by courtesy of the time gap, how quickly Jan Tratnik was actually leading the bunch down, and that's put pressure in the bunch and split it. And that was a big group.
Yeah, there's a lot of riders off the back there. Well, we imagine that has happened on the descent. I wonder if something else has happened unsighted to cause such a big gap, because that's a really big gap to open up. But it does happen from time to time.
So that's the front group.
Yeah, it's roughly half the peloton, or a third of the peloton, are out the back at the moment. And there certainly wasn't the climbing that did it. It was something that happened on the descent, or somebody's just let the wheel go, and there we go. There'll be a few riders, well, not exactly panicking, but they need to sew that back together because they're not hanging around. And the lead is basically just flatlined. It's just stayed the same, 2 minutes and 17 seconds.
So my question is, where's Tom Pidcock?
He'll be at the back here, won't he?
That's the point, isn't it?
Yep.
So with Nielsen Paulus, Andreas Leknesson, those three big-name riders caught out in this split. So he's hoping that this comes back.
Yeah, they should bring this back together. But again, because there's so many riders here, they will be relaying well. It looks like Cofidis are riding hard because...
The signs aren't good here, though, of organisation at the front at the moment, are they? Not particularly. We've got Postanel and Cofidis rotating. That's Aular of Movistar with a couple of VF Group Bardiani riders, but they need to get organised here.
Yeah, they do. The thing is, this is the time to do it. They've settled into rhythm. Okay, it's a hard pace, but they do need to bring this back. Otherwise, it could spell the end for several decent riders, including the aforementioned Tom Pidcock, so not an ideal situation at all there.
That said, UAE Team Emirates and Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe, they've got no vested interest.
Oh, no.
They've got no need to. Well, I don't know. Pidcock's off the back, but they won't race to keep this group off.
No, they'll just keep riding at the same pace they're riding at now, and it's up to the riders behind to try and get back on if they can. They certainly won't ease. It was a racing incident, but I'm just wondering if something else actually happened for such a large gap to open up, whether there was a little bit of a crash that blocked the road temporarily, so a significant gap opened up quickly, because that is an unusually large gap to have opened up. But maybe that'll come out in the wash. But look at that, it's best part of 30 seconds, 35-second gap. It's a beautiful sunshine. This is the move. These are our leaders. And what it will do, as we wend our way southerly, gently meandering along the slopes by the edge of this beautiful lake in this lovely autumn sunshine. Just look at the reflection there of the sun as the drone follows this breakaway. Let's give everybody the move. 14 strong, a bit of a name check. Meanwhile, behind, this is the peloton, or the main part of the peloton. There's the best part of 40 riders off the back, but the breakaway consists of Gael Glivar of Alpecin Deceuninck. Thibaut Guernalec is there from Arkea B&B, a team that are sadly folding at the end of the year. Their team management announced sadly the other day that the search for a sponsor has borne no fruit, so that team will be no more. A big, big shame. Also in the mix, Pello Bilbao of Bahrain victorious. 3 riders from the British squad, Ineos Grenadiers, in the form of Pipo Ganna, Lucas Hamilton, the Aussie, and Victor Langolotti from Monaco. Quinn Simmons, the United States road race champion, is there for Lidl Trek. Walter Calzoni is there for Q36.5. The Belgian, Liv Vavike, is there for Soudal Quickstep, a teammate of Remco Evenepoel, of course. 2 riders from Jayco Alula. In the purple and grey, Asborn Hilmos and Michael Matthews. Björn Kurt is there, the young Brit, for Pitnick Post LL. Mattia Bais, the Italian, there for Polti Visit Malta, and rounding out our 14 riders clear with a gap of 2 minutes 17 seconds at the moment is the man from the Netherlands, Bart Lemon.
Matt, this gap is not coming down.
It's going out to the chasing group.
That chase group is in trouble here. That's what is it now? 37-second gap.
Yeah, that isn't good.
And it's only going one way. There'll be no change in the pace being set by Domen Novak and Matteo Sobrero, who are just holding the breakaway at 2 minutes and 18 seconds, which they have to do. They can't do anything else. But the organisation, last time we saw Group 3, was not there. And nor were the numbers. And almost self-selectingly, by definition, some of the, if you like, weaker riders are in that group, you know, so they've got that. They haven't got the horsepower of the riders who are doing the work at the front.
Yeah, exactly. No, you're totally right. Even though Domen Novak is going to be riding on the front for the best part of the next hour or so, hour and a half, you can just see that yawning gap behind. They're riding at the best part of 48, 50 k's an hour here, and as you can see, they're not hanging around. Sometimes it just amazes me how fast they ride so early. They're fueling differently now. Racing has just changed, and this is no easy gap to cross. It's 40 seconds now, Ned.
Yeah.
That's worrying. That really is worrying. I think this is the chase group behind. They pulled out all the vehicles. Cofid is seen to be, or appear to be, the team that's doing a lot of the chasing. I think another rider's dropped back. I wonder if that's somebody from is that Picnic Post? No, it's one of the Lidl Trek riders. I'm wondering if a couple of Ciccone or somebody else is in this group. And it is Polti Visit Malta riding with Q36.5.
Well, it's Pidcock, isn't it? He's the he's the big name casualty here.
Uno X Cofid is riding as well.
Yeah. There's Neilson Paulus. Yeah. Well, yeah, I think Ben Healy is safely at the front, so one of their 2 favourites, EF Education. He's a little bit isolated, is Paulus here at the moment.
Yeah, 105, just rolling back. That was a Jacopo Mosca. There's also one UAE rider in there as well. It's Rafa Majka. So Majka's in this group as well. He won't really need to do assist in the pacemaking, but again, the last thing he wants to do is be caught on the wrong side of a split, so he'll be eager to try and bring things back together here. Also Zander Morris are there. Last year finished inside the top 10, of course, or was 10th.
173, that's Roman Combo from...
also Skelmio's is here as well, so Skelmio's on the radio. Still holding steady at
Yeah.
40 seconds here, so that isn't a good position for Skjelmose to
So
be in.
he's an important rider. So too is Tom Pidcock, Nielsen Paulus. They're the key riders who are in this group. Picanzoli is there. One of the riders from Red Bull Border Hansgrohe is Pellizzari.
Yeah, that's not good
Giulio
at all.
Pellizzari's also been caught out.
Yeah.
Some quite big names here. I mean, they're not the key favourites, they're not the out-and-out favourites, but there's some substantially important... Arensman.
Yeah, Arensman would be one of the leaders for Jonas Grenadiers.
Pellizzari, Arensman, Paulus.
43 seconds now, so
Pidcock.
this is going out. So this lead from 40 to 44 seconds, this is going out. This is a worrying time. Still plenty of opportunities to bring it back, but they do need to get riding now. They clearly are, and we're just panning back to look at the complete composition to see if there's anybody else that's a little bit of a surprise.
Romain Combo.
Oh, Gregoire, the leader of Groupama
Yep.
FDJ, also in there. So there are some outlying favourites who have been caught behind in this split. Leknesson there as well, one of the early attackers. Well, the counter-attacker never got across the gap.
I mean, as the time gap continues to go, it shouldn't be going out this fast, should it? With this number of teams and these number of riders caught out, with just 2 riders riding on the front of the bunch, unconcerned by this gap.
There's Tom.
There's Tom Pidcock.
There's Tom Pidcock, last man. He's just, what he's got to do now is just retain his composure. He can't afford to do any riding on the front. If he's got ambition in this race, of course he has, but this is a difficult situation. It's certainly not irretrievable, but he's going to be a little bit concerned, a little bit nervous, and I think we're just about to see the entire world. There's the list of some of the hitters: Arenburu, Gregoire, Arensman, Skjelmose and Pidcock we've all identified, and that's the best part of 50 odd riders, maybe 60 riders in that big split, hovering at around 40 seconds behind.
Yeah, I mean, Thymen Arensman has got half his team at the front of the race in the breakaway, so he hasn't got Filippo Ganna to come to the rescue. Pellizzari will not receive any support from Red Bull Border Hansgrohe because he's just missed out, and they've got Roglic and Hindley at the front of the race, or in the main peloton. So even though there are big names in that group, they're not necessarily going to have the team around them to actually assist in shutting it down.
And to your point that you mentioned earlier on, because of the way that the peloton naturally is over a course like this at this point in the year, generally will be the weaker riders or the riders with lesser ambition, so we say, at the back. So you haven't really got strength in resource either. Luckily for Tom Pidcock, he's got a couple of teammates with him. There's a few riders from Cofidis riding there as well, but again, limited resource. They are bringing it back, but essentially they're just matching the pace of the riders in front. It is very, very hard. Luckily, Uno X have got riders here as well, so they've got at least 5 riders back here, including one of their leaders, Leknesson. So they'll ride as well. I do think they'll bring it back, but this is going to take the best part of 15-20 Ks to bring this back at this speed, because they are just not hanging around. We saw how hard Sobrero was. We saw the shape of the bunch. They're not going to let up at all. And remember, the speed that they're maintaining at the front and in the breakaway is hard enough. So that this group behind, for the reasons we've discussed, I know it's simple, but they have to go faster by quite a bit to make up that gap. It's certainly not ideal at all. They got still 40 seconds.
It's not inconceivable that Pidcock's team, Q36.5, if they've got 2 or 3 riders in the peloton, they might be sent back now.
I've seen one or 2 riders have come back. There's definitely one rider. I think it was one of the Uno X riders who came back.
Little Trek might even be minded to send a couple back.
Yep. Thing is, although they're clearly racing here, they have to, because they don't want to give that breakaway too much of a lead. It's holding steady. They're essentially riding at the same pace as the break. It means they've got to use this little bit of road. The last thing they want to do is have to ride hard on the climb. They need to use this flat section to bring it back. But it's such a strong move in front. Now, the race is being dictated by the pace of this group in front, and it's 14 riders strong rolling through. And all you've got with the third group on the road is maybe 5 or 6 riders rolling through with a different set of ambitions, clearly different physical shape, and therefore not quite the same resource, and a resource that's got to disproportionately work harder to get back in contact as well. So difficult situation. I'm still a little bit perplexed on what happened. I'm sure there must have been some sort of incident that caused a gap that was allowed to open up so significantly.
Asbjørn Helmoser, the Danish rider from Jayco Alula, he's at the front of the race. One of two Jayco Alula riders at the front, supported by the veteran Aussie, Michael Matthews, who's a versatile rider. Michael Matthews, capable of winning in all sorts of terrain, but not a rider who can flourish in Lombardia. So he'll do what he can for his teammate.
Well, that just tells you about Michael Matthews as a rider. He can function very, very well on punchy terrain. And as you said, these climbs are just a little bit too long. But the fact he's got himself up the road just shows that he's fully focused and willing to commit, put himself in the frame to help the team out. And he'll just ride as deep into this race as he can and just see what happens behind. But this is, I think, in terms of the way the race is ridden, right now it's perfect for UAE Team Emirates. It is a strong move out in front, but surprisingly, they've got assistance from another squad, so it's almost perfect. Almost a perfect scenario here. A break that they're keeping on a relatively short leash with quality riders, but no one there that's going to really worry any of the big hitters trying to win this bike race. But they still have to manage it, and it takes resource. But still a big surprise for me to see Bora Hansgrohe in the mix. But again, well, Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe shows it, but again, maybe it gives us an indication of how Roglic is feeling as well. There's clearly been an instruction there to ride on the front. So we'll see, but very, very interesting indeed.
Good conversation there. These are obviously little highlights, slow motion images from earlier on in the race between Matteo Sobrero and Domen Novak. Sobrero, the cat. We were discussing earlier how Italian riders like to have animal nicknames. I'm surprised that no one's ever taken the stallion or the horse. That'd be a good one, wouldn't it?
I'm sure there must be a stallion. I'm sure. But I don't know.
What would you have gone for, Matt, back in your racing day?
The Marmoset, I think.
Matt the Marmoset.
Yep. Furry, scurries around, quite keen. Not overly powerful, but kind of agile. Definitely not me now. Have to come, yeah, that's not what I am now.
So that was the descent off the Ghisallo climb where the split in the peloton occurred, and you can see Tratnik was not hanging around, and just in that little replay there you could see the gaps opening up, and it must have, I'm not sure that a crash actually caused the split. It was just the pressure that Tratnik was putting the bunch under, I think.
Yeah, it sometimes happens that a gap opens up and you've got riders, there's a hesitation. You get riders swinging off the wheel, I'm not going to shut that one. Then another thinks, well, if you're not going to shut it, I'm not going to shut it. And then in a few hundred metres, the gap opens up to 5 or 10 seconds. And then you're looking around for assistance, and there's this brinkmanship that happens. I wonder if this is them getting difficult to say.
I think this is...
Is it they're getting back on?
I think this is the third group getting back on. Yeah, Q36.5, Uno X and Cofidis. And there's Pidcock riding in fourth wheel there. So actually, they've done it quite quickly.
They have. I'm wondering if that time gap was correct actually when it was, because 40 seconds in a couple of Ks.
There we go.
But they're fully committed here.
That's a big ride.
It was.
However exaggerated that time gap on the screen might have been, that still is an almighty effort that those three riders had to put in just to rescue that situation as they continue to move south along the banks of Lake Como.
Yeah, and I think what it does, it just reminds us of why we saw what we saw at the top of the climb of the Ghisallo, with teams moving through to the front, because you can and you will get these splits on complicated descents sometimes. We saw several riders crash, the most high profile of which were Neilson Powless and Tom Pidcock, and then we saw this significant split with some of the hitters at the back having to use valuable resource. It's the last thing you want to do, hence get yourself at the front. So there you go, just a classic illustration of why we see teams, even very early in the race, just making sure their protected resource, their protected riders are at the front over these technical climbs.
And in the meantime, the time gap between Group 1 and 2 from the breakaway to the peloton has come down quite quickly to 1 minute and 56 seconds.
Yeah.
You bear in mind at the bottom of the Madonna del Ghisallo climb, I think they had 2 minutes and 38. They've lost 40, 50 seconds.
They have. But what it gives...
Oh, Tom Skujins attacking. Well, that's definitely an attack. Lidl Trek have got one rider at the front of the race. Tom Skujins, the Latvian national champion, sensing an opportunity to ride across a 2-minute gap.
Oh, no, basically...
yeah, OK, fine.
That's what that was.
So... Skuj demonstrating that he was suggesting the motorbike was far too close to the front of the bunch and assisting, so the opposite of an attack really, assisting Domen Novak and Matteo Sobrero in bringing that time gap down, which it has been coming down rather quickly, and Skuj making his point very forcibly there.
Yeah. No, it's, he's clearly, because he's been riding out already in the front and has heard that the time gap has come down. And remember, he's got Quinn Simmons up in front. And so it's just, you know, and the reason that Little Trek put a rider in the front is to put pressure on UAE. It's as simple as that. And by his view there, they were getting a little bit of a free ride. It's not Domen Novak's fault, it's just the way things are sometimes. So sometimes it's about perception. But there has been a lot of criticism, vocal criticism, about TV motorbikes being so close. They are trying to give us the best pictures they can, and it's quite a difficult balance to try and strike. But I do understand the frustration.
It's quite an ugly sight in some ways, isn't it, when a rider does that in a race? And maybe there should be some thought put into what should arise in that sort of situation, whether or not riders should be able to effectively boss around TV operators doing their work, or if they do have a legitimate complaint, surely they should relay that to the commissaires in the race rather than actually directly address it themselves.
Yeah, a little bit impatient there. No, I totally agree, and it is quite an interesting one, isn't it? Whether you should think, just to address that matter, there should be a regulator riding or in tandem with the big TV motorbikes, just to make sure that there's a defined distance which they need to ride at.
Well, there is, isn't there? I mean, there are actually in the regulations. There are, I can't remember what they are, but
I think it's
10
there
meters defined. Yeah,
10 or 20 meters, something like that.
I suppose it's a resources issue, isn't it? You can't have one regulator just dedicated to that one function.
But you could see, subsequent to that little remonstration by Tom Schoens, the motorbike actually moved to the other side of the road, so similar kind of distance, but on the opposite side of the road, so they weren't. But then what you see is the riders in the breakaway or in the chasing bunch behind just following the motorbike on a wide road like this. It's naturally what you do. But also, what we see as well there is there's a Cameron motorbike just in front of the breakaway, giving it a similar kind of benefit if there is one. And I know there definitely is one, but it's the same. It is the same for everybody. But again, you can just see how much of an impact it can have, and how it does impact some riders mentally. Sort of frustrating, especially when they know it's hard enough to try and win bike races at this level when Tadej Pogačar's riding, and he obviously perceived that it was they were being giving a little bit of extra assistance as that would be the transponder that was a bit loose on the bike of Bais there.
And he's now riding without one, the younger of the two Bais brothers. It's Bart Lemon just going through. The Dutchman riding for Visma Leasebike.
He's going to be with the team through to 2027, another long-term contract, the man from Utrecht.
A man from the Dutch Air Force.
Yeah, interesting story behind his voyage, well, his journey into cycling.
Yeah, fascinating.
Mr. Mollema.
The only other winner of Il Lombardia, apart from, whose name isn't Tadej Pogačar in this peloton. One more year for Bauke Mollema in those very lurid team colours of Lidl Trek. Borderline iconic, aren't they?
They've done such a good job. I think the branding of the Lidl Trek team has been a stroke, not exactly a stroke of genius, but exceptionally good marketing. They've got great social media, very, very good PR. They're very generous, giving the press access to their riders. And as you say, the kit is so familiar now, it does actually feel like it's been around far longer than it actually has.
Yep.
It is quite, I think it's fair to say that it is quite an iconic look. It's so distinctive with the colours there.
So on the flat, working on the front, Domen Novak touching 400 watts and holding that power as well for not just minute after minute, but hour after hour at this stage in the race.
Yeah. I mean, they are moving very quickly here. Yeah, just holding steady at about 2 minutes. There's Tadej Pogačar just off the wheel ever so slightly. On the radio again. Constantly in communication. He's quite a chatty fellow, isn't he, today?
Matthias Skjelmose from Lidl Trek, who it's a worrying little moment for him in the company of Tom Pidcock, Tymon Ironsman, and Wilson Paulus was off the back, but safely back in the fold.
Yeah, classy bike rider. When you look at the victory of Skelmoser in Amstel Gold, he's going to treasure that podium, isn't he? Putting away Remco Evenepoel and Tadej Pogacar in a 3-up sprint.
It's one of the most surprising results of the entire year.
It was.
He's had some interesting things to say, hasn't he, Matthias Skelmoser?
He's quite outspoken.
About the addition to the Lidl Trek squad for next year of Juan Ayuso and the relative status of those two GC riders. Yeah, pretty outspoken, saying that wasn't the deal that I signed up to, giving the impression that he thought he would have the completely undiluted support of the entire squad in terms of the Tour de France selection, but clearly upset by the addition to the squad of Juan Ayuso, and understandably so, if that was the understanding.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. I think the addition of Ayuso is a really interesting one, but I think it's a valid one because, you know, Skelmoser is a very, very good bike rider, but I think Ayuso in the Grand Tours could be better. I think he is. But I think what Skelmoser was maybe irked about was the fact nobody told him in the team they were signing him, and then they announced it, so he wasn't aware of it. And I think that maybe it's the comms within the team that he's more upset about, that he first heard about it when it was announced rather than, you know. But again, you know, I think what Rods have to remember is, although he might be a team leader, even the state of Skelmoser, Lidl Trek is a big team, and they can sign who they want. And it's the management who make the decisions, not the riders, unless you're a Tadej Pogacar, unless you're a Remco Evenepoel, when you have a little bit more influence. But yeah, he's a confident young man who's won some big bike races. But I actually think the addition of Ayuso in terms of the general classification gives them real potential clout, and actually I think it might help assist Skelmoser and be a bit more focused in his ambition. I think they've got a realistic prospect of finishing on the podium in Grand Tours with the addition of Ayuso.
Slightly suggesting it was out of the frying pan and into the fire for Juan Ayuso, though, leaving a team where he's had some quite public rivalries with fellow leaders in teams, and straight into another squad where apparently he's got a rival within the squad.
No, it's quite interesting to see how it plays out. But I wish them both all the best. But
you're absolutely right. Ayuso has got that pedigree about him, and Skelmoser, for all his success so far, hasn't really suggested that he hasn't threatened yet for a podium in a Grand Tour.
No.
So crossing over the mouth of the River Adel, as the peloton makes its way now to the next waypoint on the road.
Yes, the top of the Roncola doesn't come to 137.2. We've got a little bit of a climb coming up first, just an uncategorised climb before we drop down and then approach the slopes of the second climb of the day. But once we get to the top of the Roncola, it continues to climb. So the top of the climb is marked at 137.2 k's to go. But we actually ride on for another 7 k's before we actually hit the top of that climb. It's essentially a false flat, a slightly a draggy plateau which takes us up to 1,036 metres, whereas the top of the Roncola is at 858, so another 150 metres of elevation to be gained following the technical top of that climb.
Well, after Tom Scunch made his rather expansive point about the motos, that time gap has ballooned out again to a mighty 2 minutes and 22 seconds. I say with a degree of sarcasm, because that's a very, very slender margin for these for this powerfully composed group of 14 riders to even think about, to even contemplate defending for 162 kilometres.
Yeah, with the sort of firepower that we have behind, we know, and they know, that could be snuffed out in the space of 5 or 6 kilometres on one of these difficult climbs, that's for sure. But despite that, part of the role of the riders in this move, just looking at the composition, the sort of runs we have here, is to do exactly that, is to put pressure on the teams behind. It's okay, satellite riders. I mean, I think for Bahrain, it's more getting a ride up the road for Lenny Martinez. So there's a combination of like, okay, we just put pressure on, let's get a couple of numbers up the road, satellite riders, but we need to try and make it as hard as we can for UAE team Emirates. So this isn't a soft move at all. It's a fighting force. And as a mark of respect, because the group is so good, that's why the lead hasn't been allowed to go out too much. But in turn, it means that Novak is having to ride very hard. But again, Novak is signed for that team because he can take that sort of punishment. He can do the heavy lifting in the first 2-3 hours of a race like this relatively easily. That's what he is paid to do. He's a specialist at this sort of work, and he's got a little bit of assistance from a Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe in the form of Matteo Sobrero, himself a very capable rider, of course, a former Italian TT champion, winner of the stage of the Giro a few years back. He's a classy bike rider. So it's 2v14, but again, the type of riders we've got on the front are paid to do exactly this job. They are deluxe domestiques who can do a lot of the heavy lifting early on.
On a purely logistical level, Matt, a rider like Domen Novak, when he was talking to his DSs about the race back in the team hotel yesterday or even this morning, would they have probably sort of predetermined a place on the roads where there'll be a vehicle parked up at the side of the road and you'll just get into it? Because, I mean, he probably won't finish Lombardia, will he, Domen Novak?
I wouldn't have thought so.
So almost like a pacemaker in a running race in the athletics world. He actually knows precisely where he's going to abandon.
I mean, a rider will roughly know about, well, OK, let's say, well, they knew a break was going to get the road, and then we know we're going to have to ride it. And the best assumption to make was that, do you know what, we're not going to get any assistance. So they have, so that means he can probably go a little bit deeper into the race because he's swapping turns with Sobrero here. But yeah, that there would be a point where there's, OK, at this point, you probably would be done. But at the top of this climb, there's a feed zone, and we've also got the team van, and you can hop in there, and his job's done. So yeah, there will be that sort of thing. But also, some riders, you know, and it's a measure of a rider where there's that in hand, but generally speaking, let's say he pulls the pin, but then there's only like 40 seconds off on the next descent. He gets on the flat, he does another pull. So some riders can go deeper and deeper. We often see riders who fulfill this role. We think they're gone, and the next bit, they're riding back up the outside just to do one last terminal pull for 5Ks before they then go. So that just shows, I mean, riders are able to turn themselves inside out for team leaders, and will do everything they can to make sure that they don't leave anything on the road. But yes, in answer to that question, there will be some sort of facility for when he's pulled the pin to actually get back, or at least ride to a predetermined point. Yeah.
Up on your screen a couple of minutes ago about Esteban Chavez being the only ever former winner of Il Lombardia from outside of Europe, a fellow Colombian, back in 2016, so 9 years ago. Egan Bernal himself returning to Il Lombardia for the first time in 6 years. His last participation came in 2019, which was the year that Bauke Mollema won the race, and Egan Bernal, having won the Tour de France earlier on in the year, he finished in third place in Lombardia, his best finish in this race. Had a good welter, did Egan Bernal, and had a very aggressive start, at least, to the Giro d'Italia in May, before the attrition of the 3 weeks began to weaken him a little bit towards the end. But he started off looking very good, Egan Bernal, and year on year just gets a little bit better. So we look at the still waters of the Adda River that empties into the Po near Cremona, crossing as it does 8 provinces. And already just a brown, light brown, golden tint to the leaves. And this wooded riverbanks either side of this lovely river. Cyclist makes their way up the side of the path on this Strada Bianche. Lovely peaceful scene, isn't it? But the hills are not too far up the road, and they've got plenty of them still to come. The next one, the Roncola Alta, they begin to climb around about 146.6 kilometres to go. Bergamasque Pre-Alps, rising out of the Po River Valley. You can see them from a long way off in this special part of Italy where the flattest part of the entire country, the Po River Valley, suddenly changes dramatically so. around the lakes of the banks of the two great lakes, Maggiore and Como. A few riders know as well as Tadej Pogačar, the back-to-back world champion, having claimed his victory just a couple of short weeks ago in Kigali in Rwanda, the first ever world championships held outside of, well, not Europe, because we've been to North America before, but the first African World Road Race Championships dominated by Tadej Pogačar in terms of the elite men's road race. And here he is, the back-to-back world champion, hoping to rise to a fifth consecutive victory at Lombardia. And what makes his serial success in this particular bike race so extraordinary is that he has never finished in any position other than first.
It's incredible, isn't it?
Winning on debut and following up to win 3 more times in succession. Hasn't missed a year since he came to this race for the first time in 2021.
It's such an important, obviously it's a monument, it's such an important race for the team as well, and the brand of bikes that they ride. I mean, Colnago isn't too far away in Milan, so there's just, and again the park will just suit him down to the ground. It's almost a race that's been built for him. But saying that, any race has been built for any bike race, whether it's flat, hilly, mountainous, cobbled, suits the attributes of Tadej Pogačar. And just a checkered flag at the end of a stretch of road is enough for him, isn't it? He's so ridiculously versatile, so hungry for success. You know, the only time that there was a sense that things might be dimmed in terms of I think his mental tiredness was the back end of the Tour de France, where slightly shorter, I think, with the press a little bit. Said some interesting things about his ambition. But he's certainly come back after an extended rest after the Tour de France and has come back brighter, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed and hungrier than ever, stronger than ever as well. Just the manner of his victories, this winning at will.
What do you think as an ex-pro yourself, Matt, of his very interesting and totally human and understandable after the Tour de France decision on his training roads outside of Monaco, no longer to race in his team kit, to always disguise himself and ride incognito with some sort of slightly ironic messaging, "Do not disturb," one of his jerseys said, I think, or words to that effect. Very understandable, isn't it? I've found the tradition in professional bike racing that riders must wear their team kits to, you know, maximise the exposure of their sponsors. Slightly puzzling when you've got a global superstar like Tadej Pogačar who's just trying to go about his business in private or with the least disturbance as possible, yet they brand him up so that he's completely recognisable. It was interesting that he broke with that tradition.
Yeah, I think he's just a rider that's occupies a completely different sphere. And I think, well, I know that what was draining for him was the amount of time he has to spend answering questions of the press. And I know that the roads around Monaco and Nice, where he lives in Monaco, trains around the roads of Nice in the hills there. There's a lot of cyclists, and he gets recognised a lot and is asked to stop. Punters, riders out will see him, especially in the rainbow bands. It's bad enough being in his team jersey in terms of being instantly recognisable as a member of UET. Remember, it's a big team with some very famous, well-known riders, but the rainbow bands are just, it's just too much. It's just, they're going to be riders that want to come up and stop and talk to him on his training ride, and I think he just wanted a little bit of peace and quiet, so he isn't recognised. So it's almost like, who was that, as they flash by in a dark jersey, and you're not going to spot him from a distance. So I think the fact that there was an ironic twist to it as well meant that it was tongue-in-cheek, but I think realistically he just wanted to be at peace, alone, and there's a constant clamour for his time as well, and I think that was wearing thin. And also the same questions day after day, week after week, you know, and a lot of the questions were, are you ever going to get tired? Are you tired of winning? Was an often question, and his answer, well, I'm tired of that question. He was a little bit mentally fatigued at the end of the tour. And also what was interesting too, and I think this is an important part of the sport that maybe isn't discussed as much, was when he was complaining about other team tactics. I actually think that's something he should expect. Why are they riding like that? It makes me annoyed. Good. that's what Tadej, and I'm a big fan of Tadej, but I think he should expect as long as it's not tactics that are slamming the brakes on and trying to make him crash, other teams have to disrupt him. And if it makes him mentally stale, then the other teams are actually making a slight bit of inroads into the psychological game.
Yeah.
So I think he has to be prepared over the next couple of years for an increasingly psychological gain. And I think he showed it in the Tour that there's not a weakness, but a chink in his armour. OK, we need to annoy him. If we're going to try and unsettle him, we need to ride in the same way we're doing and actually be even more disruptive. So why are you riding like that? Well, we can ride how we want. We're your opponent, so we're going to do what we want. And that was, for me, quite an interesting one. So I think that this year's Tour, the way that, although he was still superior, there was, I think, a little bit of hope. It's like, OK, we can disrupt Tadej, and that's psychologically. And that's by riding in a way that's irritating. And if I was another team, I'd get hope from that. And I'm stepping away and looking at it like globally here. It's like if I was a team manager, how do we disrupt Tadej? How do we unsettle him? And it's by riding in the way we did in the Tour. And I think we're going to see more of that next year. So I think that's something he's going to have to adapt to. And it clearly was mentally draining for him. And then it included off the back of that, people are going to ask him, so why are you complaining about Visma's tactics? And then he's fed up with those questions. So it's like a snowball effect. So I think it's a really interesting topic of discussion. And that's my big takeaway from it anyway.
Well, I think it's a common thing with all great champions, isn't it, that they eventually get fed up with the tactics of their opponents.
Yeah.
I remember, exactly the same point being made by Peter Sagan in his pomp. Why would no one ride with me? Well, because you're Peter Sagan.
You're too good.
And it was a constant lament as well of Mark Cavendish in the HTC Columbia days, wasn't it? Why are we the only team riding? Well, because you've got Mark Cavendish. Of course we're going to look to you. So it's a backhanded compliment, but it does rile these great champions, and I think you're right.
It's part of the game.
I think it's clutching at straws slightly with Tadej Pogacar, but I agree. It was a very interesting development, something new that we learned about Tadej Pogacar.
Yeah.
After 5 years at the top, he's tired, mentally tired.
Yeah. Yeah, and generally speaking, he's been very, very good with the press. And we were both on the ground at the Tour. I did notice a little bit of a shift in his demeanour. And as he identified afterwards, it was just mental fatigue. And also, the race was relentless. The Tour de France was absolutely relentless. All the riders that I spoke to on the ground were saying it's just... I mean, there was hardly any days where they didn't ease. It was flag-to-line racing, wasn't it? And again, as good as Tadej Pogacar is, it's still racing that hard for 3 weeks, despite being dominant, comes at a cost. And we did see the last week of the Tour, that he didn't attack, did he? Like the last 5 or 6 days, there was no real attack, save for that final flamboyant final stage. And it was only Jonas Vingegaard attack. He was happy just to sit in the wheels, and that was an indication of fatigue just setting in. He'd done his job and didn't need to do any more. So it was interesting.
And one rider watching on from a distance who probably was delighted with that change in Pogacar's attitude was Mark Cavendish, I would imagine. Tadej Pogacar kind of spurned the opportunity to pick up 2 or 3 more stage wins and close that gap a little bit. Cav would have been pretty pleased with that, I think.
I think so.
In the meantime, while we're nattering on, we're getting a little bit closer to the foot of the next climb, the Roncola Alta climb. Got about 7 kilometres until they start to climb it, so that's gone by pretty quickly. And the time gap has gone out to the biggest at any point so far today. 2 minutes and 57 seconds. They've almost got a 3-minute gap now.
Yep. Surprised me it's going to go out a little bit. Julian Alaphilippe just at the back there.
A winner in Canada recently, got his first win in the colours of Tudor.
It's a great win, that was, wasn't it? There's a teammate with him for company, Larry Warbasse, who's just signed an extension to his contract. Was almost going to walk away from the sport. No contract at the end of last year. Very late in the day, he signed for Tudor and has settled in very well. And the team run by Fabian Cancellara.
He's got
signed him on for another couple of years, so well done.
He's got a happy habit, hasn't he, Larry Warbasse, of fishing a contract out from the point of no return.
Yes. Well, that happened with Decathlon Age of 2R, didn't it?
Yep.
It's. But yeah, 3 minutes is the lead. Yeah, the Roncola coming up very soon. We've been over that little rise, and again, that little rise is where they lost that time. And it's on the flat, but they'll pick it up again. So in keeping the lead so relatively narrow, what it does, it means they can recover a little bit. When I say they, Domen Novak in particular and Matteo Sobrero can actually back it off on the climb. But to go as hard as you hard on the flat and then hard on the climbs is hard. So you keep the chain tight on the flat where you can gain a bit and actually back off ever so slightly on the climb, recover, and then go again. And keeping the gap at around 2 minutes means they can extend it to 3, maybe even 4, and still have enough scope to bring this back relatively easily in the final third, when we think the race is going to explode, when the race will really come to life. So it's a smart riding here, but riding that Novak is more than used to doing. So I did predict the lead would maybe max out at 4 minutes. That's still a possibility, and it just means that on the flat, it's very easy to let the lead go out too much, and then you've got a lot of work to do on the climb, and you won't get any more help. And UAE and Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe don't want to use any other riders yet for probably the best part of 50k. So I think that we'll see Novak and Cabrera take them over the Roncola, down the other side, and even over the next climb before we get to the double header of the Passo della Crocetta and the Zambla Alto, which are basically 2 climbs for the price of 1.
Ineos team car being called forward. Big changes at Ineos Grenadiers in the backroom staff for next year. That's Dario Cioni, who's been with the team as a rider and as a director sportif ever since their inception in 2010. From one Italian to another, a bottle being handed over. But yeah, some well-established director sportifs who've done good work at Ineos over the last couple of years. Moving on, Ollie Cookson being one of them, the son of the former UCI president Brian Cookson, and Zach Dempster, both moving to Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe. So we expect staff to arrive as well to fill those gaps. And also, of course, Geraint Thomas, having retired his racing career, moving into some sort of a management role, not as a director sportive, but more, I think, strategic and behind the scenes.
Yeah, a little bit more strategic. It's not been defined yet, and I think it's fair to say, chatting to him just a couple of weeks ago, that he's not too sure exactly what it's going to be, but also looking at the young riders, developing the younger riders, not in terms of directly coaching them. He won't have a coaching role, but more overseeing the development of younger riders, and as you say, strategy a little bit, and the way the team is run. And I think ultimately, and I'm reading between the lines here, is in the next 3-4 years, maybe be a very senior manager of that team, directing the whole programme, I think, in the next couple of years. And I think that's what ultimately Geraint will do, depending on how he enjoys it. It's a completely different role, but I think he's a natural leader, and he is excited about the next chapter of his life. So, but again, an undefined role as yet, yep. But I think it will morph into something slightly more defined as we get deeper into the off-season and as next season dawns.
I was given a bit of inside information, a bit of a scoop a few weeks ago, Matt, about, and I can't reveal it on air.
Don't reveal it then.
I'll tease it.
Give us a tease. Give us a trailer.
About quite a big name director sportif who I believe is moving to Ineos Grenadiers. But I can tell you who gave me the information. Because it's an unexpected source of this information. Can't tell you what the information was, but my source was none other than possibly the greatest Dutch darts player of all time, Michael van Gerwen. A name that will mean something to some of you watching on across the world.
There's probably going to be some darts fans out there.
To lots of people, but there we go. He happens to know who's moving to Ineos Grenadiers in the backroom stuff.
Well, that's quite exciting. We will wait and see how that unfolds. I know a lot of people in the gallery producing this race are keen on darts. There you go.
Confirmation coming into our ears that someone's listening to us, at least at this midway point.
I used to play darts as a kid, but so I used to combine darts and cycling, Ned. So I had to have my bike hung up in the shed at home in Bushey, in Hertfordshire, North London. But I had to have a dartboard in the shed, so I had to move my bike and then play darts in the shed with my dad.
That's interesting, Matt. You'd be first on my name. For the best part of a decade, I've been trying to persuade various different cycling promoters to put on a darts and cycling biathlon, because I've got it all worked out how it might work in the track.
Why didn't you call me up? I'd be happy to go. I'm happy to invest.
If any of these promoters actually ever take me seriously with it, I'll bring you on board as a consultant.
I think Bruno Kern would be keen as well to invest.
The only other darts cycling connection that I can offer in this section of commentary is that I once, 10 years ago, posted a darts board to Marianne Vos. because she was very interested in the sport of darts, knew nothing about it. I said, I bet you'd be quite good at
Post
it.
you a dartboard and
So
some darts.
what happened was I bought her as a little gift because I'd done some work with her. I made some bespoke darts flights with MV on and the Olympic rings like that. And I thought, and I bought some darts, a set of darts as well. And I was going to post those to her house in the Netherlands. And I thought that's ridiculous because she won't have a dartboard.
No.
So I thought I'm going to have to buy her a dartboard
Yeah.
now as well. So I bought a dartboard and then posted the whole thing off. It was quite expensive as a
I'd imagine it was.
throwaway gesture in the end. But there we go. Next time I see her, I must ask her if she's ever unpacked it and hung it on the wall.
Yeah, only for the rich. It's
Anyway.
great.
He'd be all right at darts, wouldn't he? That world champion. I think Tadej Pogacar.
Do you know what? Actually, who'd win in a game of darts? Eddie Dunbar or Tadej Pogacar? Get in touch. I think Dunbar would run Pogacar close in a game of darts.
It would be unpredictable.
It would be unpredictable. Good game. I'd watch it. A couple of pints of Guinness on the side.
Now, as far as we know, Fausto Coppi never threw a dart. As far as we know, we can't be sure. But Fausto Coppi is the only other rider in history to have won Lombardia. Well, the only rider so far in history to have won Il Lombardia 5 times. That's what Tadej Pogacar is trying to draw level with, the record of Fausto Coppi. Although Coppi, his 5 editions of Il Lombardia took place over 9 editions, over 8 years in total between 1946 and 1954. Whereas if Pogacar does it today, it'll be back to back to back to back to back.
I think that's Tadej Pogacar's, like part of his purpose now. It's obviously collecting race wins, monument wins, but then records within that is the next step, isn't it? So as well as possibly a fifth win in this race, it's the succession, it's the way that the victories have come about as well. So it's just about setting records and placing himself, well and truly at the top of the pantheon of cyclists in history. As we said, without going back to Eddie Merckx too much, it's about carving himself a quite incredible niche, which will quite possibly never be rivaled. And he's not even finished writing this amazing. 27 years of age, with a contract to 2030. A lot more cycling left, but I just hope that he stays in the game, keeps fresh. And I'm sure just the way that he wins, I still think that hunger is pretty deep. I really, really do.
So you may ask how many riders in the World Tour peloton have started every single monument this year, and the answer to that question is 1. Tadej Pogacar. He's the only rider to have raced every single monument this year. For you, regardless of what he goes on to achieve today in Lombardia in the remaining 140 kilometres, you've closely followed and indeed commentated on probably all of those monuments one way or another. Matt, which of those monuments, either successful or otherwise, in terms of Pogacar's contribution to them, is the most memorable for you this year?
This year, they've been good. I think Liège, he just won Liège as well, didn't he? Yeah,
yes,
he did. He won Liège. He
yeah.
won. He's second or third in Amstel. One Flèche Wallonne, but not a monument. I think the most outstanding battle was Milano-San Remo. I think there was an intriguing battle, more than an intriguing battle in Paris-Roubaix. But when Tadej fell off, it was and then Mathieu got riding. There was a lot of the tension after a while ebbed away, and it was a battle for first and second. But I think the best race of the year for pure spectacle, pure excitement, and also unpredictability, and also the willingness of two of the titans of our sport taking chunks out of each other. It's unrivaled. I think Milan-San Remo was one of the most spectacular races I have ever commentated on.
I would agree, but I think that's so interesting that I would agree it's between Paris-Roubaix and Milan-San Remo for Pogacar's most memorable moments. Which is
and he didn't win that. Yeah,
because he was beaten on both of those occasions. But it was his contribution to those unwinnable races for a rider like Tadej Pogacar was so extraordinary.
I think that's one of the things that, apart from his love for the bicycle, and he clearly cares about this sport, is the races that don't necessarily suit him, that are far more complicated, a little bit more tactical. And as he knows, he hasn't got the biggest engine. When it comes to the flat roads, it becomes a different sort of sport. Can't use that power, that crazy power to rate he's got on the climbs. Although came very close in Paris-Roubaix, and it was just a technical error. But again, Paris-Roubaix, you've got to be good technically. You have this part of the game. You have to be able to ride the cobbles. You have to be able to, out of corner at speed. It just carried a bit too much pace. But he'll learn from that. He'll go back and he'll do it again. But the one that he wants to win the most, from speaking to him, is Milano-San Remo. That's the one he really wants to win. But he said that is going to be the hardest to win for him. But I think once and if he wins Paris-Roubaix and Milano-San Remo, then I think he might think, well, what am I going to do now? But we'll see. But I think the fact they're so complex to win and that he's got a target on his back and there are other riders that can cause him a lot of difficulty, that is what I think continues to drive him.
Yep, completely agree. My word, the average speed is fast, isn't it? This is in Lombardia. This is...
And it's mostly headwind, Ned. I know it's gentle, but they're riding against the wind for the vast majority of the day today.
So the race organisers try and predict what the average speed will be, and their fastest speed that they have accounted for is 41 kilometres an hour over the piste. Admittedly, we've got a lot of climbing still to come. Their average speed that they are predicting is 39 kilometres an hour, and their slowest 37. At the moment, well, the second hour of racing has gone by at 46 kilometres an hour.
It's quick, isn't it?
And that's included the climb of Ghisallo.
Well, when you get a break that strong in front of you, there has to be a response from behind, and they're the sorts of speeds they're riding at now. And I do think, I mean, we've commentated collectively on a lot of bike races over the last few years, and we're getting, I think, the what's it called? The average speed, or the road book that we have in all bike races gives you 3 sets of speeds. It's a slow speed, an average speed, and then a fast. And generally, more often than not, they're off the charts fast.
Yeah.
And they're breaking records. I think, again, it was the fastest Paris-Roubaix. I think it's the fastest or the second fastest Milan-San Remo. Just getting faster and faster and faster. And I think the road books are being slow to update, because they're based on average speeds from a few years ago, maybe 5 or 6 years ago, and the speeds of races has moved exponentially quicker over a very short period of time, mostly due to the way the riders are fueling. Again, they're fueling differently and therefore able to race faster for longer, and the average speeds have been knocked up. So I think this is actually now quite normal and has been for about 2 years. But they seem extraordinary because we've got old school timetables, and even into headwinds in some races that they're still exceeding the fastest average speed. So I think there needs to maybe be just a tiny bit of adjustment forwards to compensate for the ridiculous speeds they're riding at and what they're able to do, both across men's and women's racing. They're just moving faster for multiple reasons, including primarily fueling, but also the technology as well. Tyres, kit, they're just fast.
And without wanting to naively claim that all is perfect in the world of cycling and that doping doesn't exist any longer, it is a completely different paradigm from what it was 15, 20 years ago in terms of the propriety of the sport. And I think a lot of these advances in terms of focusing with incredible detail and attention on every aspect of the way a rider prepares, both in terms of the equipment and the physiological preparation, is as a result of the cleaner era of cycling. There has to be, for a long time, when cycling had a real doping problem, there was a lot of complacency within cycling, wasn't it? It didn't really matter, apart from the various way of preparation, in inverted commas. And so I think a lot of the gains that have been made in the peloton across the piece are a result of the fact that we're living in a cleaner era now. Yeah,
and our understanding of human physiology has changed, and we understand, especially with the application of aids that are more used in a medical scenario.
Gansori? No, it's one of his teammates. Yeah, shake of the head and
starting to struggle. That's Gomez, isn't it? Yeah, Gomez starting to. That was definitely a shake of the head. They're starting to suffer on the lower slopes of the Roncola, 5.7 k's long. But yeah, there's the way we're able to understand on a case-by-case basis the way riders function is a game changer as well. Normally it would be a one-size-fits-all training program, You're a sprinter, you're a GC rider, this is what you do, this is what you eat. But now they're individually tailored programs, and we're talking about, we know how each individual rider, the calorie expenditure per race, what their job is on the race, where that fits in, and also their unique physiology, how they're able to process fuel and how they recover. There's all these sleep aids as well. We know how, all the teams now have got sponsors in terms of measuring every single set of metrics, and you're able to fine-tune that and get the most out of every single rider. Are we seeing a little coming together here?
A couple of riders coming to a standstill on the right-hand side of the road, going off-road a little bit there as well. Running out of road. I think there's a little pinch point there. That was Roland. And one of the riders from Uno X, Johannes Kulseth, from the Kulseth family, whose father is the general manager of Uno X, and he's one of 4 brothers. I think all professionals, the Kulseths, 3 or 4. Johannes, I think, is the youngest of the brothers. Up they go, though, the Roncola climb. It's a pretty steady gradient, actually, all the way to the top. 5.2 kilometres to go for the breakaway. 2 minutes and 45 seconds down. As you can see, the peloton now on these quite steep lower slopes.
Yeah, this is a little steep kicker, as you said, Ned, right at the very bottom. Max is at 17%, it's only short. There's a stretch of about a kilometre, 800 metres to a kilometre, at around 10%, so this is the steepest part of the climb. Then it eases slightly, and then we've got this mid-section of 8%, and then the top part is 3.3. So there the average gradient is relatively modest at 6.6. There are some pretty steep sections, and they're on that now, and there's a few riders already starting to suffer pretty significantly.
Ending the race of a good few riders here. Stefano Oldani, is that Fiorelli? I think it is. Filippo Fiorelli's dropped. Tadej Pogacar quite a long way down there. In the white shorts, the rainbow bands, just going behind that bell tower there. He's a long way from the front of the race. There he is, look at him. Curious position, because a lot of the other big favourites, you can see Remco Evenepoel, Tom Pidcock, they were all up right towards the front. Pogacar's in a very relaxed position.
Yeah, I wonder if he's just... Yeah, it's quite... It's a minor detail, but it's quite an interesting one. Whether it's dropped back and is wanted to have a chat with a DS, it's a funny point to do it.
Yeah.
Or whether he had an issue coming into that roundabout and unshipped his chain or something like that and is now coming back up. But yeah, a very, very unfamiliar position to see the rainbow jersey in. But it did look like he was very slowly, gently, conservatively, just picking his way back up towards the sharp end of the race, or not sharp end of the race, but the tip of the peloton. And already, on the lower slopes of this climb, he's set Pavel Sivakov to work. They're injecting some serious pace here. So, already, they've taken 30 seconds off the lead of our 14 men up the road. So this is quite a serious injection of pace, trying to make it as hard as he can.
There he is. Is he looking around there?
He's looking around. I wonder if he's waiting for service or something has happened.
That's very strange.
Unusual.
Yeah. I mean, his team are clearly... He's not. You can't see him on the radio, and his team are riding hard at the front, so Pogacar's not in any difficulty, so to speak. He's just in a really strange place in the
thing that puzzles me a bit. He hasn't got one teammate with him. If there's an issue, or if he needs to go back to the team car, you'd think you'd just give him somebody. But there he is, just sat in a pretty unfamiliar position right at the back, and he isn't trying to pick his way back up, unless he's saying, I just wanted to give himself a little bit of sliding space. But yeah, no bobbing in and out the saddle and moving back up rapidly. He's happy just to sit there right now. Intriguing, especially the fact that they are pressing on in front. Yeah, intriguing stuff.
Well, Pavel Sivakov is taking about 6 or 7 seconds out of the time gap. So Domen Novak, I don't know whether Novak is actually done, whether we're going to see him again. As you say, he might well get back on the descent over the top of this climb and do a little bit more work in the next valley before the next climb. But Helmoser, in the meantime, is dropped from the front of the race. So is he the first rider to be dropped from the group? I think he is. It's probably not the plan, actually, that Jayco Lula had when they sent Matthews and Helmoser up into that move, but he's been dropped. And there is the world champion, still towards the back and still not making a move up the bunch. It's one to keep an eye on, and what is curious is not just that he's there, but that, as you say, he's there on his own. A lot of support there from Rafa Majka, some Polish fans by the looks of it at the side of the road.
I'm wondering if something happened. He's dropped back and said, look, I'm okay, keep the pace on, we stick with the plan, and I'm just going to stay here. And if I need to, I'll pick past other riders. But there's no point in me trying to ride. If you're going to continue to ride at the front, to make the effort to move back up is too much, and he's just riding super confidently. That's what it's just had a quick word with Eddie Dunbar there, another rider who lives in and around Monaco, rider who'll know very well. But yeah, just being calm. I think he must have had a minor issue.
He's on the radio now.
Yeah.
Now it'd be interesting to see whether that is just a message just to ease up a little bit.
I'm wondering, is he on a different bike? He looked. I'm trying to think. Did he start on a white bike? He's on a black bike at the moment. I wasn't able to see whether he had a number, but he's on an all-black Colnago at the moment. And I'm wondering if he's had a bike change, because it's. Can you see the number? Yeah, you can. That's the bike he started on. So he's got the number on the back, and Domen Novak is there as well. So no panic. Clearly something's happened, but we don't know what it was. But he's on the radio having a chat. He's got Novak with him, so no panic at all. But yeah. An interesting detail, because we just don't often see this, Ned.
First athlete in history last year to complete this quadruple, Giro Tour Worlds Lombardia. It's not bad. Had a half-decent year last year, didn't he? Well, still no let-up with UAE Team Emirates, and Pavel Sivakov still riding at the front at a pace that is taking time on the front of the race. Brings it back down to 2 minutes and 18 seconds. 3.5 kilometres to go for the front of the race to get to the top of the Roncola climb at 137.2k.
I wonder if, when the road eases, once we get to the top of the steep section, which will be about 1,500 metres from the top, whether he'll move up there. Because what he won't want to do, I'm quite sure, could be wrong of course, I often am, is to be, this is the last race for Salvatore Puccio.
Yet another, I mean, what a servant he's been to that team. And that looks like he might be checking out as well, and possibly not finishing Lombardia. He'll want to maybe finish if he can, but he's been dropped a long way out now, Salvatore Puccio. You talk to anyone who's ridden for Team Sky and Ineos Grenadiers about the value of him as a teammate and the likability of the man as well, the Sicilian, and you'll hear the same story. He is a highly, highly valued domestique, Salvatore Puccio, and a big loss. There's Tadej Pogacar now with Novak on his wheel, just gently and without any stress restores his place up towards the front.
Yeah, even a race like this, it just shows Tadej Pogacar is showing a lot of respect to how hard this race is. The last thing you want to do is just punch your way back up. You just want to incrementally ride that a tiny little bit slower and get the benefit, the little bit of benefit there is in drafting. Just move up nice and slowly, so you don't really elevate the heart rate too much and get yourself back into position gradually. And you'll want to do that, because what you won't want to do is be in 60th, 70th place on the descent for the reasons we talked about before. So he's slowly wending his way back to the front in a really measured fashion, and there he is. Doesn't take him too long.
Effortless, isn't it, for Tadej Pogacar?
Yeah, so riding opposite Landa there.
70% of the riders in that peloton just would not be able to do that.
No.
They're just hanging on. Well, we've seen riders like, just so many dropping off the back.
Yeah. The thing is, he's already a step above everybody here anyway, but still not taking any chances. We're just riding back up. You often see riders punching the way back to the front of the peloton in a semi-state of panic. Doesn't need to do that. He knows how hard this race is at the end, even for him. As we look at Giulio Pellizzari, a little bit further back than one would imagine, but again, won that stage in the Vuelta. Top 10 slot overall. Unfortunately lost the white jersey at the very last, but still, when you look at how young he is, what he's achieved this year, 2 top 10s, so top 10 in the Vuelta, I think it's 6th in the Vuelta and 6th in the Giro. Massively impressive debut season at World Tour level for Pellizzari, including that stage win as well. He's definitely one to watch, a big Italian hope as we move forwards.
Well, I'm not sure that Dominovic's not far from the front himself.
He's on the front.
Oh, yes, he's actually on the front. You're right. Yep. He moved up on the wheel of Tadej Pogacar.
He did, came back.
That's a phenomenal ride from Domen Novak.
Yep.
Giving Pavel Sivakov a bit of support.
Yeah, still got a fair bit in the tank by the looks of it, because he doesn't look overly fatigued at the moment, does he? His comportment suggests that he's riding well within himself, but of course his finish line will be somewhat nearer the point we're at now than at the finish. So he's riding with a completely different purpose but is already in the very early stage of this race, making it hard for a lot of riders. Just look at the laboured style there of Lastra, just about holding on to the peloton.
It's still a slightly more comfortable pace than the one that Sivakov was setting for these riders.
Yeah, the gap stabilises a bit. Yeah.
Comfortable is probably the wrong adjective to use.
Yeah. It's going to be distinctly uncomfortable, actually, Ned, but sustainable, but uncomfortable.
Larry Warbasse in the black, unzipped already. You don't often see riders unzipped at Lombardia. It's that warm, with Julian Alaphilippe and Michael Storer on his wheel. Rui Costa makes an appearance on the left without his glasses on, the former world champion riding for EF Education Easy Post.
Yeah, Rui Costa had a couple of good years with this is another rider. Is he a retirement? No, well, he hasn't announced his retirement, but he doesn't have a contract as yet.
But you know what, Rui Costa's
39.
absolutely addicted to cycling.
He loves it.
I mean,
he's 39.
I could see him. You know that in Portugal you have a flourishing Conti scene with lots of stage races there. I could see him just dropping down and riding for Anicolor or one of those teams, and just actually enjoying his racing in Portugal for a bit.
We talk about riders some big champions wanting to end at the top. Other riders just like riding.
Yeah.
You know, and I wouldn't rule that out. I'm not too sure whether he's mid-negotiation or whether EF Education Easy Post are looking to extend. But there he is, just on the wheel of Ben Healy. So used to seeing him riding in the Portuguese champions jersey. That's him in the pink, just taking a sip of his bidon.
We've seen some riders with questionable pasts actually riding for a long, long time, haven't we? Davide Rabelin, of course, who tragically passed away.
Oscar Sevilla.
He's
Francisco nearly 50.
Mancebo had a very long post-World Tour career, didn't he, after that?
I think Sevilla's still riding at 47 down in South America.
And I cast Rui Costa in the same psychological mould as some of those.
Had a good result the other day. He was actually second in the Trofeo Matteotti in September, just behind Isaac Del Toro. So he's in reasonably good shape. Otherwise he wouldn't be here, of course. But yeah, let's see where he ends up. A few riders clearly starting to struggle here, and it's the end of season blues as well. You know, there's a lot of riders that will be just looking forward to hanging up their wheels. Still got some more races in Italy, and then we head down to Asia for some little bit of racing in Japan, and then the season peters out. Still got Paris Tour as well, as we look at Mark Hirschi.
Yep.
And Tour of Holland as well. So still a fair bit of racing to go. I think the Tour of Holland's a new race, isn't it? I thought it was. I believe it's been recreated after 20 years. It's been mothballed and is now back out there.
Hey, you're very well informed.
Yeah, well, I keep me on the ball.
There's Mark Hirschi, right at the back there. He did actually indicate after his fantastic second place in Gran Piemonte the other day that he, possibly feeling a bit fatigued, was indicating that Lombardia would be a bit much for him. And when he was asked about his chances in this race, he was quite happy to talk about his teammates Michael Storer and Julian Alaphilippe, and it looks to me like Hirschi, well, going back to team car maybe. Yep.
Yeah, it looks more of a purposeful drop back here,
yeah.
doesn't it? As we get towards the top, maybe to get a bead on. It looks okay, but yeah, he was a little bit. I mean, he did a great ride the other day, but again, he was definitely a bit cautious, wasn't he? He said, well, a top 10 might be good, but yeah, I think he wasn't expecting himself to be right at the very, very sharp end, but I'm sure his morale would have been buoyed by that second place the other day. It was a great ride, but just couldn't match the ferocity of those accelerations by Isaac Del Toro. And that's the interesting one. We touched on it, but not talked about it too much, but what will Isaac Del Toro's role be in this one? As we see...
Trouble for Guernalec.
Yeah, Guernalec. Good TT rider.
Yeah, he's a very strong Breton rider. But look at the suffering now. Guernalec, the second rider to drop away from the original 14-rider break.
They got a gold medal recently in the European Continental Championships mixed relay for the French team. Again, a very capable rider, and with an uncertain future. I'm sure he'll get picked up by another team. But again, with the folding of his squad, yeah, difficult times. 28 years of age now is Guernalec, but yes, suffering and showing us quite clearly how much he's suffering as we head towards the top of this climb. 800 metres to go now to the top. Luckily, it does ease in a little bit. The steepest parts of the climb are now behind us. And then we've got the plummet down the other side. And then there's not much of a recovery till the next climb on the menu. So we drop off this one, a little bit of flatten there, then straight up the Barbeno climb.
Yep, that begins at 115.9 kilometres to go, so just over 20 kilometres from this point. A couple of pink jerseys from EF Education Easy Post up towards the front. But, Larry Warbas holding his position there in the black of Tudor Pro Cycling alongside the UAE team Emirates Train. One rider we haven't mentioned at all, I've just glimpsed for the first time actually. He's just out of shot. Just coming around the corner there in the blue of Picnic Postanel is Oscar Onley.
Yep.
I'm not sure what his form is like, Oscar Onley, since his hugely adventurous and very impressive Tour de France. I think he might have blown a gasket slightly, but if the legs are good, we should definitely consider him to be one of the outsiders for a podium place.
Yeah, he's went to the Worlds, doesn't he? Was a little bit disappointed, didn't finish the World Championships, but yeah, since the Tour, 4th in the Tour of Britain, top 20 in Montreal, didn't finish the Worlds, and then a relatively modest 38th the other day in Tre Valli-Seni, but we'll see. But yeah, what a talent. That was an amazing Tour de France, especially deep into the third week when he was matching and trading blows, or able to follow the likes of Vingegaard when he was attacking. I mean, he is a real star in the making. Still very young, 22 years of age. But yeah, I don't think he's in his best shape, but we'll see. He loves an attritional race and is one of those riders that just hangs on and could survive and end up with a solid top 10 today. We shall see.
He's got a good, smart racing brain on him as well, Oscar Onley, for a young rider.
He's got a really quick finish as well, as we know. He's finished off in the small groups on multiple occasions.
He's got a British teammate up the road, rider 175. Björn Kudd.
Yeah, he rode his first Tour de France as well this year.
He did. So over the top of the next climb, the second significant climb of Lombardia, they go. And onto this long descent down to the Valley Road, and then it'll be up the Barbeno before you know it. And the peloton not too far behind, coming into this the top final few hundred metres of this climb, where a significant number of fans have made their way up, enjoying the weather, enjoying these benign conditions, most of them, by the looks of it, on their bikes to get up this climb.
Yeah, it's really good crowds here today. Expect them to get thicker as we head deeper into this race, especially over the climb of the Passo di Ganda, the final big climb on the menu.
And one of the great sights in world cycling as well is when the race comes to the Colle Aperto in the old town of Bergamo. There'll be an enormous number of people there on that narrow, cobbled, steep climb, and that'll be a wall of noise.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a special climb. It'll be thick. It's only enough for one rider to penetrate through. So we've seen over the last couple of years. Again, only justifies barely a pimple on our course profile, but at that point in the race, it will be significant enough, depending on the race situation. If there's a group of riders, there certainly will be attacks there before that final drop down in at Bergamo. And a finish here. So the top of that fun little dig that you were just describing comes with 3.3 k's to go, but essentially all of that, bar the last 600 or 700 metres, all downhill. And now we can see the top of the climb from our commentary point. It is gorgeous, absolutely stunning. And most of that wispy cloud has burnt off now, and it's a glorious day out there.
Yeah, right in front of our commentary position actually are 5 enormous, more than that, 10 very, very tall and mature lime trees, and the leaves are golden, aren't they?
Yeah.
And starting to fall, appropriately enough. It's quite a autumnal scene here in Bergamo that awaits these riders. A long, long way still to go, though, 136 kilometres, as the peloton labours its way up the very steep final few hundred metres of the Roncolo climb.
Yeah, still, first sign on the face of Novak there of the effort of his labours. Slightly more composed look from Pavel Sivakov.
Home support, though, for Domen Novak.
Yep, an indication of the wind direction there as well, the flags. See, it's hauling them over the top. I think we'll see Novak maybe over the top of the next one as well. So good job has been done. Of course, the longer he is able to ride at the front, the more resource that Tadej Pogačar has at his disposal, and the more intense the pace can be on the climb, that one would imagine is going to place some sort of attack. It's almost hold your breath time, isn't it, really? You know, at what point will he want to open things up? Will it be a lot later? Will it be deep? Will it be the Ganda? Again, we shall find out. But meanwhile, holding dead steady, isn't it? 2:35 the gap. And this is at the plateau. They continue climbing, as I was talking about before. Although we went over the top of the climb, it continues to drag up, and it's not an insignificant climb. It's quite interesting where they've decided to put the top of the climb, where it clearly actually continues to drag on for another 150 metres in terms of elevation gain.
There's nothing more annoying than that, is there?
Yes. You think, oh, there's the line, and then the road just continues to go. It is actually quite annoying, because if you're not familiar with the route and you see that, especially if you're on the back foot and struggling ever so slightly, you put everything in, and then the road meanders, and then it kicks up again, and you're in a bit of a box. So, but
yeah, well, there you go. They're through the finishing line of the climb, aren't they? And look how steep it is.
Yeah, continuing to go up.
Mattia Catani on the right-hand side, just looking around to make sure that the golden helmet of Remco Evenepoel is locked to his wheel. The Italian clearly given the role of keeping Evenepoel in the right position in the bunch at this stage of the race.
Yeah, you can just see just behind him Diego Ulissi as well, just looking after Christian Scaroni. Fausto Masnada in the centre as well there, just riding next to Michał Kwiatkowski. Masnada in the blue, a runner-up. Was it 3 years ago? I think it might. Was it the first victory for Tadej Pogačar? Masnada was actually the runner-up.
Yeah, twice.
And it was here. It was here.
It was in Bergamo. Yeah, twice Pogačar in his run of victories at Lombardia has had to out-sprint another rider. It was Masnada in year one, and then a couple of years later in Como. Well, no, was it the following year, actually? It was Enric Mas, wasn't it?
Yeah, on the Lakes of Como, yeah.
Ben Healy's just moved up right alongside, well, right to the front. I think he's just going to catch a water bottle from the side of the road by the looks of it. There we go.
Yeah, but even for Ben, a little bit too early to try anything. I mean, you never rule it out with Ben or with Tadej. They're riders that do like to go long.
My word, did he pick the right moment or what to attack in that stage win at the Tour de France? It was perfect, wasn't it?
But it was tactical brilliance, but also just the power he had as well to do it. It was... And when you look at the composition of the move that he left behind, the likes of Mathieu van der Poel, I mean, it wasn't, again, there's no soft move in the World Tour. It was an amazing move. But no, just to get a beat on, he's good. Heading towards the back, riders who've missed this is David Biganzoli, great climber for Team Polti Visit Malta, one of the invited teams here. Looks like he's going to get a wheel change there. Flat tyre for the Italian. As we continue to focus on the back of the bunch. Back to the front now. And it's Pavel Sivakov. That familiar style of his. Quite often tends to ride on the drops when out the saddle rather than riding on the hoods. Rafa Majka riding his last race. Got the wheels of honour earlier on. Lovely to see. Such a likeable character. Such a force as well. And then for the first time, really, the emergence of Adam Yates, Jay Vine, the Aussie, who's had a superb season so far. Jay Vine, a couple of stage wins in the Vuelta. To add to the 5 others that UET members got. Didn't get the overall win that they would have wanted, but still a superb collective performance for UET members. You don't need reminding of what a spectacular year they've had, but there's the sight of the peloton wending their way up to the top of our second significant climb of the day, the Roncola. They're actually going through the Costa Valley Imagna now over the top. Still got about 1 kilometre to go. The road kicks up a little bit more, then we drop down into the valley. So we're just over 1,000 metres at this point. Then we drop back down to 350 metres before we commence the climb of the Barbeno. Far shorter. Not quite as steep as the one we're on now. 6.8 k's at 4.6%. Before we descend off that, and things get a little bit serious as we head into the final third of the race.
Just outside our commentary position, Matt, just having a little word with a friend there. I'm pointing him out to you as a former great of Italian cycling. I don't know if you can recognise him. He's taking part in a bit of a mass participation ride. There we are. Do you recognise him?
That's Pozzato.
It's Pippo Pozzato.
Pippo Pozzato.
Just had him introduced to the crowd.
Oh,
that's the Shark of Messina as well.
Is that Vincenzo? I thought it was.
Vincenzo Nibali.
Couple of legends.
A few of the greats of Italian cycling gathered outside our commentary position, enjoying the sunshine and the crowds that are building up here in Bergamo.
I wonder who took the prime over the top. Was it Nibali or Pozzato?
Yeah, well,
it's difficult to know. I know they're both quite competitive still.
Yeah. Who's more shrewd, Pozzato or Nibali?
I would say Nibali's one of the shrewdest riders that ever was, and one of the few riders to bookend Lombardia victories and Milano-San Remo victories as well. Yeah, one Lombardy, and then one Milan-San Remo too.
Yeah, extraordinary moment that was.
I think he's just speaking to the mayor now, talking about what they're having for lunch, I believe. I think it's going to be a local risotto, by the looks of things. We had a lovely risotto. I'm not a fan of mushrooms, but we had an amazing risotto the other day.
Well, we were over in right up in the Ligurian border for Gran Piemonte in Acquiterme, which at this time of year in those hills, the northern end of the Apennine range, is famous for its porcini, its wild mushrooms, which are sprout out of the woodland at this time of year. It's delicious.
Yeah, it was great. Yeah, I think you can finally see the top for anybody just listening to what we were talking about earlier on, where there was defined line, then it kicks up again. You can just see
they'll be hoping that's it is indeed the
this
very
is the
top,
the Valley di Magna.
Yeah.
So the highest point for a while, actually. The next highest point of the race, the highest point of the race. This is the fourth highest point of the race. Is the Zambla Alta.
Yeah.
The Zambla Alta, so that's 1,200 metres.
Time gap has come down quite substantially, actually, since they've gone over the top of the climb, down to 2 minutes and 5 seconds. They've lost about 30 seconds. Again, so it's oscillating, not wildly, but a little bit of a split in the bunch there.
Yeah, definitely some serious fatigue starting to set in. But still an opportunity, I think, to sew it back together. Domen Novak, unsurprisingly, after all the work that he's done, there's a drop back a little bit.
Still in contact, though, with the back of the peloton.
I think it's a good chance he might get back on here.
Yep.
And then do something else. There's no real flat section in between these two climbs, but there is a rideable, slightly downhill section at the bottom. They go through a tunnel before they kick up the Barbeno climb. But as you can see, he's happy while he still can to try and get back in contact and just give the team a little bit more assistance.
Team Emirates, after their extraordinary year, as far as I can figure out, you might be able to correct me here, Matt, haven't been too active in the transfer market, have they, either way? No, I don't think any riders coming or going from UAE. I mean, how do you improve on the perfect? I don't think you can, so obviously, can you?
I think a lot of the riders that we've been talking about have renewed contracts. I think I've no doubt, I mean, I don't know, but I'm sure there'll be one or two stages, younger riders coming through that come through the academy programme. But I'm not aware of any big signings at all, apart from Ayuso leaving. But I think
that's the big one, obviously.
Yeah, but with Ayuso leaving, there's no other big name coming in, and I think it's fair to say they don't need to sign anybody else, especially with the emergence of Isaac Del Toro and Almeida. So they've got, as well as Tadej Pogacar, they've got two other riders that could potentially win Grand Tours as well, even with Ayuso going. And I think actually Ayuso going, knowing what we know now, is probably it's the right thing to do, I think. But yeah, no big signings, and as you say, I don't think they need to sign anybody else apart from bringing a bit of young talent in, really. But no big names, no. Yeah, 92 wins, blimey. They've got a winning formula, haven't they? Oh, we've got Stefano Oldani as abandoned. Cofidis,
he was one of the first riders to be dropped on the Roncola climb, and Thibaut Guernalec has been caught. So that's 2 or 3 riders now having been caught from the original breakaway. 130k to go of a 241-kilometre race. So bit by bit we're approaching the halfway point.
It won't be too long now.
Remco Evenepoel is as far up the line in the peloton as he's been all day. Still on the wheel of Matteo Cattaneo.
Nice little bunny hop by Fausto Masnada over a drain as he moves up the inside. He'll try and lock himself into position. Yeah, they'll be dropping off this pretty quickly, as you can see, just down into the valley below. They lose quite a bit of elevation. Best part of 600 metres.
Just caught a glimpse there on the wheel of Rui Costa of a rider we haven't mentioned at all, and that's Richard Carapaz.
We haven't.
Who I had to double check was actually on the start list, because we haven't mentioned him. But they've got in Powless, Healy, and Carapaz.
It's a decent team, isn't it?
VF Education, EasyPass got some good riders, haven't they?
Yeah. So I'm just going to check on Carapaz's recent race programme, what he's actually been up to.
What's he done since that fateful day on the Colle delle Finestre when he and Isaac Del Toro, I mean, he's ridden, put each other in checkmate.
He's actually ridden very consistently. But again, after the Giro, hasn't raced much at all. Had pretty much all of July off and August. But has been consistent. 9th in the Giro de Toscana, 7th in the Gran Premio Città Bioccioli. Then, what did that? 5th in Luxembourg, 3rd overall in Luxembourg, 5th overall in Luxembourg, and then 11th in Emilia. So he's solid. Solid, he felt spectacular. But no word on what he's doing in 2026 yet. So whether he'll be kept on at EF Education, Easy Post, or be moving to Pastures New, that's his destination is, well, unknown as yet.
That's a very interesting one to watch, isn't it? Because he's such a talent, Carapaz. Could easily on another day have won that Giro d'Italia. I think the belief within that team, having spoken to his teammate at the Giro, Owen Doul, the belief was there that Richie... Actually, the belief was there even before the race got underway that he could do something very special at that race. And it almost came off. But as history will recall, Del Toro and Carapaz bluffed each other into a standstill on the Colle delle Finestre.
Yeah, Carapaz is right up near the front there, isn't he? He's, again,
he's got Rui Costa in front of him.
So that's it's not a bad trident of riders to have at all. Oh, that's an
injection of pace, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just Sivakov takes over again. Well, he's been on the front for a while, hasn't he?
Yeah, they're still continuing to drag here, isn't it? They haven't actually properly got to the descent yet. And the breakaway have a little bit further up the road, about 1,500 metres in front. And this is where the shoulder of this hillside, this mountainside, eases, and they'll drop down back into the valley. It's a little bit misty there, isn't it?
Just want to make sure they're on the front, don't they, for the descent? UAE. Just a sense that Nick Zakowski, the Canadian, was trying to bring Pidcock up towards the front. And Pidcock would be a rider they would not like to see on the front in the descent.
Yeah, definitely.
And as a result, they're riding pretty hard, and that time gap's come down again to 1:51.
Yeah, just over that false flat, they continue to keep the pressure on. I see that little bit of movement, and as you can see, there's some wet roads here, Ned, as well. There's been, I don't know if it's rained here, but there's definitely a lot of moisture, so they've got to be really careful on this descent with that shade, the time of year. As you can see, looking down at the road surface, lots of wet and dry here. The previous climb was dry, but this one is definitely damp, and you've got the leaves as well. I know it's an obvious one, but there's not a lot of purchase. If you're banking the bike over some wet leaves, it can be really, really tricky, so you've got to be careful.
Slightly dizzying shot from the helicopter there. But very beautiful. Yeah, it's a little bit overcast up in the mountains where they are. Needless to say, down here in Bergamo, bright sunshine, so it's a mountain thing, mountain mist lurking. It is a mid-October afternoon.
Yeah, a kilometre up in the air. You can see how cautious that Andreas Leknesson is picking his way around this corner.
Yeah.
And just making sure, just keeping the bike that little bit more upright, leaning the body weight, but keeping the bike straight. So just allowing yourself that little bit of sliding space. This is Højgaard.
Yeah. Not really built for this kind of terrain, Marcus Højgaard.
No, he's a powerful rider, isn't he? But yeah, this is pretty hilly terrain for him. As you can see, there's leaves continuing to fall. There's wet bits. Although it's a big main road and quite a decent road surface, all you need is to come around a corner and your bike's really banked over, and then there's a big wet patch in front of you. You've got to be really careful. Although the grip that the tyres offer up these days is better than ever. The tyres are far more efficient, running far less pressure, bigger contact patch on the road, which offers more speed, more aerodynamics and more grip. You can still get it wrong, as we've seen before, especially in these wet conditions, so you cannot be overconfident. You've got to treat these descents with the respect that they deserve.
Tyre compounds plays a probably underappreciated but very significant part in all of that, doesn't it?
Yep.
I was talking to one of the riders at the Vuelta There was a stage quite early on in the Vuelta where there was a mass pile-up, wasn't there? There was a lot of riders went down in the opening 2 or 3 days.
Yeah, there was.
Of racing.
Which
and if you find out who it was, well, they're still in Italy, I think. Or was it the first stage in France? Anyway, either way, 20 riders went down or something like that. And apparently, every single one of the riders who went down was on the same tyre brand. And all the riders who didn't were on a different one.
Didn't know that fact.
There you go.
But I have ridden, and I won't mention any brands, but I have ridden on tyre brands in the past. One particular brand that, in answer to that question, they put a tyre out to market that they got the compound wrong, and they did a recall in the end, and I had riders in my team that actually, it was almost like a borderline mutiny. They said, we can't ride on these tyres. And so we had to go and buy other tyres, and they ultimately did change the compound, but they got it completely wrong, and there was just no grip in the wet. And I actually fell off myself, and that was the last straw. Yeah, that went across into the pro ranks as well. There were some riders that, it was just, but it is right. And also, there's this is Calzoni now, just struggling a little bit.
Yeah, he's not as confident as the other riders at the front of the race, isn't he? Just laying off a few bike lengths. Still very much in contact, though.
Yeah, and also there's nothing wrong when you're in a group like this. I mean, he's not getting dropped, as you say, he's keeping the same pace. All he's given himself is a little bit more of adjustment room, that little bit of sliding space. But as they've got lower down the climb, they've lost the best part, 200-300 metres of elevation already. You know, it's clearer skies, cloudier at the top, and the roads are far drier. But it's a smart thing to do, to be honest. Is to put yourself in last position, make sure you don't lose too much, but just keep well off the rider in front. It's different when you're in the peloton, because once they start accelerating and you hit the flat at the bottom, you leave yourself a bit of work to do. But in a group like that, is absolutely fine, and why not just back off a little bit, give yourself a little bit more opportunity to adjust, change your direction should a rider in front of you get it wrong. Because believe you me, even though most of these riders, well, all of these riders in the World Tour, Pro Tour, are exceptionally gifted, there is quite a big range of ability on descents, and there's certain riders that you'd be happy to follow down a descent, and there's certain riders that you'd rather be in front of, put it that way.
Fredrik Tversnes, the latest rider from Uno X to take up the last position in the line in the peloton. Characteristic northern Italian bell tower there with that onion-shaped copper dome on the top above the belfry in the Campanile. So 1 minute and 52 seconds is the gap now, and we are pretty much halfway through the race.
Indeed, aren't we? Total distance 2:41. So a significant point, and that's a lovely shot, isn't it? The entire peloton still intact, but 2 or 3 corners separating first to last. That's really lovely.
Pogacar's position now. 3rd place in line. Pretty sure those are the rainbow bands. They are indeed. 2 teammates in front of him.
Yeah, not taking any chances.
Remco Evenepoel as well, a little bit isolated. Ooh.
It's a really interesting little series of... So they're carrying a lot of pace, and essentially it's a chicane, a right and then an immediate left.
Just a super steep section on the inside of that hairpin as well, isn't there? That's a little bit unsettling.
I mean, the front of the peloton here to the end, they're still filing down, and they're still right at the top of your screen. That's the best part of 30 seconds, 35, 40 seconds. That's incredible.
That's a lovely shot.
That's one of the reasons we do get splits. All it takes is a relatively big split at the bottom. And they're still, best part of 45 seconds, that is.
It's piling around that house at the top of your screen. Yeah. Meantime, where's the front of the race?
Yeah.
In the valley already.
Yeah,
look. Absolutely fantastic. Gives you a sense of the size of the peloton, this organism that seems to move at will.
And also how important it is to be able to descend. You know, just the sport isn't, I mean, we've seen some of the most audacious moves happen on descents, and it's a place where you can really disrupt if you know that a rider struggles on descents. And yeah, and again, another reason why you need to be, if you've got any ambition, you need to be at or near the front.
So confirmation of what we were just saying. We are just over halfway now through Il Lombardia, the 119th edition. The Race of the Falling Leaves, which has been characteristically beautiful. I think, though, the closer we get to the finish line in Bergamo, the more intense the drama will become. So far, it's been a very structured affair. We've had a couple of scares for Tom Pidcock, Nielsen Paulus, Sepp Kuss, all of whom, one way or another, have hit the deck. The peloton has split and then reformed. We've had a few riders dropped from the 14-rider breakaway. Other than that, though, it's been pretty serene progress.
Yeah, Langolotti doing a long pull on the front here. Took his first win for Ineos Grenadiers, a World Tour win, wasn't it? The Tour of Poland earlier in the summer. Great win that was.
Only rider in the World Tour peloton who can justifiably hold his head up and say, I didn't move to Monaco to save tax.
Exactly.
I was born there, mate.
Yeah. Yeah, it was an interesting signing when Ineos brought him across from Burgos BH. But I tell you what, he's really fitted in well and is flourishing. He's been very consistent all year.
So the Imagna Valley, which rolls out of the Bergamesque Pre-Alps down in towards Bergamo in the valley below, carrying the Imagna River down with it. Looking beguiling in this mid-afternoon. Soft sunshine here in Lombardia.
Gorgeous, isn't it? Love these flyovers. Now they're getting pretty busy now, aren't they? That's Yates on the front. So Adam Yates, I'm wondering if they're trying to. There's a split that's occurred here, or there's a couple little splits. Yeah, look,
they're continuing. There we go. Yeah, there's a Astana rider at the back of that. They look round, and that's what, 50, 60 riders off the front?
Yeah, again, similar situation what we had before. And
just organically developed on that long descent, hasn't it? While we were watching that chain of riders, what, almost a kilometre in length, if not more, that's how it happened.
Yep. Looks like Sobrero's happy to come and do some pacemaking as well.
So who's missed the splits here? Jay Vine looking around and checking.
Yep.
Adam Yates churning that big gear. Doesn't look fast, but he's really putting the hammer down here. And that's not even... That's 30 riders at most.
That's let's look at the gap that's opened up here.
Wow. So that is Group 3 on the road. And this is the second time in this race this has happened. But this time, though, UAE Team Emirates seem intent on actually exploiting this position.
Yeah, just see who's in there.
Yeah.
Well, there's going to be some good riders in there just by dint of...
Sexas must be there.
Yeah, just by the dint of how many... just the size.
2 riders from Q36.5. There's Ben Healy.
See?
There's Ben Healy, a dangerous rider. Sexas is there as well.
Yep.
That's Nicolas Podom in front of him. I'm pretty sure Sexas must be there.
Yeah, very interesting.
Ben Healy's the one, though. I think he's the rider they've identified as being there that they really want to keep off the back.
Yeah, this is... again, we saw those gaps just starting to open up. They're really pushing on that descent. And again, they've hit the flat and they've kept the pressure on and caused a significant split. Now, this group we're looking at, this is Group 2. There's another group behind them as well, so it's caused the peloton to fragment into at least 3 groups.
57, that's Paul Sexas.
Oscar Onley, I think, is in this group as well.
So it's a really quite significant riders caught out in this group.
Yeah, and the gap's coming down to the group in front as well. As a result of this group with Tadej Pogačar, not the group we're looking at, this is Group 3 on the road, essentially. We've got the break, then the Tadej Pogačar bunch, and then the rest of the peloton spread over this valley. And it won't be too long before we hit the next climb as well, significantly.
Oscar Onley looking pretty relaxed there, just with a teammate on the wheel of Paul Sexas.
And there's Tom Pidcock safely in this group. That's why the Q36.5 riders weren't bothering.
Pavel Sivakov gets back on the front now with Rafa Majka on his wheel.
Yeah, they're going to really... I think the next climb, the Berbeno, which comes very, very shortly, and at the top of which comes at 109. It's only 6k to the top of the Berbeno. Now, the Berbeno is a shorter climb, 6.8 kilometres in length. 4.6% average. It's a long drag, really, but you can still cause some damage. And when I say damage, it means it's going to really force that chase from behind.
There's Paul Sexas. Sorry, that's Nicolas Prudhomme. His teammate, Paul Sexas, is a little bit further back. There's Christian Scaroni. Diego Ulissi is also in this group, so 3 big-name Astana riders caught out.
Just making it all ours there as well.
Yeah, there's Ben Tulitz. So Visma Leasebike with strength in number, but at the moment it's only Decathlon AG2R who are working on the front.
Yeah, but Utterbrooks is there as well. So Tulip and Utterbrooks, 2 of the stronger riders from Visma Leasebike. Missing that front spot. I didn't see any yellow jerseys in that front. Tom Schoins also in this chase group.
And Ben Healy, let's not forget.
Yep, and Ben Healy, yep. Meanwhile, back at the front, it's As You Were, isn't it? Michael Matthews just swinging over and making way for the mighty, powerful figure of Filippo Ganna, and they are now on the climb.
So the next one is the Berbeno climb. It's pretty short, not particularly steep. 6.8 kilometers in length, 4.6% the average gradient. Oh, another rider dropping away.
That's
Puncture.
Hamilton's.
Is it puncture?
Yeah, it's a sudden drop-off. I think he's definitely got a bit of an issue. Yeah, he's obviously got a softening front or back tie. I can't quite tell from this particular picture. He's certainly got an issue. Meanwhile, UAE Team Emirates are not taking any prisoners at all. They're continuing to pile on the pressure here. And there's the chase group behind it. Picnic Post and Ella put somebody on the front to try and bring this gap down. As they bank into that corner. So they've closed the gap to about 15 seconds, haven't they now?
They've definitely made inroads, these 3 riders. Decathlon AG2R and Picnic Post and Ella. Good riding from them.
Yeah, that's not even the entire peloton either. There's another, because as you can see, they've pulled out all the cars. So because the gap is so narrow between the groups, there's no support vehicles in between. And this is where things get a little bit... The only problem with a situation like this is when somebody has a mechanical in the front group, and they could end up going through a couple of groups before they get service. It's a really difficult, tricky situation when it splits like this.
Ben O'Connor is in this group as well, and so too is Damiano Caruso. It's the 3rd group on the road. Oscar only has a teammate working on the front, making a difference at the moment.
It's just making this racing hard as well, Ned, isn't it? It's just they're consistently making it difficult for everybody. I don't think they're necessarily adding any extra fuel to try and... I just think they're just making it hard. They want an attritional, difficult race, and if you get dropped on the descent, well, you've got to try and make up your ground. We're not going to wait. We're just going to continue to do what we do. As Hamilton picks his way back through. He's clearly got good legs, isn't he? Because he's getting back on okay, but I'm not too sure what the issue was there. As you can see, it's a pretty fast climb. As you're saying, it's only like 4-5% average gradient, not too steep at all, with a couple of relatively shallow pitches as well.
Kind of gradients where drafting behind a car makes a big difference, and he just spends a few seconds there on the wheel of the race director's car. Shakes the head at him, actually.
Interesting, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was a little bit aggressive. I wonder what that was all about. But sometimes, riders react in this way when they are at or near or hovering around that uncomfortable. You do get a bit of a sense of humour failure sometimes when you're pressing on, and some things that ordinarily pass you by with a shrug are met with a different sort of response. It's just the way that the body operates when you're under pressure. Some of these things that you do in a bike race, you often will go and apologise for later on, especially interactions between riders. Just the smallest of mistakes can actually irk. It can really frustrate you. It's very disproportionate when you're stressed and your body's taxed and your mind is trying to concentrate and you're perpetually uncomfortable. And this is what this race is like now. Uncomfortable on the descents from a mental and from a technical perspective, then you've got to make it up in the valleys. And this is exactly what UAE Team Emirates are doing here. They're just making it difficult for everybody, and therefore positioning is even more crucial.
Well, Tadej Pogacar's got 500 metres to launch an attack if he wants to better Tony Romiger's attack from 1989 and win Lombardia that way.
It'd be audacious even for Tadej, wouldn't it, that one?
So these two groups are coming back together again. Last time they went round that hairpin, I counted that time gap. It was around about 5 seconds. There's the back of the front end of the bunch. And coming into your screen, there we go.
Yeah.
Almost there.
It's a hard ride, though.
Still Decathlon AG2R, who have shouldered most of the responsibility of bringing these two groups back.
The thing is, Ned, look at what's happening now. You've got this group being led by UAE, and they're riding at a very respectable tempo on a climb, OK? The split went on a descent, so the riders behind have had to ride disproportionately harder on a climb to get back on. And this is only sustainable for a certain period of time. That's why we'll start to see riders drop off. So this sort of putting pressure on the descents makes the riders behind, especially when they've got to use climbs to make up the gap, use a disproportionately high amount of energy. And it's something that's not often talked about. It's just, and there's only so much you can take, even when you're fueling really well. This punishment means that it just taxes people, and when the race really starts to get difficult, that's why we see the race essentially implode and very few left at the end. Have a little look round from Tom Pidcock, just seeing what the current status quo is. Doesn't look particularly hampered by that initial fall, does he? Looks okay.
Looks absolutely fine, Tom Pidcock, and he's been very well placed, as has Remco Evenepoel, up towards the front.
There's Healy coming up as well, so the junction's been made. It's just making sure.
Yeah, that doesn't happen again.
Yeah.
Can't happen again.
Yeah, just again, just investing a little bit, just to move up a little bit, get himself in place. 3.7 k's to go to the top, and then we've got another drop off. Yeah, this crests out at 705 metres. We drop down to around 300 metres before picking up again to the Passo della Crocetta. So the climb's now coming thick and fast. It's very few totally flat bits of road now. The longest flat stretch, properly flat stretch of road is now off the descent of the Gander, leading in to the Colle Aperto, that takes us into Bergamo now.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we've got some uphill drags, downhill drags, but no real flat sections left. It's just punchy climbs for the next 112 k's.
Well, the race route now, as you say, for the next 100 k is just flitting between valley and mountain, and not really spending any time in the valley before it goes up again. There's the back of the peloton. I'm not sure is that a group just off the back, or is that, no, that is actually the back.
Yeah, it's young Archie Ryan starting to struggle a little bit. The Irishman from IF Education Easy Post. They've got a few riders, and Darren Rafferty's in their team, not riding it today, but 3 Irishmen in their squad. Archie Ryan, a very good rider, he's had a win this year himself. But again, look at this line, continuing to put the pressure on. Again, another handful of seconds have been taken off the lead of our 12 riders now left in front.
Yeah, there's no let up at the moment.
No.
And the closer we get to the finish line, the less likelihood there will be of any let up. They're riding almost as if the, what is it now, how many have we got left? 11 riders at the front of the race, and the breakaway didn't exist.
Yeah.
They're a complete irrelevance. The race is coming from behind.
Yeah, totally, Ned. This isn't what we call an active pursuit. It's just the tempo that UAE are dictating, and it happens to be slightly quicker than the breakaway now. And they've got a plan. We all know what it is, but what we don't know necessarily is where Tadej Pogačar is going to make a move.
I mean,
I would imagine it's going to be on the Gander again, to be honest, because the climb is just so hard. It's just so hard, but you just never know.
Another Slovenian in this bike race, and another rider dropping away from the front of the race. This time it's the turn of Gal Glivar of Alpecin de Koning. I think he's the 4th rider from the break to be dropped, as Louis Vervaeke gets out of the saddle and continues to ride on the front. Still got the 3 Ineos Grenadiers up front. Lucas Hamilton, having recovered from that puncture, got back on quite quickly. Mattia Bass, one of the 2 Bass brothers, in the colours of the very identifiable Italian-themed national colours of Polti Visit Malta.
Yeah, Simmons on the wheel of Vervaeke as the road just kicks up a little bit. Still just over 2 k's to go. There's a few slightly steeper sections. I think they're on that now. There's a pitch of maximum gradient on this climb of 8%. Yeah, and that's about right, 2 k's to go now. But yeah, impressive riding by Filippo Ganna. Looks completely untroubled, doesn't it, by this sort of terrain. And he does climb surprisingly well, doesn't he? It seems like an eternity ago. Do you remember how well he was riding in a Tirreno this year? It's incredible, wasn't it? Absolutely incredible the way he rode there.
You do get a sense that if Filippo Ganna was 10 kilos lighter, he'd be winning Grand Tours.
Yep. He was second overall in Tirreno.
That's phenomenal, isn't it?
Yeah, I was on the ground for that, and we held this lofty position, and he just kept holding on. Incredible ride. But as you say, he's almost Indurain-esque, isn't he? Like you say, another 5-10 kilos off, definitely with the engine that he's got. And then what a consistent classic season he had off the back of that. Second in Milan-San Remo, third in E3, 8th in Flanders, 13th in Roubaix.
Yeah.
He is an absolute machine, so valuable, so versatile.
So that's the top of the climb. Berbenno, before they drop down again, over the top of that climb. Instantly. Down into the valley, through the little village of Zogno, and then straight up through San Pellegrino Terme, and onto the long climb, the longest, in terms of the classification of the climb, the longest climb of the day, the Passo della Crocetta, which is an 11-kilometre effort. But that's a proper little hilltop town, isn't it, Berbenno? What a wonderful outlook it is over both sides of the valley.
It's lovely, isn't it?
So, what's going to happen on this descent? Again.
Yeah.
I understand your point you're making about UAE Team Emirates and the way they're riding hard on this climb. It's partly a physiological hurt that they're putting on everybody who's the wrong side of that split, but it's also psychological, isn't it?
It's just
there's no, so you're just starting to hate your life.
And the thing is, there's no room. The way the race has panned out so far, there's no room at the moment with this pace to even think about being disruptive. What can you do when you've got such a talented team riding at such a pace? There's no hope for this breakaway, and I say that with the utmost of respect because it's such a good breakaway. Hamilton now just losing the wheel, maybe paying for the efforts after being having that mechanical and having to get back on again, but it's his teammate. Ironically, Filippo Ganna, one of the probably the heaviest rider in the group, who's just setting a pace that's a bit too much for the Aussie.
Michael Matthews is still there as well. It's a remarkable ride from him, isn't it?
He's so tenacious, Michael Matthews, isn't he?
Yeah.
You know, he understands himself so well. He knows exactly the way he needs to ride a climb. He knows his limits so well, so can ride this. He's so strong, can tolerate a lot. But there we go. Ganna, well in excess of 400 watts. And bear in mind, they've already ridden 130 odd Ks, and they've still got 109 to go.
Taking a bit of time back on the bunch, actually, over the last couple of kilometres of this climb. Back out to 1 minute and 39 seconds the gap. As Ganna continues to put his teammate out the back.
You do wonder if the team are on the radio, but I don't think so. It's, at the moment, if you haven't got it in your legs, it's just the way it is. You just got to ride at the tempo that you need to ride at. But yeah, just to finish off the point you were making, this is leaving. It's becoming, with every 10 or 15 kilometres that pass, we reach the point of it. You can sense something inevitable starting to happen, and you get a sense that we talked about the way that other teams will try and want to play this. There's increasingly less room, if that's not an oxymoron, for disruption now. Yeah. It's just how long can you hold on? People waiting for Tadej to go. And even off at this sort of pace, you can't, even to counter-attack and try and go early to buy yourself some sliding room on a climb. That's really out of the ordinary, really. So it is almost as you were. UAE dominating, setting this pace that they want to. They are dictating totally the terms of this race so far, and nobody else really has got a look in.
And my mind now is going back to the conversation we were having before the flag dropped about how the race tactics might evolve, thinking about how the race played out in the early phase last year when we had a lot of very significant and important riders willing to attack and teams to play that card. We didn't really see that this year, and now you're in a situation, fairly close to the finish line by Tadej Pogacar's terms, where they're UAE in firm control of this, and you've got teams like EF Education EasyPost with their 3 different cards to play, effectively waiting to be dropped unless they try. It's a little bit baffling.
Yeah, well, we have to you know, we have to be honest in our appraisal of the situation that we're seeing in front of us. And right now, I see very little scope unless one or two of the riders, the favourites are actually things are going to plan, because they might be looking at attacking on a descent. You know, Pidcock might be looking to do something different and disruptive on the descent of the Zambla Alta or something, because I think the only way that some of the key riders are going to go clear are not on climbs. I just think that they've got to try and go clear at a different point. But with the strength of UAE Team Emirates, they can pretty much shut everything down they want. Remember, they've only used, we saw Adam Yates riding a bit in the valley, but they've only really used Novak and Sivakov significantly at the moment. A little bit of Vine, a little bit of Yates, a little bit of Mike, but only short turns on the front. So Novak and Sivakov. So they've still got essentially Yates, Vine, Micah, Del Toro to use. It's just incredible. So that resource is intimidating. It really is. I want to say intimidating. It's hard to manage. Like, how do we combat this? You know, because it's not just that Tadej Pogačar is good. It's just that they have the best team in the world as well as the best rider in the world by a long way. And on a course so difficult, it's very hard to look at opportunity here, because they've dominated this race so far. OK, look, there's a long way to go, Ned. There's some tricky descents, there's some hard climbs, there's a little bit flat in between. So there's still opportunities, but they're getting sparser. There's less of them now, and I'm struggling to see where riders can make the difference here.
Yeah, the monolithic strength of UAE Team Emirates, especially the 2025 version of the team, having a chilling effect on the tactics that have been deployed so far in this edition of Lombardia. We'll have to wait and see. Of course, these benign conditions, there's barely a breath of wind really, and dry roads predominantly throughout in this sunshine, they also play into the controllability of the race for UAE Team Emirates. If it were wild and wet and windy, that might provide an opportunity for slightly more opportunistic tactics. But here's an attack. It's coming at the front of the race, and Quinn Simmons is opening it up on this descent.
Yeah. It does look like he's actually tried something here. But the man in pursuit of him is a former Pursuit world champion and Team Pursuit Olympic champion as well. Philip Ogana, bringing him back, banking around that corner. But this is looks like a definitive attempt.
Yeah, it's a very Quinn Simmons move, this, isn't it? He's such a strong rider.
Yeah.
But he's tactically... What's the opposite of risk-averse? Risk-friendly.
Yeah.
He'll take it on.
He's willing to have a go.
Yeah, he's willing to have a go, exactly that.
Yeah. And in the few interviews that I've heard from him over the last couple of years, it's like, why not? You've just got to try. Especially in this environment, you know, you have to try things. Especially when you know, look, the gaps like this group's a little bit big. I'm still feeling okay, and I'm still going to be of use to maybe Skelmos a little bit later on at the back end to offer him something. So let's just try and do something here. So I do like this rider's ambition. He's quite expansive. He's just willing to get. He's a real worker, and he's just getting stronger and stronger and more confident after, especially that victory. His first World Tour victory was the stage of the Tour of Switzerland, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Stage 3. So he's been knocking on the door. Actually, his first World Tour victory was in Catalonia, on that neutralised stage, wasn't it? So he won the stage there, stage 6. So breakout year really for Simmons.
Got a little bit of a gap, no more than a couple of seconds at most so far. Meanwhile, the bunch is bunched, not as strung out as it was on the previous descent yet. Good few kilometres still to go though, and the time gap to Simmons is going out just a little bit, back out to 1:51.
Yeah, they're taking the best part of 15-20 seconds, haven't they, over the top of that climb, as we continue to lose this elevation. Descent not super long. They're not quite as technical as the previous one. I don't think that we'll see similar splits in the peloton. That really was a technical climb before, wasn't it? Or a technical descent, shall I say. And then once we hit the bottom of this climb, it's slightly uphill in a valley road, but we've got around 7 or 8 kilometres approximately until we hit the slopes of the Passo della Crocetta. And as you were saying, that's a significant climb. It's a long one, 11 Ks. And then there's no real descent off the top of that before we take in the Zambla Alta as well. So a difficult phase of the race coming.
It's a hard bike race, isn't it, Lombardia?
Yeah.
All told.
It is a hard bike
race. It's long and hard.
Yeah, and just gets harder. They just turn up. The tempo's been gently ratcheted up, if gently is the right word, cruelly ratcheted up, let's say, as the terrain matches it as well. So it just gets exponentially harder as it goes on, but still being ridden at a very decent tempo. The third hour, 42.6, bearing in mind the elevation we've already taken up. So we've had 3 big climbs already under the belt, and we've got another 3 big climbs coming up, and 4 if you count the final little kicker before we drop down into Bergamo.
Racing already for the best part of 3.25 hours. 102 kilometres still to go in this monster race. And by the standards of modern racing, where the tendency is to shorten stages rather than lengthen them, this is, for a lot of these riders, will be the longest race they do all year. Those who didn't race the World Championships or Milan-San Remo will be pretty unfamiliar with a race of this distance. Ganna draws level with Quinn Simmons and asks perhaps what he thought he was doing.
Yeah, what are we doing, mate? I mean, the sort of horsepower you've got, just save it. And that does go on. Although they're on rival teams, you could say... it's interesting, the discussion you have between riders and teams. Sometimes you might give them, if you're a more experienced rider, and it's fair to say Ganna is a more experienced rider, you might give them a little bit of advice that actually benefits you. So you give them advice, and it's shrouded in basically, well, mate, what are you doing? Just go easy. And then you're helping yourself out. Yeah. So it's wrapped up in, like, oh, that's very kind of him. It's like it was serving himself, and that's smart. That's what comes with experience.
Yeah.
But also he might just have to be showing a bit of a joke as well. These riders know each other pretty well, especially the World Tour teams here. They'll know each other's foibles, their strengths, their weaknesses. And they'll also know each other well enough to know how well they're going at any certain time, just by the nuanced body language that shifts and changes throughout a long race like this. But Simmons certainly looks full of fight and strong at the moment, and Ganna looks pretty chipper himself too.
So the front of the race, just with 2 Ineos Grenadiers left in it, after Lucas Hamilton dropped away. Down to just 10 riders. Bart Lemon's still there. So too is Mattia Baes, Louis Vavaca, Quinn Simmons, Walter Calzoni of Q36.5, Michael Matthews, Bjorn Kurt.
Yeah, they're all working pretty well, the remaining riders here. Unsurprising, the stronger riders here left. Natural selection.
Langalotti and Peyu Bilbao still there. The Basque climber from Bahrain victorious with a completely unmistakable pedal stroke as we look down the Brembilla Valley.
It's a lovely shot, isn't it?
Claustrophobic, this valley, isn't it? Very tight.
You feel very closed in, don't you?
There'll be some of these hillsides that for months of the year won't see any sunshine.
Exactly. Just saw the images a few moments ago of Bjorn Kurt taking some food, and then suddenly it's his turn on the front again. So you have to keep your hands on the bars and then just hold the food in your mouth before it's your turn to get back on again.
That's the thing about the breakaway. Breakaway keeps losing riders, doesn't it, as well? So that it's just getting smaller and smaller, and your turns are going to come around that bit quicker each time.
Exactly.
It's 2/3 of the size that it was a while ago.
One thing that's interesting as well here, Ned, that did surprise us a little bit earlier on, is that we've now got no assistance from Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe. Initially they used Fabro, but now they're like, nah, let's not give them any more assistance. And I'm still a little bit, not perplexed, because any team's got a right to ride here. And I think it showed intent in relation to Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe, but now they've just left it to UAE Team Emirates. So no assistance, and no assistance really needed. The lead's gone up a little bit, but again, they're not in an active pursuit. They're dictating the terms. And on these flatter sections, where it's far easier to stay in the wheel, why would you ride harder? So you just ride hard on the climbs where you can make a difference and make people suffer. But here, if Pavel Sivakov rode another 40 watts, everybody behind will be just saving as much energy. And I mean, the faster they go on a road like this, you can actually start to freewheel. So Sivakov just knocks it off a bit here, keeps the tempo, the lead goes out, and then they squeeze it on the climbs. So why waste energy on the front where anybody behind isn't suffering? You only waste it at the points where gravity and aerodynamics are playing more of a part. So it's really smart the way they're riding here. Backing off, then squeezing, backing off, then squeezing, to make sure that the energy that they've got is used in the right places to make everybody else hurt as much as possible. So it's maximising your efficiency, and therefore everybody else is suffering.
Well, cycling is physics, isn't it?
Yeah.
Basically. And the force in play at the moment is air resistance for the next 10 or 11 kilometres, and then gravity takes over as we go up the next climb. Or as the great French directeur sportif, going back decades, Cyril Guimard once said, "Le cyclisme c'est la voile." Cycling is sailing. It's all about the way the wind and the flow of air works, isn't it? For the most part.
Oh, totally. It's quite an eloquent statement, isn't it, really?
Well, he's French, isn't it? It's class.
I've been to a team meeting with Cyril Guimard in it years ago.
Did he have any sage words of advice for you?
No, he just sat there and made a few notes. Right. That was after, this was in the 1900s. It's in the 2000s. He was managing a Conti team. He must have been in his 70s. But of course, yeah, an absolute legend. Managing Hinault, Fignon, Le Mans back in the day. And was actually a bit of a trailblazer in terms of his coaching. His coaching was quite advanced as well. So he used to, as well as manage the tactics and running the team, you know, was a very decent coach who used to think, and it was like aerodynamics. Like Fignon on his TT bike, they were quite. They looked into that side of things a lot.
Yeah, still relatively recent. He was involved in the national team, wasn't he? Wasn't he the French head coach before Thomas Voeckler?
I think he was actually. Yeah.
Also took a formative part in the young career, the formative years of a rider we know very well, David Millar, otherwise known as David Miller. Yeah, a legend. Not David, but Cyril Guimard. Although David's had his moments.
Yes.
So, as we look back at some of the beautiful images in the dappled autumnal lights of the race so far, it has played out according to a certain script, and that script is being written by Tadej Pogacar and UAE Team Emirates. They will be, Matt, delighted with the way that things have played out so far. They couldn't have imagined, I don't think, a more benign first two-thirds of this race than the one that has that has been confronted with so far. It's been perfect.
And also I think what was handy as well was the fact it didn't take that long before the break actually went. It was only about 10 or 15 Ks, and finally it went. A couple of little counter-attacks to go across. It wasn't like an hour of relentless racing. It went relatively quickly. It's a solid break, and it's one that they've respected, hence keeping it on a lead. I don't think it's ever gone much above 3 minutes. Like 3 minutes and 3 seconds is the maximum. Back down to 2 now. At its minimum, it was on the previous climb, it was 1.5 minutes. Now back up to 2 minutes and 20 seconds. But again, this is a pattern that they're basically using their resources, I said, completely. They're smart. They know what they need to do. They'll know the brake will move clear on the flat, but they know they bring it back on the climbs. And there's still a long way to go. 95k. And it won't be long before we start to tackle the very lowest slopes of this of the climb that we're on. The Passo della Crociata. Gradual start. It goes up in a couple of steps, actually. There's a mini descent about 4 Ks in, and it kicks up again. But it's a long one, 11 Ks. Going from like 300 metres, well over 1,000 metres again. And it kicks up to the highest point in the race is the mini climb after that climb, the Zambla Alta. That goes up to 1,200 metres. Yeah, the highest point of this race.
Well, apart from those riders who've already been forced to abandon, and there may be a small gruppetto off the back, it looks like a pretty complete peloton has reformed on this descent and into the Valley Road as they pass through the industrial outskirts of Zogno.
Chiana.
Yeah. Italian Robin Hood. Well, we're in the province of Bergamo.
I think just going through San Pellegrino Terme at the moment. So Hamilton's on the radio. Yeah, still got 2 Ineos Grenadiers in the front. Langalotti and Ganna.
The 2 team leaders for Lombardia of Ineos Grenadiers are Thymen Arensman, I should say, and Egan Bernal.
Yeah.
Just discovered before we started commentating that I've been mispronouncing Thymen Arensman for years, because you checked with him, didn't you, about
Well,
how
I
to pronounce his first name?
I called him Tiemann, and he said, no, I'm called Thymen.
Still want a second opinion. I'm not going to take his word for that. Dutch people, and we are working with some Dutch colleagues as well, do have a habit of understandably just assuming that British people can't speak any Dutch with any degree of sort of proficiency.
Well, yeah, we can't.
Well, I remember
we do our best.
Famous Dutch football manager who turned up at Manchester United a few years ago, Louis van Gaal, in his press conference at the beginning of his tenure at Manchester United, addressed the British footballing press, and he said, none of you will be able to pronounce my name. Call me Van Gaal, because that's as good as it'll get for you.
Blimey.
Yeah.
I'm not even going to try and...
So I'm wondering whether Thymen Arensman... I'm wondering whether Thymen Arensman was doing a Louis van Gaal with you.
I think he was.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was quite terse, to be honest with you. He's a nice lad. He's quite direct, but he's a nice lad. But
yeah, but he and Egan Bernal are their best hopes for.
Definitely.
I think a podium would be, outstrip their expectations.
I think a podium for either of those.
Yeah.
I think they're both capable of it, but I think they'd be more than happy with that totally.
The stars would have to align, I think, for that to materialise in this race situation. But if we're going to have a repeat of the European Championships and the World Road Race Championships, and it's going to be a Pogačar-Evenepoel 1-2 with a gap in between the two, then there is one more place available, isn't there?
Totally.
On the podium.
And, once we get to that spot, assuming that Remco is on normal Remco form, there's a few other riders to really conjure with.
Isaac Del Toro looks annoyingly fresh and
he does.
relaxed, doesn't he? Just having a conversation there with Jay Vine.
Yeah.
I say annoyingly because he's... do you know what? I saw some statistic about what his win rate in his first 2 years as a pro is better than Tadej Pogačar's in terms of the numbers of victories.
Yeah, and that's why
Having
we're not going to see Tadej Pogačar gift Del Toro the win today.
Having said all of that, he's 21, Isaac Del Toro, and this man, Pogačar, had won the Tour de France by 21. That's quite a big win. That's a big victory.
It's not bad having the wins that Isaac Del Toro's had and a second in the Giro. It's he is almost, I know we can't say the champion-elect because Tadej's only 27 and in his prime. But Del Toro is some proposition, and if we look, if we take a telescope and we look 6 or 7 years down the line, I would imagine at that point, hoping that Isaac has stayed upright, that he would have already gathered at least 3 Grand Tour wins. I just think I could just feel it. He just has that class and already has shown it, and it was only a tactical error that meant that he didn't win the Giro d'Italia. It's as simple as that, but we don't need to dwell on that. But he is a rider of some capacity. And he knows it as well. He rides already with a real swagger, verve, confidence. He's got a prodigious ability, and but he's a champion in waiting, I think, in that team. And it just remains to be seen at what year and at what tour will he make his debut on the podium at the end. I think he might be the Giro next year, to be honest with you. A lot of speculation there.
A lot of speculation. I was just thinking, actually, you talked about looking through a telescope into the future 6 years. It's a good job that time travel hasn't actually been invented, isn't it? It would take a lot of the drama away from everything, especially bike racing.
When AI is bad enough, imagine about to predict all the races. We'd make ourselves redundant, wouldn't we?
Well, all the many years of commentating with you and with other colleagues, I don't think I've ever started commentating a race with a firmer favourite than Tadej Pogačar is ever. Even last year, I think that even Mark Cavendish in his Pompidou sprint, there was always the uncertainty and the chaos of a bunch sprint where you could never be that certain.
Yes.
I don't think. I mean, look, we don't know who's going to win this bike race, but going into it, I can't remember ever being so sure of who the most likely outcome, what the most likely outcome was.
Yeah, you're right. I think you're right. I think there's generally, whenever Tadej throws his leg over a bike, there's depending on the course, it's probably going to be a Tadej day. But it feels the most overwhelmingly certain, just because of the season that he's had and the form that he's shown of late. I mean, he's just better than everybody on this sort of terrain. But as you said, cycling is cycling. All it takes, we saw Tom Pidcock crash earlier on. All it takes is an untimely mechanical, getting something technically wrong. But in terms of what we know about riders' form and ability right now, given the terrain that we've still got to pass, it is very difficult to see past Tadej Pogačar. It really, really is. But I'm sure there'll be some teams who've got a little bit of a plan. What that plan is remains to be seen. But right now, this group have got to build themselves back up to 3 minutes and 3 seconds.
Yeah, it's yo-yoed a bit, the time gap, but only within a certain parameter. It's not ballooned out beyond this, as you were saying earlier. Not so long ago, you were saying 3:03 is about the biggest time gap they've been given all day. Well, it's gone out to that, but bouncing around between 1 minute 30 and 3 minutes is roughly where it's been all day.
And I think with 1,500 metres for our breakaway to get to the bottom of the climb, I think the pace will be ratcheted up. The way that UAE have taken in the last 2 climbs, the Roncola and the Barbeno, means they're not going to suddenly ease off on this climb. That's for sure.
That's interesting, isn't it? A little glance across there from Pavel Sivakov and a look round, because Nick Zakowski of Q36.5 has moved Tom Pidcock's team and Tom Pidcock up to the front of the race, and suddenly they're setting the pace.
Yep.
So that is a bit of a change.
Yeah, I think it's more of a positional play, but we often get this at the foot of climbs, don't we, as various teams bring their leaders to the front.
Yeah, true.
So the peloton here, the peloton here is almost as wide as it is long. With on the far left-hand side, we've got Remco Evenepoel being led through. Yeah,
you're absolutely right. It's in anticipation of the start of the Passo della Crocetta climb. 800 metres to go for the riders at the front of the race. There are 10 riders in the breakaway, and about 1.5 kilometres to go for the bunch. So that explains the positioning play that's going on behind. And also, it's a big, wide A road that allows for several teams to come up to the front.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the formation shifts. There's one team riding, but when there's positioning play, basically teams will come up the outside and up the inside and just move and just for a while change the shape of the peloton. Also add a bit more momentum to it in terms of pace as well, because the rider that was originally on the front just adds a little bit more pace so it doesn't get swamped. But saying that, they've actually taken another few seconds, so this group are moving well.
Filippo Ganna's been on the front, been dragging this lot along with Langalotti on his wheel.
Exactly.
I think Ganna might be doing his terminal effort here for Langalotti.
He's doing a good one. Yeah, Langalotti on his wheel.
Doesn't look fast, does it, Ganna, because he's churning a big gear, but boy, he's flying.
Yeah.
Consider how fast they're going behind, and he's taking time on them at the moment.
Yeah, he makes it look, it's so efficient looking. He pedals beautifully for a large rider. He has a certain amount of grace. He really does.
Is he slightly more heavily tattooed this year as well?
I'm not too sure about his tattoo count. I can make some inquiries, but I'm not too sure.
It's very asymmetrical. It's left arm only, isn't it? The tattoo situation for Filippo Ganna. Wow, look at that. Belle Epoque establishment.
It's quite grand, isn't it?
Classic. Built between 1902 and 1904. I could see you, Matt, back in the day in a linen suit with a cane with a silver top.
Oh, definitely.
And maybe a little hat. Just taking the airs here.
Of course. I'd probably spend the summer here, to be honest with you.
You'd summer here?
It's always summer here.
Yeah. When you use the word to summer as a verb. You'd winter somewhere else, wouldn't you?
Of course I would.
Summer here.
Yeah. A Verbier, I'd winter in.
Look at this ride from Filippo Ganna. Yeah, for sure, this looks... I mean, he's been on the front for a long time now, and that does always suggest that this is perhaps his last job, and that he won't last too much longer, but he's breathed new life into this breakaway. He looks fresher than any of them, struggling to hold his wheel at the moment.
Yeah, I think he'll take this a bit longer. It's not quite terminal, but his willingness to ride.
Yeah.
But look at Langolotti. The thing that worries me is Langolotti. Langolotti looks, unsurprisingly, like he might be suffering a little bit.
Filippo, can you be a little bit less helpful?
Yeah, can you just stop? I mean, look at that. Just 450 watts. I mean...
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Gap opens up to Bart Lemon there. The Ineos credit is just riding away from everybody at the moment.
Yeah.
Look at that gap. There we go. Lemon flicks an elbow.
Yeah,
he can't close it. Vavaka has to come round.
Yeah. He's setting a very, very hard pace here. That is for sure. The rider's really starting to struggle. Calzoni, should I say, having to dig in out of the saddle to get back onto the wheel of Pello Bilbao.
Here comes the bunch onto the climb as well. Now then, what size of peloton will we have over the top of this climb? Still 86.6 kilometres to go. Still got 2 significant climbs to come. The Zambla Alta after this, and then perhaps the defining climb of the day, the Passo di Ganda. But the whittling down process, as you say, is just going to get harder and harder and harder. Cofidis. That was not what I would have expected.
No.
Taking it up. So fair play to them. Yoni Zagiri is their best climber.
Yeah.
The veteran. So, yeah, they're
what's happened there? There's been a crash.
Red Bull rider.
Yeah, there's been a crash. We can't see because of the
signposts. From
signposts.
the right leg. Who's that? Rob?
Difficult to see who it is.
So, Red Bull on the left-hand side of the road there.
Oh, it's Hindley.
Jai Hindley.
Jai Hindley is...
Now, what's happened to him? Cofidis are on the front. They're the Red Bull riders coming around. That's the spot there. He's just slipped out, hasn't he? And gone down very hard. Slammed into that curb. That's a painful, painful crash for Jai Hindley.
Yeah, I hope he's okay. That's the last thing we want. He's back up and running. Gritted teeth, though. Took him a while to get back up, get his chain on. You can see he's got a bleeding left knee. So not good at all for Jai Hindley, especially given the situation in the race. And it looks like he's actually damaged his right shoe as well, so you can just see the retention strap just flapping around there. His shorts just moved up his leg ever so slightly. But importantly, he's riding.
He's riding and he seems okay, even if, given what's just happened and the pace that's being set now by Pavel Sivakov, he might not be able to play too much of a role for his teammates. We understand, though, Jai is getting married soon.
We do.
So wish him all the best in his off season. This could well be, I'm sure it is, his last race of the year. Not the way, if it has ended, though, he would have wanted it to end.
Calzoni's starting to struggle. Lehman looking like he's just starting to struggle as well a little bit there, just losing the wheel there. Langolotti flicks his elbow. Vavaika.
Ganna's still there.
Rolls through.
So spoke far too soon about terminal efforts there for Filippo Ganna. He's getting ready to do another turn.
Yeah, the way he just looked across the car and took another bottle suggested he's got a bit more in him. And I think they know exactly what their role is there, and I think that's to be over the top of this climb at the front of the race for Bernal and also for Arensman. I think that's what it's all about. They know they're not going to win this bike race, and they also know they're probably not going to finish inside the top 10, but it's about having resource up the road when they know that UAE Team Emirates are going to try and split this up. So having a couple of riders to assist if needed, especially to chase on to key bits of terrain, is vital. So having numbers up the road, as we saw last year, is of massive benefit as Sivakov starts to turn the screw a little bit, and gradually the lead is starting to evaporate again, but not super quickly. It's just down hovering around 3 minutes now.
Jay Vine with that very fluid, very steady position on a bike, moves up alongside Rafa Majka. Sivakov doing another big ride on the front. My word, Pavel Sivakov has really bought into the ethos of UAE Team Emirates. He knows that from time to time he will get his chance, as he's proven this year. He's ridden to a general classification victory, but 90% of the time this is his job. He'll be well rewarded financially for his services, but not every rider finds it easy to do what Pavel Sivakov is doing here, and he just seems to be a very, very steady teammate.
Yeah, it's just consistent as well. Yeah. Couple of years with the Ineos Grenadiers, but as you say, he's had his own wins. He won very early in the year, didn't he?
Yeah.
I think it was in Ruta del Sol he won that overall, didn't he? So great ride there, but that's so reliable, so consistent.
Oh, Roman Gregoire.
Yeah, starting to suffer here.
Dropping away there. Yeah, these climbs are just a little bit too long and hard for Grégoire. He's more of a
puncher, isn't he?
He's a puncher, really. Yep.
Yep. Yeah, I think that's, especially given the length of this climb, we've still got 8.5 kilometres to go to the top of the Crocetta. And then there's a little bit of a descent. We have, once we get to the top, which is at 76.2 k's to go, so as you go 8.4, we actually, there's a small descent, and it kicks up, essentially riding on the plateau, and then the climb of the Zambla Alta is essentially a long drag, 9.5 k's at 3.5%. So essentially a long drag with a kick up at the end, the last 3 k's at 7%. So it's quite an irregular top, but no real descents of the Passo della Crocetta at all. It's just a consistent riding up a plateau. And then once we get to the top of the Zambla Alta, as I said before, the highest point of this race, there's a long descent. It is the best, well, it's 23 kilometre descent before we kick up the hardest climb of the day, the Passo di Ganda.
I enjoyed that little cameo by Cofidis.
It was good, wasn't it? It was brief, wasn't it?
It was fairly brief and a little bit unexpected.
Yep.
Their last remaining rider up there is Johnny Zagiri still there, but Alex Aranburu is just sitting on the wheel of Tadej Pogacar at the moment, which is a heck of a climb from him.
I wonder if that was Aranburu just trying to drop Izagirre into a good position.
Yeah.
But it was a surprise to see them there, but it was fleeting.
Yep.
As you see, Izagirre, 4th last year, a rider of real capacity. That's where the road gets a little bit steeper. There's constant gradients now of around 6 or 7% for the best part of 7 k's.
Walter Calzoni, having really suffered, has got back into this group, so we've still got our 10 riders together.
Good ride.
Ganna's going again. Yeah, 7.6k of this long climb still to go.
He's got that real distinctive style when he's climbing. Hands right in the middle of the very middle of the bars rather than on the hoods, and just pedals that high cadence, that pedaling ability that's clearly got from the track. He actually looks quite comfortable climbing. He shouldn't do, given his size, but he does. Actually looks efficient. And he makes some of the lighter, more naturally gifted climbers look a little bit out of place, such is his ability.
Yeah. Simmons, totally different pedaling stroke and style, much more dynamic on the bike than the souplesse of Filippo Ganna. And Michael Matthews doing another great ride. So these 10 riders will get over the top of the Crocetta unless something dramatic happens behind, with something of an advantage. Question is, will it be down to 2 minutes? Will they be able to hold on to these 3 minutes for the remaining 7 kilometres of this climb?
Yeah, it depends
what this lot do.
Yeah, what this lot do and whether they think they're just going to ride at this pace and then go hard on the Zambla Alta. But the Zambla Alta, we're just looking at it, it's not actually a lot of climbing, there's quite a lot of flat. And there's a couple of little kick-ups. As I say, it's more of a plateau with some irregular kicks in it. So they can take time there, but it's what they want to do, and a lot of it is dictated by how Tadej Pogacar is feeling as well. There will be a plan going into the race, but quite often those plans are ripped up. And if Tadej's feeling at a point where he thinks, OK, I'm going to take the race on there, he'll just instruct them to do what they do, rip the race apart, or rip the peloton apart, and then Tadej will do what he does. And last year he caught the break himself and rode straight through them like they weren't there on the Passo, well, whatever the final climb was last year, wasn't the Ganda.
He just, in his career, Tadej Pogacar has made very few, precious few tactical mistakes.
Yeah.
And part of the reason for that, Matt, I don't know if you agree, is that because he's got this physical advantage over almost everybody, almost all of the time, he can make perhaps questionable decisions look like the right decision.
Yeah, it's so much better that allows for compensation for when he hasn't made the move quite right. I mean, I think a moment where he consistently surprises us, but I think one of the most surprising attacks in the World Championships last year, when he went with over 100 kilometres to go, that was an interesting one. And then near the end, deep into the last lap, he was actually starting to lose time, and it came back down to 20 seconds, then it went out again. That was an interesting one. And he said he was actually a little bit nervous and had almost bitten off a little bit more than he can chew. But again, because he's that much better, even if he gets it wrong, there's enough of of an ability buffer to compensate as Bart Lehman starts to struggle now.
Yeah, looks like we might be down to 9 riders at the front of the race, and as we just saw at the front of the peloton, a moment of recent cycling history, actually, happening live in Lombardia as Rafał Majka moved to the front, the Polish national champion, to do effectively his last job in the peloton, and he has taken control of the pace behind.
Yep, he'll relish that.
I don't think Sivakov is done, by the way. I think it might be perhaps a short turn from Rafał Majka, who's probably still got a job to do on the Passo di Ganda.
Yeah, but if Rafa was going to ride now, it would be maybe to give Sivakov a rest, but normally he's one of the last riders to leave. It just depends on what physical shape he's in now and what he can offer up, because quite often a rider will say, look, I'm actually not feeling too good today, so you need to use me earlier. We need to perm the riders around. I'll just give Sivakov a bit of a break here and I'll hit the front. Because we've seen in the past it's been Rafał Majka who's been the last one to do the terminal effort, but today it's going to be Del Toro, I think, and Jay Vine will be the rider before that, just by the way they're riding. Del Toro is actually just on the wheel of Vine there, and I think that tells us exactly the order as our American champion Quinn Simmons decides to move clear.
Well, he's tried on the descent of the previous climb, and now he's trying on the ascent of the Passo della Crocetta, the longest of all the climbs in Lombardia. Not a pure climber, Quinn Simmons, just a very, very strong all-rounder.
Yeah, he certainly is. And clearly feeling pretty confident. And they're not moving. This group has actually split in two now as well.
A lot of riders being dropped here. Langalotti's gone, so too is Mattia Bais. Bjorn Kurt is gone, and so too is Walter Calzoni. And that's all under pressure from this rider who's attacked and Filippo Ganna's attempts to shut down the American. So Ganna is dragging with him a group that still contains Pello Bilbao and Kevin Vermaak, as well as Michael Matthews, I think, who's still on the wheel of Filippo Ganna. Yeah, there he is. Incredible climbing from Michael Matthews.
Yeah, Matthews is such an interesting rider. He's very quietly spoken, just goes about his business. But having had a couple of opportunities to talk with him at length, he says, one thing I do know is how to ride and how to pace myself. I know when I need to back off. I know when he said, I know how to ride gradients really well. I know when I need to back off and when I need to use that extra little bit of weight I've got, because he's just so experienced. And there he is. He's arguably on paper better climbers than him. He's out riding here.
Yep.
But plus, of course, he's got that ridiculous endurance. The years he's been riding and the races that he's won. And yet here he is, riding with the likes of Ganna. Although Ganna, again, Ganna's just doing a Ganna thing. I don't think we can even... He's in his own realm, isn't he? But riding with the likes of Pello Bilbao and Lou Vavajka.
Well, those two are pure climbers, really,
exactly,
aren't they? And,
exactly. Well, Vavajka was brought into the team to look after Remco in the Grand Tours.
Yeah.
He's a really good all-rounder, but can climb very well. Again, Matthews just using that class, using that experience. And he would have ridden, the previous 180 Ks in a way that meant he could conserve his effort as well. He knows how to ride in a breakaway. Again, not tempted to go with this young American. He's riding a little bit more on maybe instinct and feel and maybe wanted to make his mark, but I think we're seeing a far more conservative bit of riding by Michael Matthews, who very much knows how to ride well within his limits. But again, Quinn Simmons, big acceleration, a long way to go.
Just as Bart Lehman was dropped at the back, Simmons has flown off the front and actually is riding away from that chase group. They can't get him back at the moment.
No. Simmons, again, this is the best year that Simmons has had. American champion. We've already talked about the wins that he's had, and significantly as well was third.
He's cracked them.
Yeah, it was third in the GP Cycliste de Montreal behind McNulty and Pogacar, so it was on the podium there.
Amazing. Yep.
So and that was a hard day. That was all over the place, that race, wasn't it?
So perhaps we shouldn't be surprised by this performance,
no,
because it's been coming. But this is, of all his successes, this is probably one of it is the most mountainous of terrains for him to even contemplate doing this. But it's in great shape.
He's in great shape, but one of the most telling stat there was the fact that Del Toro is only 3 minutes behind, but the work rate, so Quinn Simmons' average work rate, 350 watts, average power, Del Toro 240.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's how much Del Toro has saved by not being in the breakaway. So there's an extraordinary... but so much more effort has been put into this race by virtue of being the break by Quinn Simmons. and just shows you how much fresher the riders in the peloton are than the riders in the breakaway. But 3:06, that's impressive by Simmons.
It's huge.
Really is.
Yeah. Well, he's ridden away from Rafa Majka and Pavel Sivakov. It's Sivakov who's gone back onto the front. Majka's still on his wheel. But yeah, we knew it before the race got underway. In fact, we knew it a day or two before Lombardia started and the final start lists were confirmed when UAE announced their squad. It was kind of took your breath away, didn't it?
Yeah.
Really. And they are using every single constituent part of their collective strength to best value. And don't forget, a little bit further back down and buried in the pack will be Adam Yates lurking around and waiting to do his role.
And actually, Ned, when you do a deep dive into their, I think it's 30 riders they've got on their squad, and we look at the budget that they've got at their disposal, when you look at it completely objectively, this is what they should be doing. This is what is expected of the team. I think they've actually slightly overperformed this year. I think even by their own lofty standards. But there's an interesting sort of gentle critique of Jonathan Vaughters the other day that I read, which was like, well, no wonder they're dominating, because just look at the budget they've got, look at the riders they can buy, look at the talent that they've drawn from elsewhere. So it's expected. So there's massive expectation on their shoulders due to the resource, the financial resource they have to pull a team together like this. And also the fact that although it's a team built around one man, 92 victories is testament to the fact that they're working as a collective as well. We talked about this when we were commentating on Piemonte the other day. But this is expected of them. They are the dominant force, and they're showing it again.
Well, big budget teams come and go, and not all of them have been able to do what UAE team. Well, none of them. I mean, it's easier said than done, isn't it?
Yeah, totally.
Have a good eye on recruitment, and to recruit the right riders at the right time for the right role.
I totally agree.
Is a real skill.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. I mean, Del Toro is one of those riders. Well, he won the Lavenir, crying out loud. Yeah. So obviously that was an obvious one there. But they do have, they do clearly. And the fact that the riders are consistently performing at this level as well, winning across the board in all sorts of races, just shows that they're doing it right. So they're getting the most out of the talent.
Quinn Simmons has now grown his advantage over the peloton to 3 minutes and 11 seconds. And that group containing Matthews, Ganna, Vavaka and Bilbao is now 25 seconds behind Quinn Simmons, who is marauding up this climb.
Yeah. Yeah, still 3.8 k's to go.
It's a swashbuckling ride from Quinn Simmons.
Brilliant.
It really is.
It's brilliant stuff. He's taking this race on.
Yeah.
You've got to applaud it. Whatever happens, and there's a long way to go, there's still, given the terrain we've got, given the climbing, there's still around 2 hours of racing still to go. Strong
candidate for the Prix de la Combativité, I think.
Yeah, definitely. He's going to go over this climb well clear of the rest. In fact, he's added another singly a second on, so he's... and he knows what's to come. He knows that over the top of this one, there's a little bit of a descent, then a little bit of a climb, then a relatively long, flat, draggy section, and then a little kick up. So in terms of the two climbs put together, the vast majority of the elevation he's already got in hand. So he's in a really strong position, and is then over the top of the Zambala Alta. Let's say he goes over the top of there with 2:30. He's got 23-kilometre descent to the bottom of the Gander. So Simmons could end up at the bottom of the Gander, I think, with still a 2 minutes advantage. And when you look at the class he is, he could end up. The way he's riding at the moment, he's putting himself in a position where the race will break apart on the Gander, and he might end up at the front of the race in a position to go for a podium spot, quite possibly.
Oh, sorry, chapeau to Jai Hindley, who...
Get back on here, blimey.
That's a really nasty crash, as you can see by his scuffed up right arm, just on the approach to the previous climb.
That's taking a bit of skin off there, isn't he? That's nasty.
And his right thigh as well. Went down very hard there, but he's obviously okay apart from those surface wounds.
Yeah.
But he's had to battle hard to get back into the climb. It's clearly going really well, as we saw at the Vuelta.
Yeah. I mean, firstly, you've got the knot. You can actually get a bit of adrenaline, which helps. But then you've got to ride faster to get back on again. So that's a big effort just to latch onto the back. So we've done a big ride there. And then moving up the bunch is another proposition. So they've got a little over 3 minute gaps. They've probably got around 4 kilometres the peloton to the top, or 3.8 k's to the top. Just needs to gently move his way up. So he's safe now, so just lock himself in that position and then gently move up towards the top of this climb. So good bit of riding there.
Well,
Brave
actually,
bit of riding.
Think about it, the last 3 or 4 kilometres, Jai Hindley's been the fastest rider in the race.
Oh, he's had to be.
He's been faster than Quinn Simmons off the front.
Yeah. It's an effort that you wouldn't have wanted to make, that's for sure. Arensman looks to be labouring there a little bit, doesn't he?
He's not alone in that, but he's,
No.
like you say, he's not in the expected position for a team leader to be at the moment.
Yeah, it's very hard.
A lot of drooping heads and locked up arms now, aren't there?
Yeah, when I say that Arensman's labouring, it's because I was focused on the 81 and him being the leader, but everybody here is starting to suffer, that's for sure.
Yeah. Brutal sport.
Yeah. Yeah, what a tour this lad had, though, eh? 2 stage wins. Absolutely magnificent Tour de France for the Dutchman.
It's a pretty forthright soul as well, isn't he? Arensman speaks his mind.
Yep. He's also had a bit of a battle with himself. When you look at when he struggled in the Giro, he lost that time purely for fear of descending. He said, I talked my way out of descending. He said, I don't think he said he's his worst enemy, but he is at odds with himself sometimes in terms of his confidence. But again, the team put him in a place and they reminded himself of how good he was. But he generally struggles when it's very hot as well. So if you note that his 2 wins in the Tour came in the most atrocious conditions. And in the Tour of the Alps, bad day, bad weather. So he struggles in the heat and sometimes struggles on the descent. So, but he's open to talking about that as well. He said he has struggled with confidence sometimes, but what a way to come back after a relatively disappointing Giro to take those 2 stage wins in the Tour.
Well, the 3 different groups in the race at the moment are locked into their own pattern. He's making no further gains. He's taken 32 seconds over the chase group, but it is not changing at the moment. Still got just over 2 kilometres of the climb to go, Quinn Simmons, but he looks fresh enough.
He does. No, I was just thinking that. He's clearly trying hard.
Well, he knows the distance still to go, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He's done the, if you like, the first bit of the job. He's got free. He's got the road to himself. He's broken, at least for now, that chase group and put them out of the race at the back. They'll ride on because they potentially will have a job to do for Egan Bernal, and their other teammates. But Simmons is he's aggressive. He's quite willing to take a risk, but he's not stupid, and he knows that there's still 78 kilometres to go.
Yeah. But as what his team will be doing, I'd imagine, or his DS in the team car is just reminding him of that. Firstly, telling him how well he's doing, reminding him out of fuel, and breaking down the next phase of the race. Okay, get over the top of this climb. You've got a bit of rest, a bit of downhill, another bit of a climb to go in some flat sections. You know, he's holding steady, and then that 23 kilometre descent, that's free. It's free. Just get over that with a 2.5–3 minute advantage. Take yourself with a 2.5 minute advantage into the final climb. You're looking at a big result in this race. So he'll be breaking it down for him and making sure he's managing his effort. But just by, I mean, we know him well enough now to know when he's on the limit. He looked well within himself there, riding with real composure, real power, and right now consistently matching the tempo that's being set by the peloton behind, which is impressive. It really is. 1,400 metres for Simmons, the top of this one.
Yeah, all that Quinn Simmons can do is to break what remains of this long race down into a series of different finish lines. The next of which is not too far up the road, just over 1 kilometre to go until he gets to the top of the Crocetta climb, the Passo della Crocetta. And even though he's not taking any more time on the peloton at the moment, he's absolutely solidly at 3 minutes and 12 seconds. He is continuing to take seconds over that chase group of Filippo Ganna, Michael Matthews, etc. That's how close he is to the top of the longest climb of the entire race. Very steady gradient, the second half of this climb. And then a very short descent, and then it grinds up the Zambla Alta, which tops out at 63.4. So he has to consider it, I think, to be, as Matt was outlining, effectively 1 climb to the top of the Zambla Alta, which is 14 kilometres from here. This is the chase group. Ganna looking a little wearier than he was, conceding now 40 seconds. Pello Bilbao sitting on the last position and taking a bottle from the side of the road from his soigneur. Yet to make a move, Bilbao. Michael Matthews still with him. Hand in the air there for Bilbao, asking for 1 bottle. That's all he wants, 1 bottle. and seemingly being offered a musette, but those fans blocking the way to get to the soigneur. It's unfortunate for Bilbao. He did get the bottle that he needed, but those fans were just right in the way there. And that's why you have 2 soigneurs in these feed zones. Second bite at the cherry, and this time he just about gets the bottle out of the bag in time. Fair play. All the things that can go wrong in a bike race. Bilbao nearly left without a bottle towards the top of this climb. Well, Louis Vivaca has a teammate in Remco Evenepoel behind. Michael Matthews has got Ben O'Connor, his compatriot, and Eddie Dunbar to think about, perhaps. Filippo Ganna, Egan Bernal and Tymon Arensman. Peyo Bilbao, well, he's the purest climber in this chase group at 44. A little bit misty up in the Pre-Alps, up in the hills. Gorgeous mid-afternoon sunshine at the finish line in Bergamo, where we're commentating from. And Simmons continuing to take time over every other group in the race. Biggest time gap that any of the attackers have had at all in this edition of Il Lombardia. The gap goes out to 3 minutes and 20 seconds. That's the, as I say, the most substantial lead that any breakaway rider has enjoyed so far in this race. Pavel Sivakov has already done an enormous amount of work. More to do for him, though. Rafa Majka on his wheel. Pogacar will still be very, very confident that this is completely controllable for UAE Team Emirates. But Simmons can only do what Simmons can do. He's got to be careful not to overcook it. He's got to be cautious. He's got to be a little bit conservative while investing as much as he thinks he's able to at this point, this long distance from the finish line. But the race will come from behind. He knows that. It's not really up to him. But he'll be very, very pleased and possibly a little surprised that he's managed to absolutely destroy the chances of that chase group, who are at 50 seconds now, and now take the biggest lead that any breakaway rider has had at all so far, as the time gap goes up to 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yeah, this is massive. This is massively impressive. His teammate Tom Screens there. Great back end of the year. Sat, I wouldn't say comfortably. I think at this stage of the race, seeing the amount of fatigue in the peloton is no real surprise at all. But Sivakov doing a cracking job here. Just, they won't be thinking so much of Simmons. They'll be aware that they've got a plan, and that's to ride at a certain tempo, even a certain power for a certain period of time on these sorts of climbs. And occasionally we see Tadej Pogacar calling for a little bit less, a little bit more. Generally it's a little bit more, isn't it? And we've still got a lot of climbing to go in this race. Wow. That's a bridge that I wouldn't necessarily like to be on, Ned.
And we see this every year pretty much at Lombardia, don't we?
I can't. Yeah,
it just doesn't look fun.
Just to know what, I'll be honest with you, it just doesn't appeal.
I'll just leave that alone, I think.
No, just not bother.
Any bridge that you have to cross with a harness seems like a bad idea.
Yeah. Yeah. Makes me feel uneasy just looking at it.
Yeah.
When I'm sat down. Although we are slightly elevated, aren't we, in our booth? Only by about 10 feet, a couple of metres. But yeah, that's an impressive. It's not even a structure. It's basically
just a rope.
A rope with some cables attached to it. But each to their own. And that's some spectacular view, isn't it? As we dwell upon it even longer. Perhaps the pilot knows that it's making me feel uneasy. Blimey. Oh no, it's not for me. That's just confirmed it. Sorry. Meanwhile, back on planet Earth,
here's another man doing some vertiginous stuff on this descent. Yeah. 53 seconds now to the Ganna group, and still 3:20 to the Sivakov-led peloton. Quinn Simmons, he's a brilliant descender, Quinn Simmons, and as you say, it's a short, sharp descent. There's not too much descending before he climbs again and heads up the Zambla Alta, which begins at 72.9. So there it begins. So the next chunk of climbing is ahead of Quinn Simmons almost straight away. It's a 9.5 kilometre climb with a variable gradient.
Yep. He basically, in a minute after this little bit, actually drops down. So there's a little bit of a kick up that he's on now. And then there's a long
flat, isn't it,
flat to downhill, then a descent, then a little steep kicker, then another basically flat, slightly downhill bit, then a drag, and then a significant climb to the top. So that the hardest, he's got 2 sections of about 7%, which are going to be quite punchy. But he's holding steady, it really is. And again, once we get a glimpse of his visage, of his face at the side, he looks like he's riding within himself. Of course it's going to be hurting, but this is definitely sustainable by his facial expression. A little bit of a puff of air there, settles back down into the saddle as Ganna sweeps by this little left-hander, kicks up, Viker on his wheel, Matthews there, Bilbao. This is a classy chase group. In fact, it's a very classy, actually unsurprising group of riders that have emerged as the strongest from this big breakaway, really. I'm not really surprised that this is the composition. I think we've just got to accept that Filippo Ganna can climb.
If that gap wasn't 54 seconds, you might even imagine that Pello Bilbao might use these steep slopes of one of these little kickers to try and accelerate, leave this group and get across to Quinn Simmons. But it's a 53-second gap.
Yeah.
If it was a 25, 20-second gap, that might be the move he might make. But,
exactly.
And Simmons might even kind of relish the prospect of having another rider with him at this point who he'd be possibly comfortable of dropping. But I don't know. Bilbao's the mystery one here. He hasn't really showed his cards yet.
No, again, he's a rider of vast experience, isn't he? He knows how to ride. Again, never had a lot of success in big one-day races, but you would imagine that his attributes have mean he can ride well. And as a man, again, who knows his limits, one of the best descenders in the peloton. Sometimes his style on a bike suggests that he might not be necessarily the best bike handlers, but boy, he can go downhill fast. But there was no response from anybody when Quinn Simmons went. It was just a look across, and it's like, well, you're on your own. I don't fancy any of that. But just thinking back to last year's race, and when we hit the final climb, when Tadej Pogačar lit it up and eventually caught everybody, they had around 3.5 minutes then. Just thinking back, it's still a long way to go, but there's a lot of that that's downhill. When you take into account the 2 big descents we've got, the descent of the Zambla Alta is 23 kilometres. The descent of the Passo di Ganda is it's like 19 kilometres.
A lot of descending.
So half of the race, or just under half of the race, is actually downhill.
Yep.
So it's only at the rest of the race where they can actually make up this 3:25. So right now, on the assumption, even if Quinn Simmons starts to fade a bit, and if he had felt he wouldn't have made a move unless he was feeling confident and strong. Again, he's a rider that is finding out a lot about himself, especially this season. He's more confident than ever. He's naturally, clearly unafraid. He's putting himself in a very good position to do a very decent ride here today. It wouldn't surprise me. And if it was very late in the race, that it was actually caught.
Well, he didn't hesitate when the flag dropped. He was the first rider to attack.
Yeah, when you think about that, Ned, actually that big, the way he's yeah.
Yeah, he just went.
Yeah.
And now he's at the front of the race with a 3-minute and 25 lead. Matt, if you put yourself in Quinn Simmons' shoes right now, put yourself in that stars and stripes spangled skin suit of his. If you were there, what margin over Tadej Pogačar and UAE Team Emirates would give you actual belief that you could ride to victory? 3 minutes 25 seems not enough to me.
No.
I mean, by a lot. Probably, unless he's got something just superhuman under the locker. What would you want? 6 minutes?
5.5 minutes, 6 minutes at the bottom
to
of the
give
Passo
yourself a
di Ganda.
chance.
Yeah. Because the Passo di Ganda it's an Alp. It's just under 10 Ks, and it's crazily steep. It really is quite hard. It's the hardest climb of the day. 9.2 Ks at 7.3%. But significantly, the last 2 Ks of the Passo di Ganda are just under 10%. So it's a very, very hard bit of climbing. And Tadej Pogačar can do some serious damage there. And riders can lose on those sorts of gradients easily 40 seconds a kilometre on a climb like that. But this was the moment that he made his move.
And as you say, Vivaca looks across but doesn't alter his pace or try and go with him. Nobody does, really.
Well, at this point, they were still riding at a pace that was matching the pace that was being set by Sivakov behind, so it was hard. So this is an impressive move. And I think shortly there will be some conversations in the team cars about how well this young American is riding at the moment. You know, Not even a glance behind. Well, one quick glance and then he's just doing his own thing. So massively impressive, but still a long way to go. But as you were saying, and as I was talking about, they're going to break this race down into little chunks, and there's a lot of free speed, there's a lot of opportunities to recover. You've got to look at the positives, where you can rest up and then go all in. But I tell you what, the final climb of the Colle di Aperto is going to need a minute there almost, or 40 seconds there. You know, it's because so much can happen there. So he knows it too. Although he's a brave rider, still finding out a lot about himself. We've never seen him do something like this in a monument before. So different in a big one-day race. This is a monument, and this is, I think it's fair to say, one of the most stacked fields we've had for Lombardia in a number of years.
Well, he's only just really starting his monument campaign as a rider. He's 24 years of age. He's raced none of them twice, if that makes sense. So he's raced Paris-Roubaix once, Milan-San Remo once, Flanders once. He's never raced Liège-Bastogne-Liège, and this is his debut at Lombardia.
Yeah. He's putting on a show. He really is. And already he's only got 6Ks to the top of the Zambla Alto, and that's still with some descent. So it's going to move really quickly in 10 minutes, 9-10 minutes. He's going to be over the top and onto that long descent where he can recover, eat, shake out his muscles, and he'll also know that they won't make too much inroads into whatever lead he's managed to preserve over the top of that climb as well. So that's really significant.
Well, so far, UAE Team Emirates and Tadej Pogacar are going about their business very conventionally.
Yep.
They're keeping a lot of the numbers here. They are holding back, waiting, I think, for the Passo di Ganda, because at the moment the bunch is far, far too big, even for Tadej Pogacar to contemplate. Well, you never really know, but because we are within Pogacar range, but that's a big bunch still.
Yep. One by one, though. As we can see now, they are dropping off.
Well, that's Calzone, I think, from the original break, is it?
At Camprubi, that is.
Camprubi, okay.
Yeah, just rolling back there.
Yeah, that's him done.
His day is done. The young Spaniard out of the saddle there, maybe suffering from a little bit of cramp. That's quite a sudden and catastrophic moment there for him. Can hold on no longer. But yeah, still 3:13, so a couple of seconds have been shaved off that lead. But I tell you what, it's not riding that much slower at all, pretty much matching the pace being set by Sivakov, but it's going to be burning through his resource. We saw, again, to remind you, that 90 watts more average power than Isaac Del Toro. That is a very telling comparison. It's just at what cost will that be? He's going to have to disproportionately fuel as well. Just keep on, the amount of energy he's spending out on his own, it's going to be burning through the calories. So it's going to be a true test, this is. I mean, you've illustrated there, describing the amount of classics that he's ridden. This is one of the longest races of the year, one of the hardest in terms of elevation. We are going to learn a lot about Quinn Simmons today. He's going to learn a lot about himself. He's never been in a position like this before. But again, he's riding, with a national champion's jersey on. That's going to mean a lot to him. That's going to buoy him. And he has come into this race as one of the joint leaders of the squad. And it's a hitter squad, isn't it? Scalamosa is there as well. But he's putting on a proper show here. And the longer he stays in front, the more likely I think it is that he can end up with at least a top 10 spot here.
Well, Pavel Sivakov, let's not forget, has done an awful lot of work as well on the front today. Differently from the effort that Quinn Simmons has had to produce, but he'll be tiring as well, Sivakov. I'm deep into this race now. About 75 kilometres done in this race already.
Yeah, well inside the last 2 hours now.
Slightly damp roads here as well, again. Yeah. Just in the misty hillsides.
This is the side of the race as well when we get to some of these tricky descents where fatigue can make you just lose that. So it's physical fatigue, but also mental fatigue as well, because how hard the race has been, how steadily hard and pretty much uncomfortable for everybody all day. It's very easy to let concentration slip ever so slightly, so it's so important that you maintain focus so you don't make an unforced error. So really at the moment, discounting the break in between, because he's just moving away from the Ganna-led group, it is Sivakov versus this man, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just 1 versus 1, Simmons v Sivakov.
Yeah.
As you were saying, some sketchy little bits on the inside, this wet and dry. But again, not particularly steep here. It's well onto the big ring.
This is this false flat section of the climb. There's a little bit more steeper slope still to come in the last kilometre or so of the climb. So 2.5 kilometres of basically flat or slightly down or slightly up roads, and then a little sting in the end of the tail. They go over the top of the Zambla Alta climb with 63.4k to go. And then the first of the two remaining long descents in this race.
Did you see the corner just before the one he's taking out? Did you see how easily he went through it? It's like, whoa. And it's not a super steep descent. He's carrying a little bit of speed, but he really backed off. It is quite sketchy.
It's one of those mythical granite rock structures or limestone rock structures. I don't know what they're called. They've got a French name, haven't they? The standing women, the sentinels.
Ah, right.
They get carved out of these particularly hard section of road over millions of years of water erosion, and the hardest rock just remains standing. Look how much difficulty he's putting that chase group in.
No.
1 minute and 70 seconds. Just absolutely destroyed them.
Yeah.
Not much change, though, in the time gap between him and Sivakov at the moment. Louis Vavaca is in that chase group. His average wattage, I think, part of the reason for that is Louis Vavaca is a lot lighter rider than Quinn Simmons. But, yeah, for Quinn Simmons, so far, his average wattage to be 450. Over what is quite a long bicycle race.
Yeah, that's just what is right. It's not 450.
Over the whole piece.
Yeah, that's just the last section. There's no way that it would have done that for 4 hours.
In fact, it's on that climb.
Yeah.
So it's on the Crocetta where he launched his attack.
Yeah.
So that would make more sense.
Even factoring in that weight differential, that's why he's a minute and a half up the road.
Yeah.
That's impressive. That really is impressive. Like you say, he's a bigger rider, so able to generate that little bit more power. But comparing him directly with Vavaca is probably the best. You could have compared him again with Matthews a bit, but that's a pretty direct comparison. The fact he's able to produce over 400 watts for the best part of 15 minutes this deep into a race is impressive. He's clearly a man on great form. And again, it's hardly lost a second. In the last half an hour of racing, Ed, he's not missed a beat, has he? Nope. Maintained that advantage, increased it on the Ganna group, and has held that same advantage to the peloton being led behind. But it has been only led by one man, though. Occasional little turn on the front from Rafa Majka, but mostly it has been Pavel Sivakov. And there's that little corner, that's just... Yeah.
Development of the time gap that we just saw on our screens is almost the opposite of what you normally expect. When you might have a 3-minute 15 time gap that gets whittled back down at this point to 1 minute 30. Well, actually, it's been the exact opposite. Here are the steeper final couple of kilometres of this climb.
Yep.
This penultimate climb that he's got to think about. Just what kind of time gap he might have over the top of the... He's going to clearly get over the top of the Zambla Alta climb with minutes in the bank. He's going to want to get over the top with 3 minutes and 16 and lose no further seconds.
This is massively impressive power. It really is. They'll have told him there, just like, you've got 20 minutes of recovery after this. Some 3 kilometres. That's the way you shape it in terms of the way you convey information at this stage of a race. He's in a great position. It's all about positivity, no negative. It's all about you're in the stripes, you're leading in Lombardia, in the front in a monument. They're 3 minutes behind, they're not taking any time. These are the sorts of bits of information. All it is now is motivation, measurement of effort, fueling, and looking at opportunities to rest. That's the only information you'll be giving him now.
And don't even think about what's coming behind you.
No.
Don't even think about the UAE
None of this.
Team Emirates Armada that is guiding the world champion up this climb.
Well, what you'll say is that Emirates are riding and you're holding them. In fact, you've added another couple of seconds. All that will do is motivate you. He knows the reality of it as well. But the bottom line is, at the moment, Ned is doing a superb race. Long way to go, 65 Ks. But as we've said, best part of 30 Ks of that downhill.
EF with strength and depth there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 riders, including their... Well, they've got a trident of sorts, haven't they? Richard Carapaz, Neilson Powless and Ben Healy still in play.
Yeah.
I'm still surprised that we didn't see any of them attack at the beginning. I think it's especially given the nature of EF education, they tend to be expansive tactically, don't they?
And they've got the option to do that. It's not as if they've got a team built around one clear leader. Any of those riders, as we talked about earlier on,
imagine if
would be no surprise on the podium, would they?
Imagine if a Carapaz was up the road now with Simmons. The alarm bells have been ringing all over the bike race, wouldn't they?
Definitely. Yeah, it did surprise me a little bit. And also, remembering back and looking at the opening phase, there weren't even any, it wasn't as if they tried and failed. It didn't appear that they had the appetite, or it was the plan to get in the mood, which was quite interesting as well, given the riders that we've got. So 1,200 metres now for Simmons. Still, in fact, he's added another 3 or 4 seconds onto that lead.
Yeah, he's pretty close to the top of this climb now, the Zambla Alta. That's a huge ride.
Yeah.
1 minute and 31 now. So that chase group, I mean, I don't know whether there's another group in between the Ganna group and the peloton that are probably about to be swept up. Well, that's Arensman dropping away. Yeah, he's not his day today at all. So that really only leaves one iron in the fire for Ineos Grenadiers, and it's Egan Bernal who's still in this peloton. Another rider there dropping away is in the blue of Picnic Posten L, looking broken by the pace that's being set, and that's Björn Kurt, who was in the original breakaway. Still it's Sivakov on the front, huge ride. Micah on his wheel, Jay Vine, Isaac Del Toro. Adam Yates has now repositioned himself and moved up alongside his team leader.
Yep, Sepp Kuster in that group, just 3 or 4 Visma Lease bike jerseys as well.
They've got everybody except for Domen Novak.
This is Jay Vine now, isn't it? Jai Hindley. Sorry, getting the J's and the J's mixed up.
Yeah, that's okay. Same nationality, different team, but Jai Hindley has had the big misfortune of crashing heavily, and that explains where he's at.
Well, that bang to the leg and also that effort to get back in contact at this stage of the race is so costly. He'd have had to put himself in the red just to get back, so that's no real surprise that Jai succumbed today. Very unfortunate for the Aussie, as we look at exactly where Quinn Simmons is.
500 metres to go to the top of the climb, and then a bit of free speed for Quinn Simmons.
Yeah, it's a real nice drop-off. No plateaus left. It's quite a tricky top, a tricky section here, but once he got over that climb, and being a slightly heavier rider, arguably more an advantage on the gradients of about 3 or 4%, we can really make a difference and carry that bit of extra speed and momentum. So he's riding this race as well as with great strength. You know, there's some nuance to it as well.
All alone on this mountainside. All alone with his thoughts, at least for now.
Yeah, glasses back on again for the descent. In and out the saddle.
Losing a few seconds. Just a few to his advantage. I wonder if a little bit of terminal fatigue is beginning to creep in with Simmons.
Yeah, the effort that he's been putting in.
Hello.
Ooh.
Ben Healy.
Yeah.
Dropped. Not his day, Ben Healy. So that's one of the really significant potential dangers for Tadej Pogacar and Remco Evenepoel, out of contention by the looks of it.
Yeah, he's had a long season, hasn't he, to stay focused.
His Irish teammate there looked round, Archie Ryan, to see if Healy wanted to wait with him and try and get him back, and I think it was a little shake of the head from Healy, so Ryan goes back into the bunch and Healy's dropped. Yeah,
there we go. Over the top for this man, and his gap over the peloton. It might come down a little bit because, of course, they've got 1.5 kilometres still to ride, but that's a pretty solid advantage to take over the top. 63 k's to go, over 20 k's of descending now for Simmons. So by the time he gets to the bottom of this climb, it'll be just over 40 k's to go. So this is, again, talk about free speed. Even if we assume he might lose a handful of seconds here, he's not going to lose a lot because he's not pedalling, and he is a pretty decent descender.
Yep, the Passo di Ganda starts at 40.7 kilometres remaining, so he's got over 22 kilometres to go until the foot of the next climb. Now, all the long descents, well, the first 2 long descents of Lombardia have seen the peloton split. We've seen that on both occasions. I wonder if it's going to happen again. What remains of the peloton, because that is far smaller than the peloton that hit the bottom of the Zambla Alta.
You can just see Charlie Ryan at the bottom of our screen, just gone out of touch. Still Sivakov on the front, Micah just behind, Jay Vine looking very easy. Really light pedalling action that he has, and then Del Toro Yates still there, so plenty of resource around Tadej Pogačar still. And as we get deeper into the race, the way that they'll deploy these resources is in increasingly shorter increments. So they've got a far more intense job to do for a shorter period of time.
Oh, we haven't seen them for a while.
No, nearly 2 minutes back now.
They're only 1 minute and 10 seconds ahead of the peloton there. Louis Vavaca, Michael Matthews, Peyo Bilbao and Pipo Ganna.
It just shows the class of the ride there by Quinn Simmons to put 2 minutes into this group.
There's not much that these riders can do now.
No.
The front of the race has gone. They're going to be brought back by the peloton, and even then, they won't be of a great deal of service to their team leaders. So their race is effectively being snuffed out right now.
Yep. They should survive with about a minute and 5, minute and 6 seconds to the bottom of the Gander. But I think, given what we know, what needs to happen, they can't give. What they certainly can't do, Ned, is give Quinn Simmons a 3-minute advantage over the top of the Gander heading into the finish.
Yeah.
And you'll be giving the race to the American, but that certainly won't be the case. So we know what's going to happen on this final climb. Still a way to go, though.
Tish Benoit and Kian Uterbrooks and Ben Tulip in the yellow of Visma Lease-a-Bike, repositioning themselves, trying to move up on the left-hand side of the road for this descent to come. Oscar Onley, the teammate of these two riders in blue of Picnic Poston NL, is really well placed. He's up, I think he's a little bit isolated, but he's up towards the front.
Yeah, this is Chris Hamilton.
Gosh,
Very experienced climber.
Have not won in the World Tour since the Tour de Suisse. And yet they probably reflect on this year as pretty successful.
Yeah.
With the ascent of Oscar Onley to within touching distance of the podium of the Tour.
Retirement of Romain Bardet as well. Moving on to a bit of gravel racing. I think we're going to see Romain Bardet in the Gravel World Championships tomorrow. But meanwhile, there you go. They've taken a few more seconds back, so unsurprisingly, just over the top, another handful of seconds back. So 3 minutes now from the peloton to Simmons and the group in between. As you say, they might even be reabsorbed by the bottom of the Gander, because there's the steep part of the descent, and then there's a section of about 5 Ks. Once we hit the bottom of the descent, about 191 Ks in, there's a 9K false flat downhill where they will, you'd imagine, make inroads into the lead before we hit the Gander itself. But right now, riders needing to stay attentive, but an opportunity to get some food down, and a good sort of 10 or 15 minutes of relative ease. Let the heart rate go down, get some of the toxins out of the legs. But at the same time, with fatigue that is well and truly set in, everybody will be starting to get significantly tired now. Just got to stay focused on these tricky descents. With these, there's still little damp sections on the inside of these lines. And as you can see, no margin for error over on the left-hand side there, Ned.
No, it's pretty scary stuff,
Yeah,
isn't it?
it's
not the most technical of descents, but fast.
Yeah.
This was Quinn Simmons' lack of hesitation as the flag dropped. I think he made his mind up.
He's obviously got good legs. He's woken up with good legs, this lad, hasn't he?
Probably on the aeroplane to the race, knowing what he was going to do to Lombardia. His first participation in this race, by the way.
Yeah, man of the match so far.
Yeah.
I mean, that...
He's just picking up where he left off at the Tour de France, where he did this day after day after day.
Just unafraid, isn't he? Absolutely unafraid, aware of what he's capable of. And when you've got Tadej Pogačar in the field, the only way to do it is to try something. Get up the road and go down in a blaze of glory. And then know. And with each investment like that, you just find out new things about what you're capable of doing. And it's entertaining. It's brilliant to see, because it's still this race is well within reach of UAE members and Tadej Pogačar, but this man isn't necessarily the rider we thought would have a 3 minutes advantage coming into the final climb of the day, and I think it's made for an intriguing race.
Being chased by a still relatively big peloton. About 3 minutes and 14 seconds. Taking a few seconds back on Pavel Sivakov. Quinn Simmons just had to draw breath, I think, over the top of that climb, and the first couple of... Take it easy, maybe, for the first couple of kilometres of this descent, but he's got his rhythm now and he's got his mojo. I mean, it's a beautiful descent, isn't it?
It's
really,
quite
if you're not
flowy.
being chased by Tadej Pogačar.
Yeah. Did you notice that kept to the right-hand side of the white line. That's quite interesting, rather than cutting in and across. Oh, are we going to see...
That's Michael Matthews on the front, Bilbao on his wheel, Ganna going a bit
Ganna
wide.
just getting the line slightly wrong there.
Yeah. Vevaka just sweeping around on the right-hand side. I don't think he's...
Yeah, just using the knee.
It up. Just about, yeah.
Yeah.
Slight misjudgment there from people.
Yeah, just using the knee there to counterbalance the bike. And remember, Ganna with that higher centre of gravity, because he's so tall, it will be, and that's why in mountain biking you drop the seat pin on descents. I mean, you can't do it on a road bike.
Well, you can.
Unless you're Matej Mohoric. Yeah, I was going to say you can. But I don't think anybody would drop a seat post here.
No.
But again, with that higher centre of gravity, he's not going to be quite as agile down these descents. He's a good descender, but just got it slightly wrong there. But didn't panic, just drifted a bit wide and has dialed it back in. Whereas Michael Matthews, slightly more punchy, more muscular, lower centre of gravity, just a bit more at ease on the descent like this.
Yeah, why did that seat post dropper not take off? Why did that revolution not happen? Why didn't it get widely adopted?
I don't know whether it was banned by the UCI or not. I'm not too sure. You just don't see it. I mean, it's
a one-off, wasn't
it? It's a one-off.
Yeah.
And also, in a hilly race, it's quite a weight penalty to carry. But in Milan San Remo, because the climbs are so fast, I mean, in the end of the day, he won it. But I think that was not exactly a one trick, but I think it was a one-time only that you could use it.
I'm pretty sure it was authorised by the UCI. I think they looked at it and issued a press release afterwards saying, yes, fine, crack on.
It's just
you
a
might
weight
be right,
penalty.
it's just heavy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep.
It's a significant weight penalty. I don't know what, but I would imagine something along the lines of 500 grams, which is significant these days, especially in a hilly race. And really, Milan San Remo was the only race you could use it, unless you had a stage finish in the Giro that was at the bottom of a descent, for example.
Yeah.
And they're not allowed. So I think we might see it.
You'd also have to
again,
train specifically for that position on it. It would have to be something you really worked on, wouldn't it?
Well, only for short periods of time. You'd only drop it on the descent into then pop
for sure.
again.
But you'd need to know how to descend like that in that position, because that's literally what you're not used to.
No, totally. It's very odd. We've tried it ourselves actually. A few years ago, me and Dan in our GCN days, after we heard that Nibali did it, we thought, okay, so we came to this neck of the woods and tried it out, and it works.
It works?
Yeah.
Interesting.
It certainly worked for Mohoric, didn't it? Well, given the fact he's one of the best descenders in the world anyway. Still remember when he went down that descent and Tadej Pogacar tried to follow. Do you remember then? Thought, no. Went in the drainage ditch, didn't he? And
I think his future flashed before his eyes.
I think it flashed before all our eyes.
And everything, and his present.
Yeah.
It was hair raising. Oh, it's a twitchy moment there.
This is hair raising too.
Quinn Simmons. He's doing a good descent, but he's neither gaining nor losing time at the moment, particularly. He's just going downhill fast and at the same speed as Pavel Sivakov.
It doesn't look from this rather privileged view we've got riding directly behind him that he's got any of these corners wrong. He's not double checking or reassessing each corner or having to change his line mid-corner. He's pretty dialed here. So finding the right line, shaving a bit of speed off, banking in, and as soon as he can on these flatter sections, he's back on the power again. See how many gels he's got back. He knows what's to come. And there he is, getting another gel, or whatever that is. A little finale flask by the looks of it.
Oh, yeah.
There's sugar in there. Probably a little bit of caffeine as well. Especially at this stage of the race. 54 k's to go. I would estimate with the climbing we've got about an hour and a quarter, an hour and 20 left, because that final climb is horrible. Yeah, about an hour and 20 left, I reckon.
And about 13 kilometres to go until he climbs again the Passo di Ganda. He'll definitely have an advantage of something around 3 minutes. Doesn't want to lose too much more time.
Yeah.
Wouldn't expect to either on the descent.
I tell you what, I mean, yeah, I think it's going to be, he's going to have around 2:53 minutes by the time we hit the bottom of the Passo di Ganda. But what we're going to see as well at that point, the remaining teammates of the other favourites for this race are going to start to move through to the front on this little bit of a valley road. So once we hit the bottom of the descent, it's still losing elevation, but only about 1 or 2%. So essentially flat, but quick. On the approach to the Ganda, as well as UAE riding, as we saw in the previous climbs, we'll see the other teams start to move around, and that will add to the momentum in the peloton. And we might see, just by that added momentum, that Simmons loses a little bit more time. But I think he will take at least 2:45 into the Ganda. So even using pretty simple maths and thinking about the kind of shape that Simmons is going to be in by then, he won't get caught till about 3/4 of the way up, if he gets caught at all. So it's a pretty interesting situation here.
But this is the Passo di Ganda. This is where Tadej Pogacar really has to make his move. So UAE team members are going to mug up. When they get to this climb, they are going to light it up. There's no doubt about that, because there's really no plan B now. They've done nothing unexpected or really expansive in terms of a long-range move. So it's all about the Ganda. They've made that abundantly clear. But they're going to have to go. They really are. Not just to bring back Quinn Simmons, so they'll be confident of being able to do that, but also to shred this peloton and dispense with all its constituent parts, really, so that Tadej Pogacar can attack from a small group and go clear.
Yeah. All the other opposition are going to have to just strap themselves in and see if they can follow. But that's where I think we're going to see, in relatively short order, all of the remaining resource of UAE used up in the first 3-4K of that climb before Tadej goes on his own. And this is exactly where we are on course today. Still a little bit of the steep descent of the Zambla Alta to go. And then, as you can see, there's the gradually dropping valley road that takes us into the final significant climb of the day, the Passo di Ganda. We still have the Colle Aberto to come, which tops out at 3.3 Ks to go. But you are looking at the solitary figure of the United States road race champion for Lidl Trek, Quinn Simmons, 24 years of age from Durango. Looking at his head unit, seeing what's to come. He's had a good year so far. Best result in a big one day was recently in Canada, the Grand Prix Cycliste de Montreal. And there's a big showing by the Americans on that day. Brandon McNulty, I think it's fair to say, was gifted the win after an amazing ride by Tadej Pogacar. Quinn Simmons in third and Nilson Paulus in fourth. I don't think we've ever had three Americans in the top four of a World Tour race before. Massively impressive. So he's clearly in good form, and that, as we know, is a very difficult race. You know, such a battler in the Tour de France, best placing in the Tour, whereas when he finished second to Ben Healy on the stage to Ville Normandie, when he was part of that big breakaway. So we're just going to have a little look at Bergamo. I'm looking out from my commentary point. A little bit of a breeze has now picked up, but it is an absolutely beautiful place. It certainly is. If you've never been and you're at home contemplating, well, take a look and then book your tickets. That's the Cathedral de San Pablo. There are some of the most glorious Renaissance buildings up there. Just look at that, just marvel in its glory. It is destination Bergamo for this man, Quinn Simmons. Now, as you can see, 15th time it's been the finish for Il Lombardia, and the crowd is really gathering at the finish line. In 3 or 4 deep, all the way down the finishing straight. Ever so slightly downhill finish after that last kick up. This man is putting on such a show for us. This is the group in between, but almost forgotten about the group in between. Michael Matthews, Lou Verweyke, Filippo Ganna and Peo Bilbao. Bilbao at the back there in the white of Bahrain. In the purple there, Michael Matthews. All of these riders vastly experienced. Verweyke, a stalwart of Soudal Quick-Step, has been with them for the last couple of years. Also rode for Alpecin de Koning in the service of Mathieu van der Poel, but was brought across because of his ability on the hills. But of course, Remco Evenepoel moving on himself to Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe next year. But all these riders on this flatter bit of road relaying well. They've got a 54-second advantage over the peloton, still being led by the singular figure of Pavel Sivakov, who will be coming very, very close to the end of his tenure on the front. Adam Yates has just moved into the slipstream of the Frenchman, and Rafa Majka dropping into the wheel There's another little split you just see behind. Some damage is being done on these descents. A small group have either been dropped on the descent or they're getting back on after the climb. I think it's one of the two. But 2 minutes and 1 second they are, and they are now slowly but surely taking time over Quinn Simmons. Another second ticks off, 2 minutes and 52 seconds now. This is going to start to hurt Simmons, that's for sure, but he's putting himself in a good position to get a more than solid result in Il Lombardia. Hopefully he's got something left in the tank. He's been riding in a very measured way, super confident. It's extraordinary that he was the first attacker today. And it was a sustained effort, part of 30 seconds to a minute, forcing that group clear. But Sivakov driving hard. And I think in the next 5 or 6Ks, Sivakov's day will be over. But putting in a cracking job here.
Well, that's 7K to go until the climbing starts then. Hold on to the lion's share of that lead. It's still around about that kind of ballpark you were saying, Matt. 245, 250. Still Pavel Sivakov doing the work on the front in this valley road, and this is where the road flattens out just a little bit on this descent.
Yeah.
You might expect some of the other teams to start moving up towards the front in anticipation of the climb.
Yeah, exactly. You can just see the face there of Sivakov. It's starting to grimace now. He's locked his elbows at 90 degrees, but there's still relative composure on the face of Quinn Simmons here. Riding superbly. Seen a few seconds of his lead fade, evaporate. And the Passo di Ganda starts in only 5.5 kilometres time, so about 7 minutes of effort for this man before he hits arguably the hardest climb of the day with its very difficult gradients.
Heading into the final hour of racing now, and the Passo di Ganda is only 5 kilometres away. This is where the race is going to happen.
So 2 minutes and 50 seconds and holding steady. This man riding one of the races of his life as Ben Healy looks like he's about to get back in contact, certainly riding in the convoy here. Just getting on to the wheel of one of his teammates there. Also in the mix there as well, Alex Aramburu. Although as soon as they hit the flex action, the flat sections, and they open up the taps, the gap goes out significantly. But Archie Ryan relaying well, but I do think it is game over today for Ben Healy. But what a season he's had. Third place in the World Road Race Championships, a stage win and a stint in the yellow jersey at the Tour de France. A real big step up for the likeable Irishman, that's for sure. Just look at the amount of gels he's got in his back pocket. It's not going to be today. Time for this man to rest up and reflect and build on a quite incredible season. Such a likeable character as well. He's a real fighter. Took that wonderful stage win a few years back in the Giro d'Italia as well. But another 5 seconds now been taken off the lead of Quinn Simmons. Passo di Ganda looming in the distance, only 4 Ks away, and the gap narrowing now. Vivaika still pressing on at the front. Matthews takes his turn. Quite a dramatic low-angled shot here, giving us a sense of the effort that these riders are putting through. Even Pipo Ganna looks to be tiring now, and it's pretty unsurprising. It's been a hard day out.
What remains for these riders is questionable, isn't it? Except for the fact that they're in a massive bike race off the front in Lombardia, and they might as well just crack on.
Why not?
But there's not much else left in it for them, is there? There's no way they're going to get to Quinn Simmons, and they're going to be swept up fairly soon.
Yeah, it's just the nature of racing when you find yourself in a move like this. And the way that they're just committed to ride as long as they can, as deep as they can, to buy themselves some sliding space on the climb, find a rhythm they can sustain, and see what position they're in over the top. It's literally, because this is such an attritional race, it's sometimes the only way to ride it. Because this climb is going to see this peloton explode. We know the sort of pace that's going to be set. But I tell you what, Simmons still riding so strongly. A nagging headwind on this section as well, and there he is, the road laid out in front of him.
Long straight avenue of suffering for Quinn Simmons, who surely is now beginning to crawl up inside into a little ball. He hasn't got much left. There's a little bit more lateral motion in his pedal stroke now, just rocking from side to side just that bit more as the fatigue starts to take over and every cell in his body starts to revolt against what he's doing. That's the problem that he faces. And the problem that he faces more immediately is UAE Team Emirates, with almost their entire train riding him down towards the foot of this climb.
Yeah, they're going to have to hit this climb at absolute full pelt. Another addition to his nutrition. Again, he's going to be burning through calories left, right and centre. He really is. So he's got to keep himself as fueled up as he can. There's more of a trend towards not being in deficit, but consuming that many calories that you're kind of over the top, especially in triathlon and in endurance racing now. They're almost over fueling, and it does actually help with recovery apparently. It's a real different way of thinking about fueling, and that's why we're seeing him constantly. And there's like 6 or 7 gel packets out the back of Ben Healy's pocket. They are consuming an extraordinary amount of calories. It will be about 120, 130 grams per hour in a race like this now.
Rattling towards the little village of Gazzaniga by the church. That's where they head off into the little road that takes them up the Passo di Ganda, which gets steeper and steeper the longer it goes on. 15% the maximum grade into the final kilometre.
It's a horrible climb, isn't it? Yeah, it kicks up at the bottom, then it's steep anyway, then it's even steeper at the top. It's the worst sort of climb you would want, especially if you're starting to tire. I think you can see the peloton now just behind our group that's in between. It just came into view around that gentle corner. Yeah, 1,300 metres to the foot of the climb now for Quinn Simmons.
Yeah, the team cars have been pulled out from behind this quartet of riders. They've just got the neutral service car there in the gap, and they know that the game is up and they are coming in fast. 1 kilometre to go, as you say, to the Passo di Ganda for Simmons. And the bunch behind can see the last, bar Simmons, the last remainder of the breakaway. Cattaneo again with Evenepoel on his wheel, moves up on the left-hand side. Visma Leasebike trying to hold a position with Kjern Ueterbrooks and Tish Benoot, and Ben Tulett still there.
Yeah, Sepp Kuss still there as well, just tightening up the ratchets on his shoes. Look at the face now. This is the last few pedal revs, I think it is, for the Frenchman. Out of the saddle. Yes. Terminal effort.
After his performance at Gran Piemonte to set up victory for Isaac Del Toro, Sivakov has done it again on a harder race. This is Lombardia. Look at that, tongue out, chin hanging out as he gasps for air. This is it's been a mighty race as Quinn Simmons just bumps his way around that roundabout. And he's a couple of 100 metres now from the foot of this climb, and he's going to have a roundabout those 2 minutes and 40 seconds that you predicted, Matt.
Yeah, he'd obviously want a bit more, but yeah, this is roughly. It's still it's an absolutely cracking performance from Simmons. Oh, that's a shave off. That's a narrow section there, is it? Wow, this is very, very narrow indeed.
Well, that's the start of the climb by the church, up onto this single track road, up onto this narrow approach, and up onto this steep beginning to the Passo di Ganda, which is the hardest climb, not the longest, but the hardest climb in the whole race.
Yep, might actually take them a lot. Although it's not the longest climb, given the gradients, it will take the longest time as well, I think. So takes another drink and now has got to sell. There's the stats of this one. It's a 4-star climb, 9.2 kilometres in length, 7.3% average, 15% max, gaining 675 metres of elevation, which is the best part of 2,000 feet.
So UAE Team Emirates find themselves hand in control for now to Matteo Cattaneo, and on his wheel a rider from Red Bull, Bora Hansgrohe, then comes Remco Evenepoel, then Rafa Majka. So Tadej Pogacar's team have been a little bit knocked off the front of the race, but they'll be comfortable enough with that for now, as Filippo Ganna, having been caught, looks around to see where Egan Bernal is and does another mighty turn on the front. Yeah,
it's Alexander Vlasov on the wheel of Cattaneo. So Vlasov is there. Tish Benoot just moving through with Ben Tulett on his wheel. Remember, it gets very narrow here. This is a real pinch point. That's why there's so much activity at the front of this peloton. Cattaneo knows exactly where he is headed. He's trying to get Remco Evenepoel into the prime position as they take this 90-degree right-hander by the church and onto this very narrow start of the climb. Yeah, Pidcock trying to move up the outside as well. Some speed bumps and a roundabout to play with. Yeah, you needed to go the right-hand side of that, not the left-hand side, which a few have taken erroneously. But Vavaka and Michael Matthews still haven't been caught. No. Somehow.
Ganna and Pello Bilbao have. There is the TV motorbike at the front of the bunch, not too far behind, just a handful of seconds.
Yep. And they'll be able to pass through this at their own pace and then just settle into a rhythm. They know they're going to be swept up soon.
Here comes the bunch.
It's quite a very technical run in this, Ned, isn't it?
Yep.
Both riders, Matthews and Vivaca, opting for different sides of the roundabout.
Matthews got that right, Vivaca less so. Wow, they all go around the left-hand side. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Slightly longer way round, but no harm done. 8.7 kilometres to go in the meantime for the leader of the race, Quinn Simmons, to the top of the climb.
Yeah, he's looking good, but he's lost another 10 or 15 seconds.
Yeah.
And I think he's going to lose even more time on the lower slopes of this climb. But he's just got to not panic and just settle into a rhythm and just see how the race ultimately evolves around him. All he's got to do is not worry about the group behind, just concentrate on trying to get to this the top of this climb as efficiently as possible and just seeing if he can survive over the other side to give himself a good result in this race, as Matthews labours, about to be caught. A brave ride by Michael Matthews as well. Again, such a versatile, brave rider, but he's about to be caught. It's Rafał Majka, the Polish champion, on the front. Sivakov, his job is done. Yeah,
hats off to Paweł Sivakov. Matteo Catania as well, having done his job for Remco Evenepoel, as Michael Matthews is the penultimate rider to be caught. And Rafał Majka, in his last ever hour of racing, takes it up. The great Polish domestique, retiring after today's race, which he wants to contribute now with the company of Jay Vine and Tadej Pogacar to another outstanding victory for the outstanding Tadej Pogacar. But they've got to start shredding this peloton. Julian Alaphilippe is there, Remco Evenepoel is there. Pogacar's only got two teammates in front of him, though.
Yep.
No Adam Yates, and who's the other missing rider? Isaac Del Toro has dropped a bit further back for now.
Yeah, that's quite interesting. Del Toro is Yates is right further back, so Yates is about 10th in line there.
Yeah, Del Toro's nowhere to be seen at the moment.
Yeah.
He's got the ability, if he's just caught out in terms of positioning. In fact, he's already starting to move his way up. Just got a glimpse of him there, so I don't think we've seen the end of Del Toro yet.
So 8 Ks to the top, 2 minutes and 13. So they need to take back about 15-20 seconds a kilometre, and I think that's definitely doable. 2 minutes and 12 seconds is the gap. Ben Tulip just trying to move up there. Richard Carapaz also still there, just in the pink. We wondered how he would go today. He's looking good in that group. But already on the lower slopes of this climb,
there's not many left.
There's a selection that's clearly being made.
Yep.
Tish Benoot also starting to get dropped in the yellow there.
Yep. Nicolas Prudhomme, one of the two leaders of the Decathlon AG2R team, but Paul Sexas is still there.
Yep. Mikel Landa also there for Soudal Quickstep.
Well placed on the wheel of his leader. We've got Michael Storer and Julian Alaphilippe still there.
Indeed, Alaphilippe is still there. Looks like Sepp Kuss is still there as well. Yes.
Look at Del Toro on the left-hand side of the bunch, moving up alongside Landa now. He was just caught out in terms of positioning there, wasn't he?
I think it was. It was really quite active. Tom Pidcock also was Tom Pidcock's about 15th back there, but it was caught out on that approach. It was actually quite bumpy, quite technical. So rather than get caught up in the melee, Del Toro just dropped back a little bit and has now just slipped into the slipstream of his team leader. It's a superstar contingent at the front of this group now, isn't it? Del Toro just behind the world champion. Alaphilippe, the former world champion, another former world road champion just behind him. It's a who's who now, isn't it, at the front of the peloton.
Two British riders towards the bottom of your screen there. Tom Pidcock on the wheel of Adam Yates, who, a bit like Isaac Del Toro, is moving incrementally closer to the front of the race to do his effort. There he is, Yates coming past Michael Storer, or onto his wheel at least.
What's there, about 15 or 20 riders left in this group now, as Rafał Majka does what he does best. We're going to miss him in the peloton. Tadej Pogacar is going to miss him. He has a little look round to assess the damage, and he continues to ride in that high torque, low cadence technique. How much longer will he last before it is Jay Vine that takes over? Well, meanwhile, Isaac Del Toro looks relatively easy and looks like he's about to pounce himself. Yeah, they've got so many riches on board that squad, haven't they?
Well, because of who they are, we don't often get to see Isaac Del Toro and Tadej Pogacar race together. And when you see them side by side like that, and Rafał Majka gets a salute from his team leader there as
lovely.
He signs off for the final day in his career. Rafał Majka is done in terms of competitive racing. He'll ride to the finish and he'll enjoy it, or try and enjoy it, as Jay Vine then resets his computer and beds in to do his turn.
Yeah, that was a lovely little moment, wasn't it? A salute there.
Yep.
And Jay Vine on the front. Revelatory year for Jay Vine as well. He's a rider again who's really matured, settled in, and is now a vital component part of this team. Setting that tempo, lovely fluid pedalling style. Del Toro looking concentrated on the wheel of the man in the rainbow bands, and also looking good there. Remco Evenepoel a little bit further back, trying to assess how Tom Pidcock's doing. He's there.
It's a really elite selection of riders here on the wheel of Jay Vine. Paul Sexas is still there, so too is Richard Carapaz. Tom Pidcock repositioning himself. Landa pulls out, he's done. Carapaz is still there though. Primoz Roglic is just beetling away to close that little gap that's opened up to him. Remco Evenepoel, as ever, looking very composed, but now he's all on his own as Roglic, with that high cadence of his, closes the gap to the two riders for Tudor Pro Cycling, including Julian Alaphilippe, who is still there, as well as the Australian Michael Storer.
Yeah, Lenny Martinez is just at the back of this group as well, in the white of Bahrain, are victorious, but Jay Vine is causing some serious damage here. We've almost forgotten about Quinn Simmons out in front of the race. The gap has come down now to 1 minute and 48 seconds, 6.5 kilometres to go, and at this rate, at this pace, he will be caught by the top. And I think there's even more pace still under the hood, but impressive running by Storer. A touch on the back there from Julian Alaphilippe, and there is your selection. Sexas, the young Frenchman, impressive yet again at the back of that group.
Yeah, Alaphilippe dropping away, or battling to stay there, but maybe not for too much longer, as Roglic, with Bernal on his wheel, does manage to close the gap almost to the elite selection of riders. Kian Utebrooks and Tom Pidcock, those two young riders, are just the wrong side of a gap that is opening up as Jay Vine, with Pogacar on his wheel, powers away from the rest and up the road towards Quinn Simmons. Great ride for the Aussie.
Yep, Jay Vine looking good. There's a lovely fluidity about his pedalling style. You can just see Julian Alaphilippe on the radio probably giving encouragement to Simmons, and not to Simmons, to Storer, giving him an assessment of what's going on, and basically the race is absolutely detonated behind. But this is one heck of a turn by the double Vuelta stage winner and King of the Mountains back-to-back, out of the saddle again, giving it a bit more interesting positional play here. Del Toro on the wheel of the world champion.
Yep. One to watch. Del Toro's coming under a little bit of pressure, but still looking relatively good. And this is Egan Bernal with Primoz Roglic and Julian Alaphilippe. I don't think they were going to be able to get back to that group at the front with Storer and Sexas, the last two riders in this very, very elite selection. Yeah. But for Tadej Pogacar to have a rider like Jay Vine capable of doing what he's doing at this point in the race is absolute perfection. It's like he's turning it into a computer game at the moment.
Yeah. He's just, I'm just so intrigued about Del Toro. It senses to me that they're just going to set off Tadej Pogacar, and Del Toro are going to try and follow and put two of them up the road. That's what it feels like to me. Otherwise, I think we'd see Del Toro on the wheel of Jay Vine, because when Jay Vine peels off, and I think it's going to be within the next kilometre, looking at his facial expression, that's when Tadej Pogacar will go, and that is when Toro will try and follow. If he can, he will. If he can't, he'll capitulate, and then it's for the rest behind to go. But this is definitely coming towards the end of the effort of Jay Vine, and what an effort. It's been 1:18 now to Quinn Simmons in front.
Yeah, it's almost as if Isaac Del Toro has just been given a role all of his own. You don't have to be a domestique. I've got enough
Follow
of them.
if you want, mate.
I've got enough of them. It's up to you. If you can get yourself onto the podium, try and win it. Why not? Good luck.
Yeah, meanwhile, Egan Bernal has just gone clear of Roglic. Julian Alaphilippe.
It's a good ride from Bernal, but these riders, not in the same capacity. And there we go, 36.6 kilometres to go. And how often have we seen that before? This time there's not even the semblance of a reaction from Remco Evenepoel. He has learned that he doesn't try and respond to Tadej Pogacar, who is in full flight already, ripping the head off this race. 5.4 kilometres from the top of this climb, and in an instant, he was gone. And it's that simple for Tadej Pogacar. As Isaac Del Toro drops to the wheel of Paul Sexas, Michael Storer with Evenepoel, as ever, in this role that he is so accustomed to, with all these other podium contenders simply on his wheel. Remco Evenepoel has been there and done that.
Yeah, you saw Remco swing over and offer it up to somebody else to take up the pacemaking. It's just amazing how much of a gap this man can open up in so little time. It's the ridiculous amount of power he is able to generate this deep into the race. And has already put a handful. It's more than 3 seconds, the gap, that is for sure. It's gone out to about 10 seconds. And that's under a minute now. 5.2 kilometres to go. Remember, let's not forget, we've still got Quinn Simmons at the front of this race, but Tadej Pogacar, after being set up, not for much longer, has ripped this race apart. He's got a bridge across the American, and that information will, of course, be fed back to Quinn Simmons, who might... It's a difficult one for Simmons. Does he ease off now and hope that he can regain the wheel? Because at the last part of this climb, we need to remind you at home, is even steeper. The last 2 kilometres of this climb are just under 10%.
You know, for Simmons, he's just got to go as hard as he can for as long as he can.
Yeah.
It's a question of how you're going to get beaten today.
He's looking at a podium spot now, though, Ned.
Yeah.
He's looking at a podium spot.
Yeah.
Some brave ride. He's been on the front foot, and nobody else could reply.
No one tried.
And this time it's a rather unorthodox out of the saddle effort from Tadej Pogacar.
Old school.
Old school. But what a
Retro
ride.
Pogacar, yeah.
Great ride there by Jay Vine.
Well, he made the big difference there, didn't he?
And then, bang. Look at that. Clearly, still riding within himself. There's not even a grimace. It's just extra power that he has on tap. And just to notice that little look down at his front wheel from Remco, I haven't got it. And he's one of the best riders of his generation. There we go. 20 seconds he's put into them in about a kilometre and a bit.
Flying up this mountain. Quinn Simmons looks around, might even glimpse that white jersey with the rainbow bands already. Rainbow bands, don't forget that he is worn as a junior world road race champion, going back a few years, the 24-year-old. But yeah, Simmons, well, as you rightly say, if he plays his cards right here, he has got a chance of getting himself on the podium.
Yeah, if he can just ride, well, of course, I'm telling him what to do. He can ride a slight within himself. It's daylight now, utter daylight.
Difference in the body language between the tiring Simmons and this man.
Yeah. He's romping up this climb. He's probably doing the best part of 5 or 6 kilometres an hour quicker than Quinn Simmons. He's absolutely motoring, Ned.
Well, in preparation for Lombardia, he broke his own Strava King of the Mountains record on this very climb, and he's at it again. That record that he set only the other day might just be about to be broken once more.
Yeah, it's incredible. Just look at the numbers here. Some of those are a little bit off. But, yeah, definitely riding at around 390, 420 watts or something like that. Meanwhile, this is the group behind. Remco Evenepoel leading. The prodigiously talented Paul Sexas of France there in second wheel. What a year Michael Storer has had there. And then Isaac Del Toro lurking dangerously on the back wheel. You do wonder what Del Toro's got up his sleeve, whether he's at or near his limits. I'm sure he could have gone, if he could have gone with his team leader, he would have done. But right now, has got all the rights in the world to sit here.
No one could have gone with Tadej Pogacar at that point.
No,
possibly
totally.
Eddie Merckx?
Eddie Merckx, maybe.
Might have been able to respond. This is the Roglic group, is it the fourth? Yeah, this is a group already at 1:42 to Quinn Simmons and over 1 minute and 15 seconds down on Tadej Pogacar. It's happened in the blink of an eye.
Well, I tell you what, with 3.9k to go to the top of the climb, Simmons is going to get caught by Pogacar, looking at the rate that Pogacar's riding at. But Simmons might go over the top in second place,
yeah,
and be in front of that group with Evenepoel. So Quinn Simmons, what a bold ride. Whatever happens is a little attack from Lenny Martinez now to try and bridge across. But this group at 1:42 down on Simmons. But Martinez, especially with the steep gradient still to come, that is a big, big move by Martinez.
Yeah, the young Frenchman going off the front and a much older Frenchman trying to respond, Julien Alaphilippe. You can see the difference there. Lenny Martinez, a very, very sprightly attack from him, and he could be a factor to complicate the battle for the medals. But that's all that's going to be available in Lombardia unless something really untoward and unexpected and unfortunate happens to Pogacar, because the legs are there once more. And Tadej Pogacar is at it again. This is truly historic.
Yep.
You look back on these and that's how quickly he's got across to Quinn Simmons.
It's just a different level, it really is. Just look at visibly you can just see how much quicker he's riding, and Quinn Simmons is doing a heck of a ride. Quinn Simmons isn't losing that much time to the Evenepoel group, just a few seconds, and holding the group with the likes of Primož Roglic, Tom Pidcock there. So this is one heck of a ride, but it's almost incomparable to the ride that Tadej Pogacar is doing. The speed, the power that this man is able to generate deep into a race is completely and utterly unrivaled. He is peerless at this level, Ned.
Well, he's removed himself from the rest of them over the course of the last couple of years entirely. He's in a different category. He's in a different bike race, and that's precisely what Quinn Simmons must be thinking now as this white jersey with the rainbow bands comes flashing past him. He's always got to ignore Pogacar, who might just pause for it. No, not even.
Will he look?
He looked round. Hey.
He might say, come on, mate. I think that was a little bit, come with me if you want. He didn't attack him.
No.
He just get onto the wheel.
But he will be easing up a little bit here. So that's interesting. Pogacar invested a lot in those first 2 kilometres, and even he is just easing up a little bit. He must have eased up, otherwise Simmons wouldn't be able to hold his wheel.
Yeah, I think he'll just wind it up now. I think what Pogacar acknowledges is the effort that other riders put in. And so he won't gift anything, but it's an acknowledgement. It's, look, get my wheel, mate. Do you know what? I'll tell you for a bit. I'll drop you on the steep bits, but I'm going to help buy you a bit more time to get on the podium.
It's in his gift.
It's in his interest.
It's in his gift as well. He's just in such a position of total domination in this race. He can do what he likes.
But also, he knows that how brave a move that is to be the first attacker still out in front. That's a nod of acknowledgement of a job well done, of a really bold bit of riding by the American. Looks good as well, doesn't it? US champion, world champion, off in front. This could be one of the biggest single-day. Oh, and Simmons is now gone, and Pogacar's still seated.
I don't know if Pogacar even knows that he's dropped Simmons, but I mean, that's no concern of his. He offered Simmons the opportunity of a ride there, but Simmons just could not, understandably, hold the wheel for very long.
No.
And off he goes again. And that was a remarkable statistic that just flashed up on the screen. The last 14 one-day victories have all come solo from Tadej Pogacar. You have to go back to Flèche Wallonne a year or two ago for the last time he won a sprint from a select group.
Even Flèche Wallonne, when he won this year, it was 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Nobody wins by 10 seconds in Flèche Wallonne.
Yeah.
No, it's another amazing performance. Already has put double digits into the American. 2.5 kilometres to go. 50 seconds now. So it's only taken him 2.5 kilometres to take a minute over Remco Evenepoel's group.
Well, the last 2.5 kilometres of this climb for the American, for Quinn Simmons, are going to be agonising, but they are critical. They are so important for Simmons. If he's going to get the reward that he deserves for his adventurous debut, let's not forget, at Lombardia, then it's all about really these next 2 kilometres, because then he can get a little bit of respite on the long descent and then throw everything that he's got on the final little climb on the outskirts of Bergamo, or in the old town of Bergamo.
Yeah, the only problem for Simmons is that lone ride. It's once the bottom of the descent, he's got that long ride into that final little climb. But so he's got to really think about his effort here. There's not much more he can do here than ride at his own pace. On double-digit gradients anyway, that's all you can do. The moment you try to follow somebody, even going marginally quicker than you, is the moment that you put yourself into the red. As Sexias now starts to struggle on the wheel of Isaac Del Toro. And unsurprisingly, it is Remco Evenepoel being left to do the pacemaking at the front. But a great ride here by Michael Storer from Tudor Pro Cycling, the young Aussie in second position.
59 seconds then separating Tadej Pogacar from his big rival Remco Evenepoel, who desperately want to try and manipulate a situation that allows him to finish in second place. Clear second place again, just as he did last year. But he's got it all to do, Remco Evenepoel. No sign of Lenny Martinez yet in that Evenepoel group of 4, but he is somewhere in between the Roglic group and the Evenepoel group.
Wow, just look at the way he's flicking those pedals around there.
Yeah.
To make it look...
Sexias has dropped. Evenepoel has ridden one dangerous rider off his wheel, for now at least. The Frenchman shakes his head, doesn't need a bottle, just needs to make contact with Isaac Del Toro's rear wheel. But that's testament to how well Evenepoel is going there.
Yep.
He's trying to ride them all off his wheel if he can now.
Yeah, he's trying to find that that rhythm, that TT rhythm, where nobody else but himself is dictating the pace. That's what Remco Evenepoel likes to do, and that's what he's found. And he's more than willing to take up the task as well, because it's going to make everybody suffer. But he's dictating terms, and that's massively important for Remco. But I tell you what, Quinn Simmons is matching the pace of Evenepoel at the moment. It's a brave ride.
Phenomenal from Simmons. It really is.
Look at the support from the Tifosi as we head towards, not quite the top, still the best part of 2 kilometres still to go for this man. And this is where the road starts to get even steeper.
Yeah, Simmons may be losing a second or two all the while to Tadej Pogacar, but there's no disgrace in that. Look at that time gap, though. It's rock solid at 30 seconds between Simmons and Evenepoel, which is astonishing. In the meantime, though, well, this was the expected sight that will have been in the minds of all these fans as they made their way up to the top of the Passo di Ganda. And those imaginations have become reality once more as this incomparable athlete, roared on by some home support here, does what they all wanted to see him do, really. At it again. Resplendent in the rainbow bands that he's gained for the second time in his career. And he's making his way up the last real difficulty of this climb, all on his own, with these fans roaring his name. Pogacar, this one-off rider, doing things that only he in the history of cycling has been able to do. Quite extraordinary.
Yep.
He disappears into the darkness as the trees grow over this section of this climb, and he's got 2 kilometres, or a little bit less than that, to go to the top of it. And Simmons is doing the ride of his life here.
Yeah, I think we might be a little bit nearer the top. That
hasn't changed.
The marker's changed, so well, as you can see, we're clearly on the steeper section. But what a reception here for the American road race champion, Quinn Simmons, the first rider to attack, and still second on the road as we head towards the denouement of this race. It is an absolutely wonderful ride. Fortune favours the brave. And I certainly hope that this man can finish on the podium as he holds that gap steady. In fact, he's lost another handful of seconds on the group containing Remco Evenepoel. He's now 48 seconds behind an absolutely rampaging Tadej Pogacar.
And you can see just how hard Evenepoel is going here. Castora and Isaac Del Toro are not doing a turn. They're just trying to hold the wheel of Remco Evenepoel. He looks around to check that they are still there, and they are. And he's running out of mountain to get rid of them now. He's dispensed with the young Frenchman, Paul Sexas. Del Toro fuels up. UAE Team Emirates going to make it 2 riders on the podium. There's no doubt about who's going to win this, unless anything befalls in between here and the finish line. But can they pack the podium with Isaac Del Toro? Has he got it, Isaac Del Toro, to get the better of Stora and Evenepoel and Simmons, who lie in between him and a possible podium finish in his debut at Lombardia?
Yep, I have a feeling that we'll see Del Toro try and attack, whether it's not on this climb, on the final little kicker that takes us through the Colle Aperto. That's a little bit further down the road. We've got the long descent of this climb. It is, it's the best part of 14 kilometres off the top of this one to the bottom of the descent. Then there's that flat run in before the kick up into Bergamo.
Well, Simmons has still got himself 20 seconds of an advantage over Remco Evenepoel. If he can hold on to something like that, then he possibly will get into the Città Alta of Bergamo with a little bit of a lead over that group, if he can manage that. Although the flat approach to Bergamo might be his undoing. Yeah,
it's a flat, long, straight approach as well. So you'll be able to see, you can see like 2 minutes up the road on that section. But Quinn Simmons will certainly do what he can, but he can do nothing about this man, who continues with every single powerful pedal stroke to move himself clear of the rest of the riders in this field. In fact, you can just see the group behind Simmons there, who still looks to be relatively composed, riding his own race here. And the important thing now is that he gets to the top clear of this group. But there we go, it's corrected itself. Only 500 metres to go now for Tadej Pogacar. A little bit more for this group here.
When the road straightens out, Remco Evenepoel looks up and he'll see that American national champion's jersey, as Pogacar has the lucidity and the presence of mind to get ready for the descent and fuel up for the remaining 31.4 kilometres of this race to go. A finish, of course, that he knows intimately well, an exact carbon copy of the run into the finish line that produced a victory 2 years ago in Bergamo, and his young teammate Isaac Del Toro has been dropped now by Remco Evenepoel. And one by one, Evenepoel is succeeding in riding these dangerous riders off his wheel as he goes off in pursuit of second place. Michael Stora holding on for grim death, and Quinn Simmons is going to be caught, I think, by Remco Evenepoel with almost pinpoint accuracy right at the top of this climb.
This is a heck of a ride by Remco as well. Has just happily set the tempo that he wanted to set. Has dropped Isaac Del Toro. What a ride by Michael Stora. So we've got a Slovenian, an American, a Belgian and an Aussie at the front of this race. And Evenepoel looks like he's getting even quicker over the top. He might even try and drop Simmons just to try and secure that podium spot. Simmons...
Stora's hanging on by a thread here, isn't he? He looks round to Simmons, and that's always a tell that Stora, I think, might be on the point of capitulation here. Remco Evenepoel, if he can do it, needs to get it done here and ride clear into second place. Simmons somehow is able to respond, and even he looks like he might be about to drop Stora. How Simmons is able to do this, I have no idea.
That's an amazing ride, finding something deep within himself to tolerate the pain and find some sort of strength to reel himself back into contention over the top. What a ride by Simmons. Del Toro continuing to fight his personal battle over the top of this climb.
Evenepoel's going to have to wait, I think, to try and dispense with those two riders who he's going to take over the top of the final big climb of the day, the Passo di Ganda. But Isaac Del Toro, I think, if he looks up ahead of him on the road, is losing contact with the front of the race.
It's a tricky descent, this one as well. Very technical, irregular. There's no real rhythm to it, but it's a descent that this man knows well. It's a descent that he's flown down solo before. He's also been in the company of others in the past, but this time he's alone once more. A bit of a plateau here before it drops down again. So we've got this slight flat section for about 500 metres, or flatter section, and then the descent proper begins.
1 minute and 17 seconds over the Evenepoel group. And further back down the road, that's the unmistakable shape of Julian Alaphilippe. He's dropped through the groups a little bit.
So Christian Scaroni here. And there's a Richard Carapaz as well. So Carapaz there and Mikel Landa. So these are all in with a fight for a decent top 10 spot.
Primož Roglic falling away with Julian Alaphilippe, the riders of that generation. Being dropped by the younger riders, going up the road ahead of them now. Not Roglic's year for his new team. And his professional career complicated by the emergences of a podium rider in Florian Lipovitz, plus the signing of Remco Evenepoel for next year with Primož Roglic.
Yeah, certainly putting a big fight today, though, but didn't quite have the firepower to go with these other riders. Alaphilippe, in turn, really fighting to stay on terms with the Slovenian. Meanwhile, another handful of seconds are taken by this man. 1:15 to Evenepoel.
Stop losing time, Remco Evenepoel, to Tadej Pogacar. He stabilised that gap now. That was a heck of a climb from Remco Evenepoel.
It really was. Just measured, totally measured. Didn't ever ask for any assistance. We saw a few years ago when he'd get impatient, flick his elbow, remonstrate a bit, but he's far calmer. He accepts that he is the next rider in the hierarchy, and the others will look to him to do the pacemaking. And I'm sure, to be honest with you, if Stora could have worked, he would have done. But Evenepoel was looking good. Clearly rode what we call a negative split on that climb, eased into it and accelerated over the top. And here he is, continuing to work hard. You can still see those rocking shoulders. He is keen on trying to stay within striking distance of Tadej Pogacar, but look how hard that Simmons is having to work. Actually swings off the wheel.
Yeah.
This is how strong that Remco Evenepoel is.
He's right on the ragged edge here, the American. I don't think he can hold the wheel of Stora. He's seeing that medal chance go up the road and away. And that's hugely disappointing from Simmons. If he can get back to that wheel and just get a bit of respite, but then Evenepoel is putting so much pressure on these riders just to hold his wheel at the moment.
Yeah, he wants a podium spot here. To see that little look round, he saw that Quinn Simmons has been dispatched and has probably given it even more of a squeeze. He knows, having dropped Michael Stora over the top of the climb, he could probably do it again on the next one. So that's what he doesn't need to give these. What Remco doesn't have is this real big punch, but what he can do is just squeeze and squeeze and squeeze until they can't hold the wheel. That's why he is by far the best time trial specialist in the world. Oh, Carapaz
down in the distance, head on the roads. Richard Carapaz, that's a bad crash as well. Gone right into the rock. Hope he's okay. Bike in the air, ungainly. That looked bad.
Yeah, that's not good. Hope he is okay.
Bad for Richard Carapaz.
Yeah, it just shows how tricky that descent was. It's an irregular road surface. Because it's a minor back road, there's no chevrons giving you a warning of how acute and how tight some of these corners are as well. So let's hope Richard Carapaz is okay, but he was looking good and for a top 10 fight, but I think that's out the window now. Let's hope he can get back on and finish in one piece.
So Tadej Pogacar off the front with a lead of 1 minute and 18 seconds. There is the world champ flying down this descent. But as you rightly say, he knows very, very well indeed. Knows better than almost anybody else. Quinn Simmons at 1:25. He's only 7 seconds behind the Evenepoel Stora group, so not entirely out of it yet, but Evenepoel, it was very interesting with hindsight to think about that moment when Tadej Pogacar accelerated and Evenepoel's total lack of reaction. He almost didn't even look at him.
Well, he knows.
He looked down at his wheel. He would have known that moment was going to come, and when he went, Tadej Pogacar, he just had, that was the moment.
That's the salute.
The salute to Rafa Majka. And this was the moment. Now watch Evenepoel as Pogacar attacks. He looks down and he's thinking about his race for second place ultimately.
Yeah, looks at the power. Yeah. Looks down, just composed. He knows there's no point. Thing is, Remco could respond to that, but then he'd pay. Yep. He'd pay a heavy price for trying to follow the pace of this man that he knows is unsustainable. But what he can do is just keep tapping away at his own rhythm, which is far superior than most others. A little bit of acknowledgement there. Actually, it was just more of a look, more of like, blimey, mate. He didn't actually say anything, just looked across at him.
Yeah. Pogacar used him as a little leapfrog position or a little stepping stone along the way. Just eased up for 100 or 200 metres or so. Symonds dropped away and then he was at it again.
We're on the descent proper now. That first little part of the descent wasn't the real descent. We're on a little plateau, and now we are losing elevation very, very quickly. You just see in the distance, I know the clouds have blown out the vision there, but we've got a lot of descending to do now for the next 7 or 8 Ks.
Now, no one needs any reminder that Remco Evenepoel has history with descending in Lombardia and is known not to be the most confident of descenders, of the true superstars of this sport. So it's no surprise, perhaps, with Pogačar committing to this attacking, almost assured of victory, that he is taking time on this descent over Remco Evenepoel.
Yeah, and this is where Symonds might actually join forces with Del Toro or vice versa, and those two could get back on, and that's what I'd imagine Remco Evenepoel is completely, you know, conversing of. There we go. You can just see this man, he's getting back on. So that's the Tudor Pro Cycling team car. It's also the Quick Step team car that's moving up to the group in front. So Quinn Simmons has definitely got an opportunity to get back in contact. I'm actually quite surprised that they brought the team cars in so quickly. But obviously they do need neutral service up in front. I think the neutral service will actually be for Tadej Pogačar. Well, he would have had service by now anyway. But it's really complicated, given how fractured the group was on the climb, to get service in between these riders.
Yeah. Del Toro in turn is about 8 seconds behind Quinn Simmons, as you can see. That lovely,
look at that
beautiful aerial shot of the race unfolding. Somewhere down there is a white jersey with rainbow bands hurtling towards an inevitable 5th victory in Lombardia.
Wow.
The race, as you can say, shattered once again by Tadej Pogačar.
There's a stunning sight, an iconic sight, isn't it? That is bike racing, isn't it? This is the theatre in which these riders ply their trade.
There he is, Tadej Pogačar, all alone. This is how he wins races these days, all alone.
Yep, you know this descent well. Would have reconned it the other day again just to make sure. Taking the perfect line, back on the power when he can. Built that lead up to best part of 1.5 minutes now, 1:24. The tight hairpin out the saddle, on the drops, flawless. You could just hear the gear change there as well.
Could just take it at his own pace, which happens to be faster than anyone at the moment. Tadej Pogačar. It's when he's in the past, when he's been having to race the likes of Jonas Vingegaard on descents, that's occasionally been a little chink in the armour, but when he's on his own, it's flawless stuff.
Yeah, he can descend very, very well. As you said, when put under pressure by others, yeah, we've seen a few on forced errors, but now he's dictating terms, and as you say, he's actually taking seconds. So 1:30 from 1:25. So
well, Simmons is not making any impact on Evenepoel, so no one is matching the descending speed at the moment of the world champ, Tadej Pogačar. Well, if that's accurate, not sure how accurate that is, the Simmons time gap actually. Last time we saw it was just a handful of seconds behind Evenepoel, so I don't think he's lost
it. It's
himself.
recalibrated. I think sometimes the transponders on these hairpin bends, we get slight inaccuracy because they generally work in straight lines. So that will bounce around a little bit.
Well, for Quinn Simmons, if he's going to medal, then this is a critical part of the race. He's earned himself the right to be in the hunt for a podium finish by that brilliant, well, series of brilliant climbs. The Zambla Alta, the Ganda, that he just about survived with the big boys.
Just took the race on, didn't he? He literally, from the very off, just took the race by the scruff of the neck and said, I'm having a piece of this. It's just really, I love that attitude. You know, he's been a rider that's been criticised in the past. He's got a bit of a swagger, but in terms of the way he approaches a bike race, you know, it's completely uncompromising, isn't it?
Evenepoel is doing a good descent here. Not lost much at all, if anything, to Tadej Pogačar, as we get slightly more accurate time gaps. And Storr's under a little bit of pressure now.
Yeah.
That's a bit of a gap that's opened up. I wonder if Evenepoel is just smelling the possibility here of riding away from the Australian.
The thing is, if Evenepoel has a 10-metre advantage on the flat section, Storr's done. They will just go. He's just so ridiculously aerodynamic. And he is putting, as well as power, just cornering ability is going that little bit quicker. And you can see there's a distinct lack of punch, comparatively speaking, that Storr's got. Like, Storr's going well. You know, he's in third position. No, third position on the road at the moment, but he can't quite corner. He's cornering just that little bit more timidly. than the man in front.
And it's a long enough descent, isn't it, for this dynamic, once it's set in, to yield a result for Remco Evenepoel. We can drop Storer here, he can dispense with it.
Exactly.
Quinn Simmons in 4th place on the road.
Del Toro just behind
Del Toro catching Simmons. So Simmons, you can see by that body language, he's got nothing left,
Yep.
Simmons. Those legs looking like they've turned to jelly. So the Mexican closing in on Quinn Simmons and in 4th place on the road.
But look at what we talked about, Quinn Simmons surviving, carrying that 2 minutes 50, 2 minutes 40 lead into the bottom of the climb, and the way the race has detonated behind. It would have been told that. It's always a tall order for him to win this bike race, but he's put himself in a position for a very respectable top 5, top 10, because after Del Toro, we've got the best part of 20 seconds to Sexas approximately, and then well over a minute and a half further back of Roglic and Alaphilippe at 3.5 minutes. So in particular for Quinn Simmons' race, it does look as if he continue on and survive that final little kick up to the Città Alta, that he could be in with a very, very high position. And he's been one of the most aggressive riders in this race. I mean, regardless of what Tadej does here, the man of the match, I think, has been Simmons. Just for taking this such a mighty race on.
Yeah, every other rider possibly you would have made a case for. You know, it's not obviously the first two. Everybody could have picked them. Michael Storer, that's no great surprise given how well he's gone over the last couple of years.
Yeah.
He's out Del Toro is full, but the one outlier is Quinn Simmons. I don't think anyone would have had him in the top, in the shake-up for a highly placed top 10 finish.
Exactly.
Well,
yeah, he's gone now.
Gone.
Yeah. And on these slightly flatter sections, yeah, it's just look, he's so smooth. You know, he's like a little bullet. And that's what Ganna described him as in the European TT Championships. She said, well, Remco's just a bullet.
Yeah.
It's a really good description. But tell you what, there's still a lot of fight left in the Aussie, though, isn't he? He's attacking into these corners, a slightly more ragged, less fluid style, but still effective.
Well, he's got to shore up. He's got to keep these marauding riders at bay, hasn't he? He's got a chance here of a first ever podium finish in a monument.
That'd be a massive deal for Tudor Pro Cycling. They've already won some big races this year. They won World Tour races this year with Julien Alaphilippe. But to get on a podium of a monument would be a very significant result for the new Swiss team. Especially
in the company of the two riders who he's probably, if he's going to do it, going to end up on the podium with. Two of the greatest there's ever been.
Exactly. Del Toro picking his way down slowly but surely, reeling in the American champion.
Using him almost as a guide, isn't he?
Yeah.
And sensing that he is getting across to that US champion's jersey, which is a problem. That's a problem for Quinn Simmons, because Del Toro has this last remaining climb in the Città Alta in which to potentially attack him and drop him and go off in pursuit of Michael Storer. But we're going to have all these different groups on the flat approach to Bergamo. It'll be interesting to see how that all plays out.
Yeah, and a lot of the groups, because there's only 20-30 seconds in between each group, they will be able to see each other. So they'll have each other in sight.
They might not see this chap too clearly, though.
He's actually, Evenepoel has taken back sort of 10 seconds or so on Tadej Pogacar on this descent so far. 1 minute 20 seconds. And I think, well, not I think, that's what Remco wanted. Now, this man is absolutely flying. We've still got a fair bit of the descent to go. It's a big ask for Remco to bridge across, but he's certainly going to try, that's for sure. And this man will know exactly. I mean, remember 2 years ago on the approach, when this man was clear, in similar circumstances, attacked on the climb, he actually started to cramp up.
He's nearly off this descent now.
Yeah.
Only a kilometre or two remaining of the descent for the flat approach to Bergamo, and that's Evenepoel territory. Well, it's Pogacar territory as well, but it's probably tilted more in favour of Remco Evenepoel, which is why Tadej Pogacar needed to get a gap as big as he's got of over 1 minute, as Del Toro and Simmons get together.
Yeah, I think once Del Toro and Simmons get together, they will work together. Simmons might actually, well, I'm sure he'll give as much as he can, because Del Toro will be eyeing trying to catch Storer for that final spot on the podium as well. So I'm sure Del Toro would want that. And in working with Simmons, it's not affecting at all Tadej's race, but it's trying to get a podium spot for himself. So I think once they get to the flat, I do think we'll see both of these riders relaying to try and bring in the Aussie, who currently sits in between. So we haven't got Group 3 marked there, but that Group 3 is effectively Michael Storer, and he's in between. So and he's probably about 10 or 15 seconds behind, or maybe even more now. Here he is.
There we go. He's their next target. He's the rider at the moment who is placed on the podium. But
you can see Remco.
You can see Remco, so he's just about in contact with Remco Evenepoel, with the Belgian.
It's a good ride. Really good ride.
Time gap of only a couple of seconds, really.
Yeah, it's 4 or 5 seconds, isn't it?
Not
That's
even,
all it
I
is.
don't think.
He's closing now. He's got his mojo back. I think it was just on the cornering. He just couldn't quite corner as quick. But now he's on this flat and he's got him in sight. He's giving it everything. He's clearly got good legs, that's for sure. He wouldn't be riding in third position in Lombardie if he didn't have good legs. So he's now got him firmly in his sights. And it's not a technical issue now. It's now an issue about giving it everything you've got. Yeah, it's just legs. And here we go, Ned, bottom of the descent. Yeah.
That has now properly flattened out for Tadej Pogacar.
Wow, those cones.
Not helpfully placed at all.
Sorry, Ned, they're making me feel a bit nervous. Whoa.
Why have they been removed? It's extraordinary.
Well, that made me nervous.
Yeah, well, every one of these riders coming down one by one is going to have to deal with that same obstacle in the next few seconds.
I would hope that that's going to be relayed back, so that the DSs will have that information back. Watch at the bottom of the descent. They send these little, that they will be given that information over the radio, hopefully.
I guess the race organisers were just expecting the riders to pick one side and stay on the one side, but that was sketchy there, briefly, for Tadej Pogacar.
Just hear the clunk of the gears as Storer finds a bigger sprocket, stamps on the power again.
Here we go. This was Pogacar trying to make his mind up which line to take and going very close. And again, just having to swap to the other side of the road as the bend took him wide.
Yeah, there.
And then switch back again.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to. Yeah, out again and then right. Yeah, basically a slalom.
There's Evenepoel. Storer's nearly got him.
He has.
But you'd have thought if when the road flattens out, unless Storer could get on his wheel now, which he isn't quite, you'd have thought that Evenepoel should have the wherewithal just to ride away from Michael Storer on the flat.
Yeah. God, sorry. Sorry, this is hold on to your hats time. Storer not opting to swing left and then right.
Right then, this is a 10-kilometre time trial between a rider who finished in first place in the World Individual Time Trial Championship and this rider who finished fourth. How much time can Remco Evenepoel take back on Tadej Pogacar, and can he hold off Michael Storer?
Yep. Evenepoel will give it absolutely everything he can. Remember, they crest this final climb at 3.3 k's to go, but it's a couple of kilometres long.
Start the climb at 4.7 kilometres to go. So it's around about 8.5, 9 kilometres of flat road for Tadej Pogacar to hold off the threat of even giving Remco Evenepoel the slightest encouragement that he can make significant inroads on the 1 minute and 16 seconds that Pogacar has of the lead. He needed that over Remco Evenepoel.
Oh, definitely. But again, looks relatively composed as well, doesn't he? As we zoom in on his
very expensive watch.
Yeah.
How many years would it take normal people to earn that much money? Well, he's not normal, is he? He's not normal, Tadej Pogacar.
No. 1:16 and holding steady, but not seen if Storer's managed to latch onto the wheel of the double Olympic champion. But all the gaps are kind of holding steady now.
Yeah.
So here we go. Remco's still alone, but he looks behind. He will probably see the black jersey of Michael Storer on the drops, traditional style, golden bike, Olympic champion. Banks into the roundabout.
Well, even if you can't see Pogacar and is disheartened by the time gaps that he's getting, he's got to keep Michael Storer at bay.
He has.
Storer's dangerous.
He's actually taken a few seconds back. It was 1:18, now it's 1:11, so he's closing, but only slowly.
Yep.
As you said, this is where he will be at a slight advantage. And there we go. Storer's at 9 seconds behind, so Storer is putting up a heck of a fight here. He really is. And then best part of 50 seconds to the chasing group, containing Del Toro and Simmons.
Is that all the riders at the front of Lombardia now are thinking, about what's ahead of them, but they're also thinking about what's behind them.
Exactly.
So Storer's thinking, I can't be caught by Simmons and Del Toro. Evenepoel's thinking, I can't be caught by Storer. And it's just making everybody fast at the moment.
Yeah. It's all these different personal battles. Pogacar on his own, Remco on his own, Storer on his own. Then we've got our first duo on the road of these two, Quinn Simmons protagonista of the day, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, and he's still working.
Yeah.
He's giving Del Toro a turn here. I mean, he doesn't really need to do that.
Well, I think there's the hope
they can still do it
of catching Storer
Yep.
for that third spot, but he's got the best part of 50 seconds, so I don't think they can even see him on this stretch of road. It just opens out now. And here is Tadej Pogačar in white, and as we pan out, we'll see what a minute and 10 looks like. So another second taken back by Remco Evenepoel, but we're getting ever nearer the climb where one would imagine Tadej will take even more time.
Yeah, he's not in the same shot.
No.
He won't see him. He might just every now and again catch a distant glimpse of that convoy of cars following following Tadej Pogačar, but Evenepoel, that's an unclosable gap. And Tadej Pogačar is riding towards an inevitable and crushing victory, and it'll be his 10th monument victory, which takes him up to over halfway to the tally of the great Eddie Merckx. There's only one set of rainbow bands short of Merckx as well, so one by one the comparisons are becoming ever more real.
Yeah, looking at the courses we've got for the next couple of years for the World Road Race Championships,
Just give him the next two.
Sissy Mars will just give him the jersey and have a battle for second and third. And I'm sure a lot of other riders would agree. He is incomparable on this the level that he's at now. But Remco, after closing 6 or 7 seconds, I think he's extinguished, it's fair to say, the threat of Michael Storer now.
Yeah. These three positions look pretty locked in now.
Yep.
Evenepoel can't get close to Tadej Pogačar, and Storer is losing time, as you'd expect to Remco Evenepoel on this.
And also,
long straight line.
what Remco is going to be a lot of respect between Remco Evenepoel and Michael Storer too. So what Evenepoel doesn't want to do is go so hard on the flat he capitulates on this little climb. Although it's only short, 1.5 kilometres, it's steep, it's cobbled, it's really hard. And if you hit that, having been in the red, you could lose a lot of time. And we know how well Storer can climb. So Evenepoel's going to have to really measure his effort here. Look at that, golden bike, golden helmet, and golden light reflected off the roads. This arrow straight, runway-esque section of road leading to the outskirts of Bergamo. Another little look round, a nervous look round, I think it's fair to say, from Remco Evenepoel. He's got 18 seconds over the Australian, who in turn has got about 50 or 48 seconds over the chasing group of Isaac Del Toro and Quinn Simmons. And then a big gap. Another couple of minutes then to the group containing Primož Roglič.
Just over 4 kilometres of flat remaining until they hit the... it's going to look stunning when we get there as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
The Colle Aperto climb in the Città Alta of Bergamo, with its narrow, cobbled, steep section where thousands of people will have gathered this afternoon to cheer home the expected victor, who's gone about it in routine manner for him. Didn't do anything unexpected, didn't do anything crazy either, just used his team to the best of his ability and attacked where most of us expected him to. So it was entirely predictable how he went about it today, and yet there was no answer to it tactically.
It was just textbook. Yeah, there was nothing different. I think they're that confident in his ability on a climb that deep into the
Why
race.
mix it up?
Yeah.
You can win that way. That's the most straightforward way of doing it.
Why take a
get
risk?
it done.
Yeah, especially, again, it's his fifth victory in this race. But it's significantly, as well as adding another monument to his increasing tally, he's broken a record for Lombardia. Nobody's ever won 5 straight wins. He puts himself into the history books yet again for another reason.
No one's ever won 5 straight monuments, full stop.
There we go.
Even though Eddie Merckx has won 7 editions of Milan-San Remo, they were never back-to-back.
But there we go. It's just, yeah.
Completely exceptional. Fausto Coppi, of course, has won this race 5 times, but not back-to-back. Pogačar draws level with Coppi at Lombardia. Bergamo, both a very forward-thinking city, modern in its outlook in lots of ways, very relaxed. University city, also though, as we're about to witness, a beautiful, original old town, into which now the man in the white kit and the rainbow bands is cutting a swathe.
Yeah, it's not long now until he starts that little bit of a drag. It's on the outskirts of the little town. There's a little roundabout that then takes him onto the climb itself. So there's a few more of these little clinkers to come, just through the gate that leads us into the climb as he passes through 7 Ks to go. The Colle Aperto. It's a nasty little sting in the tail, that's for sure.
He's going to fly up it, isn't he?
He is.
It's going to give him wings. Just the very setting, the noise, the clamour, the acclaim, the appreciation, the sights and sounds of victory once again ringing in his ears. And after all, if he showed signs of being a little bit jaded towards the end of his tour of triumph in France in July, then he's come back after a break, roaring into life. Taken, well, victory after victory after victory in every single one-day road race he has entered. Tadej Pogačar has won, and won on his own. So, that world weariness that he expressed to the press and to all of us watching on in astonishment towards the final week of racing in the Tour de France, brushed it aside, and he has delivered everything that he promised at the beginning of the year. And if anything, if last year was astonishing in its perfection with the Giro d'Italia, with the Tour de France and with the World Championship bands, this year in many ways has been better, as hard as that is to believe.
Yep.
And this man has risen clear of the chasing pack, and for the third time in succession, trying to race, trying to battle Tadej Pogačar, Remco Evenepoel has proven himself to be clearly the second best hilly one-day racer in the world. And
yeah, he's in
when
a
you're
class of his
racing
own
against Pogačar, that is no disgrace whatsoever.
Yeah, he is in a class of his own in this sort of race.
In another generation without Pogačar, Remco Evenepoel will be racking up huge amounts of victories.
The thing is, Remco is so good, he would be dominant anyway. So it's just, you know, it's although he's won big, we know this man has won big. The Vuelta World Road Race, Liège-Bastogne-Liège on a couple of occasions, San Sebastian. At the moment, there's nothing he can do. He is in the shadow when it comes to road racing, one-day road racing, and indeed stage races.
Of course, the fly in Tadej Pogačar's one-day ointment is the great Mathieu van der Poel. If it weren't for him, the man who's just historically won, or is just about to win 3 monuments in one season, a feat which only Eddie Merckx has managed, if it weren't for Mathieu van der Poel, he would have won 4, possibly even 5. Don't forget the 2 monuments that slipped through his fingers this year. Milan-San Remo, his debut at Paris-Roubaix, he finished on the podium on both of them.
Indeed.
3rd in Milan-San Remo, 2nd in Paris-Roubaix. It is truly, truly off the scale what he has done this year.
Yep. And I think the monument in waiting, Strade Bianca, also took that as well, didn't he?
Yep.
I mean, it's incredible.
Having crashed.
Yeah, having crashed. Yeah. Yeah, 18 wins for Tadej Pogačar this year so far. And in 4.8k's time,
19.
It's going to be 19, isn't it? Yep.
It'll be, incidentally, a 93rd victory and counting for UAE Team Emirates. And that is the setting into which he is racing now. The Città Alta of Bergamo, as he did 2 years ago, as he did 5 years ago. He knows this city, he knows this finish, he knows this race better, not just than anyone alive, but than anyone in history. Fausto Coppi never won on debut. Tadej Pogačar did, and ever since then he's simply owned it.
Oh, look at that.
A little bit of a gift there for a very, very happy fan.
Yeah, that certainly made that fan's day.
He could just step off and sign that jersey, couldn't he?
He would have time.
Just about. Probably got Sharpie in his back pocket anyway, hasn't he?
Another little glance around there. 1 minute 29 over Remco Evenepoel. Stora at 2:04. Should have enough to stay clear for 3rd place. Tadej, give me 5, please.
He's taking 5 instead, isn't he?
He has.
5 victories in Lombardia.
Look at those beautiful long shadows. It's quite a technical little double left-hander, this one, isn't it? Remco takes it without any problem at all. Back on the power straight away.
And that time gap is eked out over Michael Stora now. He's shaken off the Aussie.
Yeah.
For a while, it just looked a little bit worrying for Evenepoel.
Yeah,
Focused on what he had to do. Just looks around, double checks, and now...
He's through the gate already. How quick is this lad going? I thought, oh, he's bound to... He's just eating this climb. There's afternoon tea, isn't he? He really is. Back on it again.
Well, this is one of the most magnificent finales of any bike race in the world.
Yeah.
The Città Alta, the Largo Colle Aperto in Bergamo. Barry it off, bannered up. Fans clapping him, roaring him on. The expected outcome, but it's no less thrilling to see Tadej Pogačar go about his work, go about his business and do what he does. He just delivers time and time and time again, like no rider since Merckx. He's absolutely incomparable. And 2025 is going to come to a thunderous climax with a repeat story of last year and the year before and the year before and the year before that. His sequence of success at Lombardia, quite unprecedented. The race of the falling leaves belongs to Tadej Pogacar, and listen to the acclaim.
Yeah, look at the Tifosi. They absolutely love it. This is so beautiful. What a way to end the Monument season. The crowds parting before one of the greatest riders of all time. We are seeing greatness here, Ned, without a shadow of a doubt. And the crowd, the Tifosi, are lapping it up.
And he's taking the time to look. He looks across to his
he
left.
Loves it.
He's just soaking it all in. And there's a respectful distance being held by those fans at the side of the road who hold back, and their jaw drops in amazement at what they're witnessing once more. Yes, they would have expected it, but it's no less extraordinary when you see it come flashing past you and towards the seemingly inevitable victory in 3 kilometres' time.
Definitely. Well, there's a left-hander. The road widens here. Just a little square on the right-hand side. About a couple of cups of coffee there before it widens, and then we just drop down. And then it will take him into the final 700 metres. A last acceleration over the top. He's increased his lead on Remco Evenepoel.
That's the last effort that he's going to have to do in 2025. He could coast home and freewheel all the way to the finish line and still probably win it. Done and dusted, Tadej Pogacar. That's it. Broken the will of everybody.
Yeah.
Broken the will once more of Remco Evenepoel, who probably knew, even before the race got underway, that if the inevitable happened, he wouldn't be able to follow. And yet, he has risen again and found it within himself, just as he did last year, to finish clearly in a class of his own in second place, and almost now a minute ahead of his nearest rival, Michael Storer.
Yep. He's outclassed Storer here. What a fight it was.
Oh, it's come to a halt there.
Come on.
Right, stuff like this
Well
always
done.
happens to Remco. He gets round it.
Tell you what.
I think the moto pilot just stalled his bike there. That was a really dicey moment there for Evenepoel.
He didn't even put his foot. He managed to track stand it and get round without having to put his foot down. So well played there for Remco Evenepoel.
And thank heavens that Evenepoel had enough time in the bank there to make that not a scary moment. With Storer breathing down his neck, that could have been decisive.
Yeah.
But he had a buffer over Storer.
Yeah, super fast descent now. It's beautiful afternoon light.
It just shows you how steep that climb is, though, that the moto pilot stalled his motorbike there. How unfortunate that could have been.
Exactly.
2K to go, though, in the meantime, for the 27-year-old. He only just turned 27. His birthday, the 21st of September, so just a couple of weeks ago. And you're right to say the best years might still lie ahead of Tadej Pogacar as he matures into just quite simply a beast of a rider.
Yep. Through this little tunnel, little archway, shall I say.
Remco Evenepoel will be thankful that he's out of the crowd there, and the road widens out, and it's plain sailing all the way to the finish line. He's still got a minute now, and he's continuing to take time over Michael Storer. And he'll have a best part of a minute separation between him and the third best rider in Lombardia.
Yeah, he'll be quite relieved to see empty tarmac, empty road behind him there. So, as you say, just the descent now to go for Remco Evenepoel is the best part of 1.5 kilometres behind this man who passes underneath the Flamme Rouge. What a ride.
Yeah. This late summer sunshine, this early autumnal feast of a race.
That's
beautiful, brutal, and Tadej Pogacar enjoying it. He's done what no one has ever done before. Think of the names now that he is dispatching to the history books. He draws level with the great Fausto Coppi. Having won Lombardia for the 5th time, he came here 5 years ago as a debutant in this race and crushed the life out of it in Bergamo. Back to Bergamo 5 years later, Pogacar does it all again. A clenched fist, his season is over. A season once again of total perfection. The winner of 3 monuments, like Eddy Merckx, and only Merckx has done before him. A man who finished on the podium of the other 2 that have eluded him. In his hungry chase for history, Pogacar writes another extraordinary chapter. It's a 5th consecutive Lombardia for the ultimate 5-star rider. Tadej Pogacar signs off in 2025.
We're running out of superlatives, Ned, aren't we? What a performance. More records broken by this man in the rainbow bands. Just under 42 kilometres an hour. 4,500 to 500 metres of elevation today. absolutely magnificent race and a monstrous victory, taking his tally to 19 wins in one season.
Yeah, it was thrilling to watch, isn't it? It is, despite the predictability.
Yeah.
It is still, nonetheless, thrilling to watch.
Yep.
To see history being written in the present tense like this is extraordinary.
Yeah, that was some win. He can leave this season a happy man, that is for sure. How does he build on this? He's just going to keep on breaking records, as we discussed earlier. Still monuments to win for this man, but 5 out of 5.
Yeah, what does next year hold?
Exactly. What does it hold for this year too? Well, next year for this man. Moving teams. There is hope for Remco Evenepoel. He said he's moving teams. He wants to try and understand how he can get that little bit closer to Tadej Pogacar, but this man has ridden bravely again, back-to-back second places. But what a year it has been for this man too. And
what a career at Soudal Quickstep as well.
Yeah,
remember, this is
totally.
his last race, and the team that has nurtured this astonishing young Belgian talent, taking him to the very, very heights. The things that he has done riding for this team. Still a young rider, Remco Evenepoel, and signing off the first half of his career, the first chapter that's being written by Remco Evenepoel. I think that'll be the message as he gets on the radio and crosses the line for the second successive year at Lombardia in second place. Remco Evenepoel, that was not straightforward to have done what he just did there and finish clear in second place, having demolished the best of the rest. Take a bow, Remco Evenepoel. Take a bow, Tadej Pogacar. Last year's 1 and 2 have done it all over again in Lombardy.
They certainly have. A lovely salute to the crowd there from Remco Evenepoel as well. Still got third place rider to come through. We believe it is going to be a Michael Storer, a first podium spot in a monument for Tudor Pro Cycling. And meanwhile, Tadej Pogacar's taking place. He is already in the hot seat, as it were, in the mix zone, ready for interviews, and Michael Storer will be the third man across the road. What a ride by the Australian. One of the best single-day performances of this man's life. Yeah. That is for sure.
It's his 6th attempt to get a result at Lombardy, and it's finally unlocked for him. He's going to be on the podium alongside Remco Evenepoel and Tadej Pogacar. 11th career victory for Michael Storer, a first ever podium finish for a Tudor Pro Cycling rider in a monument. Michael Storer has deserved this. Think of the riders he's ridden away from.
Oh, totally. It's a brilliant, brilliant ride. He's going to be happy with that.
Third place then for Australia.
There you go.
For Michael Storer, and you can see how much that means to him.
Yeah.
Worked hard for that podium finish, and he will take his place there. And what about this man? Quinn Simmons, out of the medals, agonisingly for him. Where is Isaac Del Toro? He's been dropped by Quinn Simmons. That in itself is quite a story. The American then just off the podium, but in many ways man of the match. Quinn Simmons, the unexpected joker in the pack. Fabulous ride, and well might he salute.
Yeah, that was a mighty, mighty ride. Really was. This is Jay Vine. Jay Vine, Sexas Del Toro, Tom Pidcock, Bernal.
That's it. Who's going to get 5th place here? Jay Vine trying to lead out Isaac Del Toro. Is going to have to come from the back. Pidcock's got a fast sprint. 5th place for any of these riders would be a very, very significant moment. Tom Pidcock, let's not forget, who has got a vicious sprint on him. He's making his debut in the race. Tom Pidcock can't quite find the gap opening up for him, but he's got that kick, I think, alongside Del Toro. Just a hold on, Del Toro coming with the charge. I think it's Del Toro, possibly from Pidcock.
Did look like Del Toro, yeah. It's half a wheel in it there.
Sexas also on debut, comfortably in the top 10. He's had a brilliant 2025.
4 back-to-back wins there for Tadej Pogacar. The world's, the Europeans, Trevally, the Lombardia. I think we're going to hear from him now. What he was got to say for himself, Ned?
Well, Tadej Pogacar has done absolutely everything required of him in 2025. He can sign off pretty happy, I think. Let's hear from him.
Tadej, no one won a monument 5 times in a row before. No one won in Lombardia with the rainbow jersey twice. Do you feel special? Do you feel unique right now?
No, I mean, everybody can feel unique, and everybody is on their own. But yeah, to win 5 times in a row every time I start, it feels that this course, this race is really suited for me, and but also in the same time, I have such a good team around me that we can pull it off, and I'm big thanks to all the teammates.
Did everything happen as you planned today?
Yeah, Doman did a fantastic job. Then Pavel was also really impressive today, and then all the guys leading out on the final climb and protecting me from behind. It was like top class work and just impressive stuff from the teammates. Yeah.
No one before made the podium of all the monuments of the year. You've won the Tour de France, you're world champion, European champion. What do you say about your season?
Yeah, I always say 7 years in a row I say this is my best season far, and again I can say this is the best season so far.
Voilà.
Crikey, I wonder if next year is going to be his best season so far. I don't even know what that might look like.
Well, in fact, he's just turned 27. I think there's quite a high likelihood. Just what order of events? I mean, yeah, it's been amazing. I mean, we thought, how could you better a season where you won the Giro, Tour, and the World Championships? Well, he's just done it. It's just incredible. Just his consistency over different sorts of terrain. But importantly, I know that every rider, when they win, generally thank their teammates. But the way that Simmons rode today, he needed a big team around him. He couldn't have done it on his own. His team absolutely dominated today. That's why I was a little bit surprised that Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe chased so early on. But I think even without that, they would have won. But they rode to plan. There was no surprise. The only surprise in that race for me was Quinn Simmons taking the race on head on, took it by the scruff of the neck and ended up with a well-deserved fourth place. Shame he couldn't quite finish on the podium, but I think he'd be happy with fourth. I think that was the only quirk of this race. Otherwise, it was quite predictable, but still a very interesting, intriguing, exciting race with the other battles that went on for the minor places. But this man is just so dominant. Writing history every single season, and he is one of the greatest of all time. And there was a smile on his face there, surprising himself, but yet each season he just gets better and better and better. The question is, can he continue to do that with so much zeal, and can he continue to improve, and what have the others got to do to at least chip away at the gulf that he has created the gulf that he has over the last few years.
Yeah, never mind about the Gulf of Mexico or the Gulf of America. It's the Gulf of Pogacar, isn't it, in cycling at the moment? That's the winning margin, 148 to Remco Evenepoel, and clear distance between Evenepoel and Stora in third place as well. And what a performance by Quinn Simmons to finish alone and somehow to have dropped Isaac Del Toro after everything that he'd done on that, well, we don't know where it happened, but I can only assume on that flat run-in to Bergamo, or possibly even the climb, who knows. Quinn Simmons produced some performance there to finish in fourth. Tom Pidcock on debut, that's a very respectable sixth place. Del Toro also on debut, out-sprinting Pidcock, and Paul Sexas. Those three riders, how exciting is that?
Yep, absolutely fantastic. Yeah, Simmons clearly the man of the match. An interesting looking top 10, but again, not surprising. The only real surprise for me is Stora on the podium. Stora top 10, yeah, but Stora podium, that's a great ride. And Simmons great fourth. Del Toro, very quick sprint, putting away Tom Pidcock, I think, but the rest, and Uterbrooks as well. Uterbrooks is a good top 10 for him, and Jay Vine, I think, is going to be very happy with that. After that pull on the front to finish inside the top 10 himself, he's going to be happy with a ride like that. But those sorts of rides would be the highlight of any other rider's year, really, a top 10 in a monument. But it's almost unnoticed, isn't it, compared to the spoils that this team have won. Yeah, 92 wins for the team. There we go. Equals surpasses copy.
Draws level with Merckx and winning 3 monuments, but betters Merckx because he finished in the podium on 2. Quite incredible. I mean, Milan, San Remo and Paris-Roubaix will be massive, massive targets for Pogacar next year.
Yep.
Make no doubt about that. But also this next year's Tour de France is a really big one for Pogacar, isn't it? It's the 5th, potentially. That draws him level with all the greats, doesn't it? With Indurain, Anquetil, Eno, and the one I've forgotten. Indurain, Anquetil,
Merckx.
and Merckx. Thank you. Yeah, that's big. It really matters, doesn't it, that he picks up that 5th to tour level
definitely.
because
He'll want to win 6. He'll want to break the record. He'll want to do that. There's no doubt about it.
So there's no doubt in your mind that he'll go to the tour next year.
I think so. Totally.
Yeah.
It's just whether his team, because I know the team was slightly against him riding Roubaix, and obviously crashed but still got second. It's whether his appetite to collect all of the monuments, whether he wants to go there again and do a similar season. But what I quite like about the way Tadej's ridden, each season's been quite different. The Giro last year doubled up, and then of course Roubaix, all of the classics this year. But he's one of the only riders that can sustain or can actually take the punishment of that. I mean, to apply yourself all season in such a varied circumstances and varied scenarios is so hard. He's the only rider that can do it. He really is. And I think on a personal level, he wants to win the other monuments. And he knows he can actually tackle Roubaix, and barring injury, he can go on and win the Tour de France. So, whether we see him next year back at Roubaix remains to be seen. I think he'll just reflect on this season, look at what he could do better, because you always will. Well, how do I improve 19 wins, my 4th Tour, another monument? How do we improve next year? It's very difficult to look at how he can do that, but the way he can improve it is by winning all that lot again and adding Milano Sanremo and Roubaix to the mix.
At some point he has to win the Vuelta.
Yep.
Got to pick that up
He's
at
got
some
a fair
point.
bit to do, actually.
He's got a little way to go still. Developing young rider.
Another World Championships as well.
It's extraordinary to think that along the way this year he picked up the UAE Tour and the Criterium du Dauphiné as well.
and his team basically hoovered up all the other ones.
Yep. Tour of Britain, Matt.
Didn't win the Tour of Britain. Well, the other 2 Grand Tours, of course, both went to Visma.
Yep.
But yeah, he is a man for all occasions, isn't he, Tadej Pogačar? And as he said, this course suits him, but what course doesn't? This course that suits him more, so he wants to try everything, doesn't he? And has, and is not that far. He's got the ability. It just becomes a little bit more of a tactical game, doesn't it? Not just about raw power and endurance. It becomes a little bit more complex at Roubaix and at Milan San Remo. So that'll be something that he'll want. I think it's those wins and maybe the Vuelta that would keep, and a record-breaking Tour de France streak that keeps the hunger alive. And then he would be the perfect rider, wouldn't he? If you can have one. If you won all the monuments, every Grand Tour, broke the record in terms of Tour wins, which is, more than capable of doing in the next 3 years before he even turns 30. One of the greats at 29 is quite feasible. We just want to keep seeing that smile, don't we?
Well, whatever mental and emotional pressure was on him this year, he can put it to one side now, take a break, come back next year.
That's the 20th win. I always thought it was 19, but 20 wins of the season with Tadej Pogačar. It's a nice round number, isn't it?
We think about how many he actually spurned the opportunity of taking at the Tour de France. It could have been higher.
It was a rather muted last week, wasn't it?
Yeah. All right. Beautiful scenery here. We're going to have the riders on the podium, another famously composed podium as well, with the likes of Evenepoel and Pogačar and Michael Storer imminently. But in the meantime, time to reflect on the last 241 kilometres of racing as 2025 Lombardia has come to another thunderous close in Bergamo. The rest is Pogacar. That's the way it goes in modern cycling. The anthem is cranking up on the podium, and for the 5th time in his career, Tadej Pogacar is just going through the protocol of where to stand and how to pop open a champagne cork, which is something that he probably knows how to do.
I think he's quite used to that. Just looking at how remarkably high that stall is that Michael Storer is sat on.
Either that or he's got very short legs.
Yeah,
might be a bit of both. He's still standing, though.
Little bit of a wink there.
Yeah. Ah, look at that. Looking sharp as ever, the shark.
The sharp shark of Messina.
Yep, white trainers, suit, crisp, white shirt.
No tie
good
needed.
hair. Here we go. Of course, a former winner of Lombardia himself, Vincenzo Nibali.
Double winner.
Double winner. And a former Giro.
That's Garzelli as well.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's not.
Oh, no.
No, he's over there. Garzelli's slow over there.
He's got a body double.
Sorry, I thought it was
Stefano
Stefano.
Garzelli. I was about to introduce Stefano Garzelli as another winner of the Giro, but no, it's just a Garzelli lookalike. This is the real Michael Storer, though.
Yeah, definitely
and
Michael.
what a complete turnaround in this young rider's career. Oh, he's not a young rider anymore, but in his career, since moving to Tudor Pro Cycling, it's unlocked all that potential. What a difference it can make sometimes, changing environments.
Do you remember we burst on the scene and won a couple of stages in the Vuelta? Then he went to Groupama and a couple of good results, but it just didn't quite
Wasn't
work
the right
for him there.
environment for him.
No, and now he's with Tudor. It's been absolutely fantastic. He's just got better and better. It's a really interesting young man. 28 years of age now, from Perth, and one of the best single-day results of his career. Already this year won the Memorial Marco Pantani, second in the Giro della Toscana, raced in Italy as an amateur, and had a very solid Tour de France, of course, up there in the Giro d'Italia, top 10 in the Giro again. But yeah, he's going to be very happy with that, and I bet Fabian Cancellara right now is a very happy man.
Well, he's a rider who Tudor Pro Cycling could see podium at a Grand Tour.
Yes.
It would have to be the right Grand Tour for him and the right conditions and a bit of luck along the way, but he's got it in the lockup.
Yep.
Remco Evenepoel was very conscious of the threat of Michael Storer and knew that he had to get rid of him, which he did.
Yeah, it's a great ride by Remco. A measured ride again. There is so much respect between those two riders, but I think Remco will be relieved that he secured that second place. It was what was expected of him. He'll go away this season, or the end of this season, move teams, new environment. Can they get a little bit more? And he crashed into the camera there. Thankfully, he's okay.
A little bit of a pinch point on the way to the podium there.
Yeah. Managed to do a track stand without a bike. And he's on the podium. Golden Tips clothing.
A new start next year, of course, for Remco Evenepoel, moving on from Quick-Step. Fascinating to see what happens to him in the colours of Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe next year.
That'll be a new challenge, a new way of training, new training environment. And that's what he's excited about, is to try some new ways of chipping away and trying to close the gap a little bit to Tadej Pogacar.
Also produced in terms of individual time trialling, one of the most memorable moments in recent racing history when he caught and passed Tadej Pogacar in Kigali to take another World Time Trial Championship.
I think they're talking about the moment that Tadej went. He said, well, I think I read between the lines a lot, but it's like, wow, just couldn't go with him. It just looked like that.
They might be talking about that. They might be talking about a real estate deal in Belgium.
Probably are.
Yep.
Or the latest watch they've purchased, maybe.
Well, with a big roll of the R's from the announcer, Tadej Pogacar is introduced to the crowd here in Bergamo for the 3rd time in Bergamo, but the Lombardia crowd for the 5th time. Every time that he pulls on a number, he has a knack nowadays, just simply from the sheer weight of numbers of his career, of making history. It seems that he is reminded in post-races interviews, or perhaps told for the first time and time again, that he has just made history. because once you get to the sort of numbers that Pogacar, in terms of victories, has produced, history just goes along with it.
It's just inevitable, isn't it?
Yep.
It's just, and the longer, deeper we get into his career, that's going to happen quite a lot.
Oh, Tadej going a little bit early there in the national anthem. You'd have thought he'd have known that now that there's another verse, but they bailed out the second verse.
Definitely.
And that's fine. We got a flavour of
the
it.
The Mexican one the other day was quite long, about 2 minutes, wasn't it? Maybe that was like a, slightly short and truncated version. But Tadej Pogacar enjoying the bubbly moment.
As well he might. Has talked about fatigue and mental fatigue at times during this absolutely extraordinary season that he's had, that bettered his season last year, which seemed impossible. But I think there's some justification in saying it was better. And now he can go and take at least a month or so off. Maybe not totally off the bike, but mentally switch off from racing and then think about what on earth he does in 2026 to equal or better that.
Yeah. Breaking new ground.
It's got 5 of them. They're big as well, aren't they? I mean, you'd have to have quite a mantelpiece just to accommodate those.
You'd have to sort of stack them all close together, wouldn't you?
Yep.
Save space. Although they're quite flat, so I guess you get shelves up.
He probably just stacks them like dinner plates in a kitchen.
Well, he used his Tour de France trophy to hold a kitchen roll, didn't he?
Yeah. Well, hopefully we'll hear from 1 or 2 more of the riders on the podium as we remind ourselves of the top 10 from 10 upwards. Kjan Utebrooks moving on to Movistar, of course, next year. Jay Vine finishing in the top 10, the teammate of Pogacar. A very respectable top 10 for Egan Bernal, who gets better bit by bit, year by year. Pal Sexas, wonderful performance. Pidcock and Del Toro, those 3 young riders, 5th, 6th and 7th. Quinn Simmons, outstandingly in 4th place from the original breakaway. Then Stora, Evenepoel and Pogacar.
I thought he was going to go and wait for a bus then, briefly.
Back on stage.
This has got to be most aggressive rider, isn't it?
There we go.
Oh, well, I hope so.
He deserves his place on the podium, Quinn Simmons.
Definitely.
A wonderful moment for all of us, not least because we get to see his hair unfurled.
It's impressive, isn't it?
It is.
Oh, that was a proper handshake, that was. I think that was an appreciation of a job well done. That was some ride. Really was.
Yeah.
It's a nice trophy as well.
And it was good to see him enjoying that moment when he finished. He might have been forgiven for being disappointed not to be on the podium, but he's delighted with that 4th place. He's learnt something about himself today, I think. Because that was Lombardia. That was not an Ardennes Classic.
No.
That was that's one of the hardest bike racing in terms of climbing that there is in the world. And Simmons just finished in 4th place.
Neddy lit it up today. He really did. And there's the moment that he crosses the line. Well clear of the next group. Remember, he was caught by Del Toro and then dropped him again later on.
That in itself makes no sense. I mean, it's
just on a fly.
We didn't see that happen, but
no.
That's an absolutely remarkable thing to have happened. So you consider how much he'd invested from the moment the flag dropped. Beaten, though, into 4th place by Michael Stora in 3rd. And a rider who finished in 2nd place now for the 3rd consecutive time that he's lined up in one-day racing against Tadej Pogacar. Evenepoel finished clear in 2nd.
World Championship, European Championship, Il Lombardia, 3 races in a row where second is the best possible result.
Yeah, look, seems to be like that, but yeah, I think there was nothing to do again today. I did my race, was feeling pretty good again, so yeah, just happy with the result and with the feeling, and also to end my season on a high level like this. So yeah, I need to be happy.
Take us through the moment when Tadej sped up.
Yeah, I mean, they were going quite fast already from the bottom, so I mean, we were quite fast with only 5 or 6 guys left, and then he attacked. So at that moment it was all about just doing my own rhythm and pace, and yeah, then just try to ride as fast as possible. So yeah, I tried, but in the end, Tadej was the strongest again.
With the crowd at the end, did you have that feeling that cycling is a very popular sport because of what you guys do these days?
Yeah, maybe too popular, because 2 motorbikes were blocked in front of me on the last climb, so I had to stop at some moment. So yeah, it was really nice to see all those crowds, but sometimes it's a bit too packed on a narrow climb like this. But yeah, I think everything went well, and yeah, it's amazing to see so many people on the road for us.
How is it to finish your time with this team on a high note?
Yeah, pretty good. I think I've showed again that even if I switch teams, I'm not letting the other team down. So I really wanted to give my best again and finish as high as possible. And second was again highest as possible today. So very happy with that. And yeah, now it's time to look forward, finish this. I mean, end this chapter, and yeah, take all the memories with me in the rest of my life. So really grateful to have been the leader of this team, and now it's time for something new.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, chapeau Remco Evenepoel. This was the moment that he was just talking about in that interview where, yeah, he doesn't unclip. You rightly point out, does a little track stand and then gets round the bike without unclipping, which would have cost him a good few more seconds. It's very impressive.
It's clearly left-footed as well, left-footed footballer, because he took his right foot out first, so his left leg forward, but he didn't actually put his foot on the floor. A little help, I think it was a lady at the side of the road who gave him a gentle push, but no, lucky he didn't come down. And it remained really calm and patient there as well. There was no remonstrating, and that's a big thank you. The point to the jersey, and a thank you to the team where he's had all of his success, and it's been an amazing success. And when you look at what he has achieved in the era of the likes of Van der Poel and the likes of Tadej Pogacar, it is fantastic.
Well, for Remco Evenepoel, it was business as usual. It wasn't business as usual for the rider who finished in 3rd place. It was something of a career highlight, I'd imagine. Let's hear from Michael Storer.
Michael, how does it feel to stand on the podium with Tadej Pogacar and Remco Evenepoel in a big race like in Lombardia?
It's extremely special. I think it's the most important result of my career, and it's the best way to top off what has already been a really, really great season for me. So I'm just super happy and proud of how the race went today. Like the team's effort, like always supporting me, and it's just great to be able to deliver such a big result.
Tell us about the important moment of the race when Tadej went and you were still there fighting with the others.
Yeah, Tadej just rode away from everyone. The pace was super hard from the bottom of the Passo Garda, and it was just about trying to survive to the top.
What came through your mind in the last kilometers? How were your legs?
Oh, my legs were broken. I could hardly turn a pedal stroke anymore towards the finish, but I was just glad that the last 3K were downhill.
You're only the 2nd Australian to stand on the podium of this race, and the first one, Phil Anderson, was almost 40 years ago, also 3rd. What does Il Lombardia mean for you?
Yeah, Lombardia is a super important race. It's a monument, and it's extremely special to only be the 2nd Australian on the podium in this race.
Well done, mate.
Yeah, thanks.
The most important result of his career, that's saying something for Michael Storer. He's won 10 bike races in the past, not least this year, and some big ones at that, but to claim that a 3rd place finish in a bike race is the most important tells you all you need to know about the meaning of Il Lombardia. All right, no doubt about the winner, though. Well, it was Tadej Pogacar. He has reinvented what is possible in cycling, and only one rider is like him. He's done it again, and you witnessed it here. 5 in a row for the unstoppable, incomparable Tadej Pogacar. All of you watching across the world, thank you very much for your company. To Matt alongside me, and to Tadej Pogacar for delivering a wonderful 2025. Thank you very much, and we'll see you again next year.